Starowa. Leave it. Hey. Kakwaszy niczego. Not sure what you're asking. How am I doing, I guess? I'm doing fine, and you? How should I respond? Dobrze? Poroszo, a wy? Okay. All right. Let me join up the... wrong screen. Let me join up the group for the discussion. Boom, okay.
It's just a meme.
Yeah. If that was serious, like he could monopolize like the whole the Twitch debate sphere, right?
Yeah, he absolutely could if he did the same thing. Because when I zoomed in on the fine text, it was too small even for the zoom in. It was just all pixelated.
That doesn't. Okay, if you're doing something like that in a contract, it's not actually binding.
Oh yeah, no, I know. It's all
But
part
yeah,
of like the
it's a good meme.
theater of it.
Yeah, if you were to do that, like with Twitch streamers, political Twitch streamers, you would definitely have some backlash there. You know, and we'll definitely.
Yeah.
Like then that's like burning all your bridges at that point.
Like, you don't
Besides
need
that,
bridges at that point.
it's fun to have like different panels, you know. It's like, it brings some variety to the whole stuff. So yeah, just waiting for a couple of people to join. I
Wait,
did see.
Chinchilla. Are you
Yep.
saying that the small unreadable text in our contract that says you can bang our mom is not valid?
We're not talking about that on here, about that name. It's that's just private stuff, you know. So, but
Also, hello.
yeah, hello. How have you been, name?
All right. Completely
Yeah.
fucked up my sleep schedule, but here I
How
am.
come?
I don't know. Fucking watching Artosis at like 3 a.m. because I'm an idiot.
I love Artosis streams.
He's great, but he streams during Korean hours, obviously, so not very smart of me to watch him live.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for a couple of people to join. I know. I go. She said yes. Said to me, yes, I will come on. Then today she sent me a friend request and said and it came into the Discord. So I would assume she's still coming on. And
Ico can be notoriously difficult to get onto panels
Yeah.
consistently.
And then obviously I also asked like Stardust to come on as well, which she agreed to. But yeah,
There's Chow.
oh, there we got Chow. So yeah.
Hello.
That being said, like welcome Chow. How have you been?
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Happy what's it called? It's Chinese New Year or Lunar?
Lunar New Year, if
Yeah.
you don't want to piss off the Koreans and the Japanese people who celebrate the same holiday.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Nusanov.
That
How are you
makes
doing?
sense. That being said, like, well, welcome everybody on the Lip Praxis podcast. So to explain this for like
I mean, I'm
Sunsel's
already flexing
audience,
on them, literally.
what we're doing here is we basically have a show called Lip Praxis where we invite like people that are like somewhere liberal on and or sometimes somewhere where they can still have like a good faith discussion with us. Yeah, so what we also try to do is like have like a smaller panels to have like actual debates, because otherwise if you have like 20 people will just move away from the topic and you can never pin somebody down on a topic whatsoever. So yeah,
let me get some water.
praxis is obviously like it means that we try to have like useful conversations, like having solutions and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's what we hope for. So yeah, first of all, Sonsol, welcome for coming on. Thank you. I really appreciate it as a guest of Lip Praxis. Yeah, we will see like in the meanwhile if other people would join or if they forgot or what happened, whatever. So yeah, that being said, also thank you for our panelists to come on, Jay Chow Live, Ilisium, and Neymanen. So that being said,
I'll
let's
put
do
up
like
the
a
names of everyone once.
really short
last
10
guests
second
get here.
introduction of yourself. And let's start off with Sonso.
Yeah, I'm Sonsol. I like to I talk about basically anything on my stream. I like to talk about politics a whole lot. I've recently been trying to talk about some other things because focusing only on politics can be detrimental to the soul. I'm also Twitch's premier Terraria speedrunner, so you can check out that gameplay on my channel.
Okay, and you needed to make like an announcement as well?
Yes. Because I've signed my soul away to Dylan Burns, exactly 69% of my soul, in fact. I also, and on that contract, I also signed away my my rights to jump onto any panel that I want to without express permission. So this is me putting out there that I have express permission, sanctioned by Dylan Burns, to be on this podcast.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe that's why Ico and starters are maybe late, because they signed a similar contract with other panel shows or something along those
What the
lines.
fuck is
that
that?
makes
So
sense, you know.
that might be it. Otherwise, I don't
Contractual
know.
obligations and all that. Yeah.
This is, but it is capitalism. So yeah, there you go, right? So that being said, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Elysium.
Oh, hi, I'm Ilisium. I sometimes stream Factorio. That's about it now. Yeah,
Okay,
and I'm here,
and
and I yell at people.
okay, then let's go to name.
Hi, I'm a variety streamer. I do politics. I do video games. I talk about relationships. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I do.
And last but not least, J Chow live.
I'm also a variety streamer, video games, politics, in particular political science. That's what I study in school and like to talk about that on stream, as well as make YouTube videos about it. You can find me on JChild Live on YouTube, Twitter, and on Twitch.
Okay, that's super cool. So, and thank you all for being here. So, when it comes to rules and stuff like that, we all know, like, be nice to each other. So that's the only thing that I have to say on that. So then we going into the first topic. We got 3 topics today, and they are all about slurs. So that being said, the first topic is, can and should people retake their can and should people retake racial slurs or slurs in general? That's the first topic. So normally we give like the person who brings up the topic will give like an introduction to the topic. That being said, I was the one that brought it up, and I don't think it's useful if I'm as like the moderator, if I'm gonna like introduce and just debate the people on the panel. So who wants to take this one as
Which one are we
like
doing
first?
first?
Can and should people retake racial slurs or slurs in general?
I guess I'll take it first.
Sure.
I think that we should be in the business of trying to destigmatize language in such a ways that people don't really aren't able to use those things as insults anymore. But I also don't think that in that same vein, like reclaiming a slur from the like super negative connotations that they have needs to be done for like everybody in society. It can't be the rule that there are different words that different groups of people can say, because that just muddies the waters and makes it really, really difficult to actually have this work out in reality. So I think that we should reclaim slurs for all groups, and all groups should be able to say these words. It's not a, you know, this is a word for Black people and this is a word for Asian people that they can use and nobody else can. Otherwise, I just think it makes it too difficult.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I'll take a hit. So, just in general, language has meaning, and I think the slurs also has its own meaning, as its own history, its own like what is it called, the epistemology or whatever it is called. And the business of reclaiming slurs, I generally don't think it's healthy, nor do I think it's something that like we should advocate for. But it's a super depends. So like there are some slurs that are just literal words that we use in the English language, such as like apple. If you call somebody an apple, you're using it as a slur, but apple in of itself is like a fruit. Banana is also a slur and whatnot. So like there are those kinds of slurs in which like, yeah, maybe it is okay to reclaim them, but for its original use. But there are slurs out there that are just 100% slurs. And I guess like trying to change its meaning, I don't know why anybody would do that.
Okay, who wants to respond to that?
Sure.
Hey, Roser. Hey, Cousin Lake.
In general, I mean, my response is pretty similar to Sansol's. and that I think if a group wants to retake a slur, I think it's probably fine. Probably has like a positive effect overall to the use of that slur and its like negative value. Being able to degrade that. I guess the bigger question to me comes down to like what the purpose of reclaiming the slur is. And what that means to someone. Like what does retaking something mean to you? If it means like to reduce the negative connotation of something so it can like be degraded in its use, I think that's fine. To turn it into like this is our word now and only our word now, I don't think is fine. So yeah.
Okay. That name?
Yeah, so for me, retaking a slur means kind of like taking someone's weapon away, turning it around and like doing the hippie thing, sticking a flower in it. It's no longer it can no longer be weaponized. That being said, the meaning that words have is always a work of consensus. You can't single-handedly change the meaning of words. So what we see is that reclaimed words are sometimes used as the way they've been reclaimed. They're sometimes used as slurs. Obviously, from context, people can understand what's being said. I think reclamation of words in general is fine. Word language by nature is fluid. It changes constantly, and changing it willfully is something we can do. And if it makes people feel better, then that's great. The sad reality is anyone who actually wants to insult a group, they can always use the old meaning of the word, or they can find new words for it. That's sadly a reality. It also makes me feel weird how it's akin to Ilisium and Sotsal, how slurs generally tend to be gated behind a race card. It's I understand the emotional importance of that, but yeah, it's something that is bothersome. That's where I stand.
Okay, thank you, Nick. So, welcome, Aiko. Welcome to the show.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. You showed up. So, we were concerned that you had like a contractual obligations that you couldn't come on to the show with like other panel shows. Because,
No.
Sunsol has that issue.
Oh, really?
No, just kidding. Just
Who
kidding.
is, oh, is it a movers and shakers thing?
Quite literally, it is, because it's a Dylan Burns thing, and I signed a contract with Movers and Shakers Inc.
Oh.
Incorporated.
Oh, okay, yeah. I saw that. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
need to
saw,
check out
I
Ico
saw
rules.
part
Stream.
of, I guess, the hippy dippy recruitment is getting a little bit more creative and fancy, right?
Yeah, it sure is. They have very,
Nice.
very fine print.
Okay.
I oh, CTV did a great job. I just gotta say, CTV did such a good job moderating that. Shout
Yeah,
out
that
to
was
CTV.
that. Yeah,
Do
it
you
must have
hear
been
her
some insane
properly?
moderation.
I can barely
That being
hear her.
said, like we were on the first topic, and we were basically doing like everybody was stating their position. Aiko, on the first topic, which is can and should people retake racial slurs or slurs in general? What is your opinion?
Retake it meaning like slurs that are made against or like historically made against a group that you are a part of. Is that what you mean by retake?
Well, we can go over the definition, but if somebody wants to take that,
I just don't know what like usually when people say retake, it means like you know, if you are of a certain group, it's a slur that was used against that group, and then you start using it, you know, I guess like empower in through I don't know empowerment because you can whatever you know that kind of thing. Is that what you mean?
yes,
Yeah, that'd be the primary. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I think that's fine. That's up to whoever. That's up to whoever wants to do that. Some people Some people are down for that. Some people are not. That's just a personal choice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So would you? Yeah, go ahead.
Or I just get Aiko, what if someone's not part of that group but they want to retake a slur? Is that okay?
It's not retaking it then.
Okay.
It's just using a
Just u-
slur.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Why? Or can you give me an example of how
Yeah.
it would be different
Um,
than just like using a slur?
Sure. Or it's one of the examples I had for this one is like, or I guess before we get going on any of the slurs, do we have an opinion if we're like actually saying slurs in a conversational context here, or would you guys prefer that we are not actually saying the actual words? I don't.
For
What kind of?
TOS, we
I
probably
mean,
shouldn't
for
say them.
TOS, either way.
Well, I already
no.
said 2 of the slurs.
Okay.
Don't say them.
Wait,
You weren't here before, so you wouldn't know. It was apple and banana.
Okay, whatever
Wow.
they are.
He's
I'm
memeing.
streaming on Twitch right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
but-
Let me
okay.
look
He's
up. Let me look up
he's
a list
memeing.
of slurs. No, I'm not memeing. These are actual slurs. So if you want to look up Google a list of slurs, apple and banana are slurs.
Okay.
A banana is like when you are Asian on the outside and white on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard that before.
Perhaps perhaps that
I
was
don't
the
know what the
definition.
apple is though.
It's for Native Americans.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
okay. So basically it's anything that's white on the inside, I guess, is I don't know, but that's a whole
Fake, you know.
entire other thing. That's like a
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So I think the example that I had is like the F slur was used a lot online, and I don't think most of the people using the F slur as its meaning changed over time in video gaming were doing it to like necessarily retake a homophobic slur or were like homosexual themselves. I think the meaning just slowly started to change as its use went up. I don't know if we would consider that retaking or not.
that's
It will
just
certainly be
kind of
redefining.
keeping. It's
Mhm.
not redefining. It's just like there were a lot of things that we said that that I mean not everyone, but yeah, there were a lot of things that people that were totally acceptable like when I was in high school that are absolutely not now. So, I mean, it's kind of just like just because I mean for with the example that you gave, um people can choose to ignore the understanding that we've gained, but that just sounds like kind of stubbornness, you know?
I'm
It's just
not
kind
sure
of
I'm
like
following that.
like the person. Okay, so for instance, pretty much everyone knows at this point that like calling someone the F slur in general is yeah, now something that is not like socially uh or rather okay, that it's demeaning for reasons that we weren't really conscious of at the time when it was more like acceptable, right?
Okay.
It had a different
Is that-
connotation depending on like what you were talking about at that time.
Mhm.
I
Well,
agree.
Yeah, it was more casual. Like it was casually used, and most people that used it didn't even like think about it. But
No,
now we
yeah.
know a lot more context about like how it's been used, how it's affects people, and just based on like being a once you know, it's like one thing when you have no idea, but once you know, you make a choice of if you want to be the person who's still doing it or if you want to I don't know evolve your language as well because you know why not there are a lot of words. I think that it's kind of like refusing to give up a word is a bit childish in my opinion.
So this is my thing. There are some words that were not I would not understand them as slurs, and I think that the like broadly society has moved away from using them in like the original like slur context. So for example,
what?
the mean G word for Romani people, right? That used to be or like and still is in Europe like a pretty like demeaning slur for people that are of Romani descent, right?
Mhm.
But in America, we have a completely different connotation for what that word means, right? I had no fucking clue that it was even a slur, that there was a negative connotation to it. And like when used in a conversation with someone like from the same culture as me, that being like America, the context of like this country, I think that the definition, the colloquial definition, had changed so far that it had functionally like it stopped being a slur, right? And I think that one thing about slur discourse that is really weird to me is that we can take words that used to mean something colloquially to everyone and now reinsert the demeaning aspect to it, right?
Well, that's just
Where it had
your
already been.
perspective, right? Like it. Yeah, I understand what you mean with that word, because yeah, I didn't know for a long time too. But it's kind of like people will use like harmful stereotypes about Jews casually. But it doesn't mean that it's not.
Are you feeling
It's just
targeted,
not like
Kino?
you said.
I'm joking.
In other places, it is more widely known as um, being an issue, but it doesn't. The word doesn't evolve. It's just, I guess. I mean, words evolve, but as long as they're slurs that are against specific people, they don't stop being related to that. Do you know what I
They
mean?
don't.
How do they
uh,
not stop? Isn't that the whole point of changing
Yeah.
over time?
I mean, slurs don't
I'm with
change
Aiko on
over
this. Okay,
time.
so if you have a group and a slur is being used against that group, but 50% accept that slur and 50% don't, and like, does that mean that we're okay with using that slur for like the sake of like one half of that group? Or actually, how about this? Let me give you an even better margin. Okay, if 80% of that group accepted a slur, like they completely changed it, they're fine with it, they use it themselves and whatnot, but 20% feel like negatively impacted by it, and like they're in the same communities and they keep on hearing this word, and they kind of feel bad when they hear it. Okay, does that mean because it's 80% of that group that it's now okay to use that slur?
I mean, do you think
I don't
that
think
Kind of,
Australia?
yes.
It's not
Yes,
about
I kind
No,
of think
no,
because,
I don't
because
think so. No, I think
it's
it's
not a
very
magic
important to
spell.
protect. I think it's very important to decrease like at the amount of like, I guess, pain or suffering or like the negativity that would come, like not the
But
80% not being able to use that slur is there's no benefit nor harm to them. You know what I mean?
so
Okay,
what I would
No.
say to that is
Something.
that the slurs are not a magic spell that like intrinsically hurt someone. Someone might have like a personal connection with that word that really fucking hurts them individually. But if like the majority of like even the overwhelming majority uh of a group doesn't see that word in the same way, at the end of the day, that's that one person's problem, or that 20%'s problem, right, with that word. And that by like continuing to use that word, more people end up having the either positive or neutral connotation of it, and those 20% end up not because they're the minority opinion, it kind of like dies away the hurtfulness of it. Then I would say, yeah, we should just allow it to, like, the painful connotation to die out.
Wait, I'm
No,
sorry.
it
Are
wouldn't
you
be
saying that
dying
if
out
wait,
because
I'm sorry,
20% would be
sorry.
negatively
Okay,
affected
Aiko.
by
Wait,
it.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Aiko was
Wait.
first.
I'm talking about over time.
No,
Aiko,
I'm
I will.
saying, so if we have a slur, if we never stop using the slur, are you saying that eventually it'll just be a different like it'll just be different? Like
Okay, I'm probably saying this in a
Yeah.
really bad way because I'm also playing a video
I
game.
would say
I'm gonna pause it. Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, so if there's like a word that people don't know that there's even a negative connotation to it, or they see it as either neutral or as a positive like term of endearment or something like that.
right,
And
those are
most
people that are not in that group. Right?
I'm saying people in
Or just
like
in a different
society,
context, yeah.
either in that group or at society as whole, as a whole. Let's just say in this subgroup, right? Let's say the subgroup has 80% of them see it as either neutral or positive, right? Should we then say that no, you guys are wrong because this actually has historical roots in a bad meaning, and you shouldn't say that word because it's making these 20% feel
Can you give me an
feel
example
demean?
of this
Yes,
happening?
perfect. Please, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
the
to ground
word
this,
that
can I give?
yeah, you can go, but the word
Okay.
that I used earlier, the mean G word, right? Most people in the United States, even
What?
of Romani descent, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like. I
There
would
are
say that I feel like
multiple.
people get. Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
this
like
is
I feel
totally.
like that one had changed so much in like an American context, such that like
How?
people just kind of how we didn't see it as a slur. We didn't know that it referred to an individual group of people because we're
Right, we just
removed
didn't know.
from that area of the world.
Right, we just didn't know. It hasn't
So the
changed. It's just we didn't
I mean,
know.
but the definition
I'm
of it
not
had
putting a
changed.
moral I'm not putting any moral weight on any of it of what you should or shouldn't do. I'm saying
So then
strictly like
it had changed then. For that group of the world, it had changed.
What group?
You said it didn't change. For the group that doesn't think of it as a slur anymore, it has changed.
I'm sorry, the part of the Romani people that don't think it's a slur?
No, for the people that don't view it as a slur for Romani people, the definition has changed. The word has changed.
No, it hasn't just because you're unaware that it is a slur. A lot of people don't know things are slurs and then will use them.
Okay, I have an
this?
easier
Let me ask-
I
example.
don't understand exactly
Okay.
what makes
What
the
if
difference.
there was a country that had a word as a slur that nobody else in the world like recognized that as a slur? They like everybody else uses like let's say banana, right? Nobody else in the world knows that this is a slur, but there is like one
It's not a
country.
slur to say banana. It's a slur if you call an Asian person a banana, or if you refer to an Asian, like Asians be like certain kinds of Asians being bananas.
Okay, I think yeah.
So
okay,
if there's a song with that's titled as the mean G word, can I say that because it's not directed at someone?
You can do whatever you want. I'm saying that you it
Put
will
this on
not have
answer.
it changed. No. I'm saying that it will not be different.
That's
Like,
that's the
okay.
next topic, Sonsol. So please.
Sorry, go ahead.
So
Okay,
that being said,
here's an
like
easier.
no. That being said, the name was waiting a long
Yeah,
time.
I want
Held up as
throw something in, like an actual concrete example. There's like a bunch of examples in, especially with ableist terms, where the terms have evolved to the point where no one really connects them to their etymological origin, but they still have a negative connotation. So typically, for example, dumb. Societally, I haven't heard anyone protest the usage of the word dumb, but the origin is to designate negatively people who are hard of hearing or who've lost hearing. What's your thoughts on that kind of evolution of meaning?
Wait, hold on. Okay, point of order. Are we talking about racial slurs and ethnic slurs, or just all slurs in general?
all slurs.
Okay.
All slurs, because I feel like they're different kinds of, well, like the banana thing, right? That's not a slur on its own, but it can be used as like a racist thing to say to someone. But yeah, so I guess it's, I don't know, what if you include too many different things together, then maybe it gets like a little bit more messy.
Yeah, so
Maybe we could
to
separate.
to bring up like a names point again, because I think that was addressed to you, Aiko, like around like ableism. So like dumb, that's like basically like devoid of like the meaning that it originally had. Like
Is that hard of hearing? Is that
That's
I don't
unable to
I
speak.
thought
Was
that's
unable to
mute.
speak? I thought it was with loss of hearing. My bad.
No,
Yeah,
it's dumb means unable to speak, whether through
Oh yeah.
like the like someone cut out your tongue in the Middle Ages and they would call those people dumb, or you have like a mental condition or something.
Well, I
it's
mean, some people don't like that, but I
But should we
mean,
make a prescription that people shouldn't use dumb anymore?
I'm not making prescriptions. I mean, there's obviously not the same exact impact for every single word. So
But the
I
people
think
that
you have
aren't
to
able
pick
to speak, they
what
would
you want to
probably
say.
feel pretty bad about that, you know?
Do they?
No, wait. The reason I
mean-
brought it up is because it's not
Do
really.
Romani people in
Name.
the U.S. like 20, 30 years ago?
I
if
think
they were
Romani.
call-
I think Romani people around the world probably will feel bad about whatever word that you are bringing it up,
Yeah.
and say that like
So if
you're
they
on
see
the
a-
internet. So
if
say
they-
like you're on the internet and you're making a tweet and you use that word in whatever context you want, but then somewhere around the world, some Romani person does see it and be like, "Yo, I actually feel really bad about this. Like, what are they gonna do then?" I guess like no longer are you operating in like in an environment that is like so enclosed into your own in group of how you use a word.
So-
Yeah, so you have
the-
cultures clashing. What do we do when cultures clash? We kind of synthesize
We
in
cancel Jimi
between of them.
Hendrix for using that word so much.
Well,
I
I guess
don't
like hearing from you guys, you
think-
basically say, "Fuck that culture." Okay, my culture is based.
It
Yeah,
might
so
be
that's what I'm
something
hearing.
dumb as far as like not being able to like speak or something. Like we don't really associate it with that, right? I mean,
That's
I
because
don't
it changed.
really care either way. I don't think that I use that word a bunch.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
could be
so
wrong.
to respond to Chow, I think there isn't like a hard rule either way. The cultures have to make an assessment of is this causing enough harm that to these people that we don't want to use this or not, and people are going to have to decide, and as a whole the culture is going to have to decide which side is more valid, right?
There's
And
no such thing as deciding as an entire whole.
well,
like
yeah,
a
but that's going to
monolith.
play out by if people use it or not over time.
No, I mean that doesn't happen. Like no
Yeah.
group of people are a
Ilisium,
monolith, including the people who are using slurs that are about other people. So
Elysium, are you
But, like-
describing to me? Hold on. Are you describing to me a process of how it is or what it should be?
I think that's what it should be.
That's what it should be, but I think what you're actually describing is how it is.
What? I think that's both. Yeah.
You're saying that it's both. Okay. Well, I would like to argue against that. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
I still need an example, I think.
Yeah, okay. I think a easy example. So the word cunt has a lot of negative connotations to most people, but in Australia it doesn't, right? So if Australians are going to use the word, is that going to be negative? Would we say that Australia should change their language to match other cultures?
Not a slur against a group of people. It's like a
Oh.
crude word about like a genitalia that has been. By the way, I am totally cool with. I use the word cunt all the time.
Yeah.
If something is bougie, usually I'll be like, "Oh, that coffee place is really cunty." Or
Sure.
sometimes
Okay,
someone's
here-
being a cunt. But
Mhm.
that's not like a racial slur. That's not like an ableist slur.
It's a
I don't think
misogynistic
that's a
slur.
good example.
Okay,
No,
all right.
don't-
I just
So
want
if
to
someone-
establish, okay, my position is very different from Aiko, okay? I would
Okay, what's your
prescribe to
position?
not use to just not use slurs just in general.
So-
cunt is a
So like
slur.
Eves,
So yeah, now we get to the
okay,
problem.
but-
So you would
so
prescribe that
applying
Australia
the-
shouldn't be using it. How do we decide what are slurs or not? Because now we even have disagreement over that. So beyond Australia shouldn't be
We have
using
to form a
slurs.
council. We have to form
No,
like a
we do
united
this
nation
culturally.
of
So
Pretty
the reason that like okay, so the fact that we don't all agree on like what a slur is, or like when like which cultures like think a word is a slur or which cultures don't think a word is a slur, that's why I think that we should try to like tear down as much as possible the like super negative aspects of different slurs, try to reclaim them for all of society, because like there's no way that we can get everyone to agree on which words are out of bounds to say, right? And
Why?
especially in an as
why do we all have to agree about what's a slur, what's not a slur?
because
you-
otherwise people are going to use words that you think are like
use them
damaging to people, right?
anyway.
Huh?
We're like, don't be in the KKK, but people still do it. Like you just talk about the effects of it, and then you choose, right? As an individual, you
Sure.
look at the information that you have at the time and do what you think is the best thing to do based on your own values. And it is what it is. That's all you can do.
Yeah, so within that,
think that the
based off of
N-word-
whatever values you make, if your friend asks you, do you think I should say this word or not? That's kind of the conversation we're having, I feel like.
Oh, okay. I would say then again that I would say that this is my impression of that word.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that if you want to take the chance that that could be uh hurtful in that way, or if be even just like optically, if you care about not being seen as someone who casually uses slurs, then it's like, weigh the
Right,
pros and
okay.
cons for your.
So like my takeaway from that would be you would say, weigh it for yourself. I don't feel like cunt is a slur. But then maybe Jay Chow would be like, I feel like that kind of is a slur. You weigh it for yourself. Right?
What
Is that okay? That
a distinction between like a slur and like fuck isn't a slur. So what would
Mhm.
you
Something
call
that would describe a
Well,
like
fuck
there's
is an action.
So a slur is a
Jeez, Chow.
Holy
pejorative.
shit.
A slur would
Okay,
be a
Sonso.
pejorative towards a specific group of people, right?
Yeah, do you really think that cunt is a slur though? Like
I
when
mean-
you
Yeah.
say
So
Is-
I would I say that?
think
No,
it's
but like there's a very good.
slur.
I've heard other people say that like it's misogynistic to use that word because it's using it's mean to women, right?
I want to butt in and
It's mean to
Yeah,
I-
name
I-
it.
actually-
okay,
I
really
actually
quick.
don't
I
think-
I've tried to figure out the
call
best way
someone
to.
a cunt, and like then that's probably not a nice thing.
I use
if you-
mean because like otherwise we're gonna have to like
Yeah, no, it's
start
fine. I'm sorry.
describing
It was
what,
just funny.
like damaging or
How about this?
cruel
It's
or
derogatory.
derogatory. Sure, yeah.
Well, it's derogatory based on an aspect that's typically feminine, though obviously gender is more complicated nowadays. But I want
No.
to say something though. It's a bit that one I don't think should be considered as much of a slur, simply because we use. Usually, people use just as much the opposite equivalent, like calling someone a dick, calling someone a cunt.
about
You
bitch?
can use both.
yeah, there.
I mean, does
a-
two
hold
wrongs
on.
make a right? Come on.
Wait, yeah,
This
wait.
is
Would you, if
stupid.
a white guy walked up and called a black dude the N word, would you say like a black guy calling him the C word in response to it? Okay, well now it's because there's an
What?
equal and opposite like word
no,
that it cancels out. No, you would never fucking say that.
What are
That
you,
was-
why are you comparing? Cunt
I'm just
doesn't
okay. Hold on,
denote
hold on.
an
You agree with
entire-
what I just said?
what?
There's no way you agree. There's no way you disagree with what I just said.
What?
That
What?
because there's an equal and opposite word that makes it okay.
What are you
So-
talking? I heard you say the N word something, and I have
And
no idea.
you heard me say N word, and your brain shut off to everything else that I said. Okay,
no,
I was
it's
saying
all-
that it's not acceptable for a white guy to call a black dude the N word.
That's wait. You said it is or isn't?
It's
the same?
not. It's not.
Okay, obviously. So what is your point?
Okay, the
His
question
point was
addressed-
against Naaman, who was bringing up the logic.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, yeah.
He
I
was
wanna-
responding
I
to
wanna-
Naaman.
I wanna,
Anyways.
I want,
Do not
but-
understand. Like,
I'm thinking about whether that analogy is good or not. The thing is, it's
Going
not.
based off of the exact words you said. You can rephrase it if you like.
No,
Maybe.
I phrased it the way I wanted to phrase it. I'm trying to think because like basically it is equivalent in the sense that there is then you have two groups like. Well, actually, it's not really equivalent because black people and white people don't comprise the entirety. That's not the only duality. That the race is not a duality. That doesn't encompass all people. So it just becomes like two groups throwing slurs at each other.
Men
But
and women don't comprise all of genders. So by your
true.
own logic, your
Men
continued
have
logic
condoms
is
Yeah.
it's
too.
not.
yeah, but dicks and cunts comprise all of sexes, like
What
all
about
the
people
all
what about people
genitalia.
that are
No,
what are,
There are intersex people
Yeah.
that
yeah.
have various.
I think
Well,
Jay
they-
Chow
they
brought
have
up
a
the more
combination of-
interesting example that like even if something is comprehensive or not in describing all people, dude, like I think his saying does two wrong things make it right is more
What?
interesting.
That doesn't mean anything when it's not a good comparison to, like I said, men can have cunts, non-binary people can have cunts. It just is. It's. I mean, you can't really compare it to the N-word, and like, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sure.
to be clear, Aiko, let me explain why I said the thing I did. Because
Okay.
calling someone a cunt and calling someone a dick, right? He said that it was okay because there's an equivalent on the other side of that. You're not just calling someone a cunt, and that's just like a derogatory word for women, because we also have one for men, and therefore it's okay. That's what he said, okay? And that's why I said it's not okay to call the guy to my left. Or
Name
yeah. So
Oh, okay. So you said
I was
that
saying
it's
that it's not okay because of that reason, right? It's because of the cultural weight that we put on these words. Cunt is a very, very mean word in the United States. There are
It's
people that like
vulgar here.
abhor. Yeah, it's like one of the most vulgar words in our culture, right? In Australia, it's not a vulgar word at all. Or I mean, it's vulgar. It's just not like nearly. It's like saying shit
No.
or fuck.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
Okay. So I just want to get back on the topic. So on like my general take is like when like retaking slurs. If you're gonna address retaking slurs, what happened in Europe? I grew up like obviously like I'm Dutch. I'm white as fuck. I grew up with white people because the Netherlands is like fucking white as fuck as well. So that being said, like when I grew up with like rap music, which I found like super cool, they were also like saying a lot of bad words in that, and those words were like pitched as like edgy and cool, and we as white kids didn't. We white kids in Europe, we didn't really know what it meant. So the slur got like popularized within the Netherlands, and now it's actually like a debate topic, if you can say that stuff here in the Netherlands. So the retaking of the slur within rap music, it didn't work out that good for us in our favor. So I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is there another one aside from the N-word? Is that
No, I think he's referring to the N-word.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, so now it's like you weren't really aware over there, but now you are more aware. Is what you're saying?
No, it's that people use it because of the fact that they heard it as a slur within American music, and that's why
And
people
they
started
knew
to
it
use it.
was a slur?
Well, it's not
Be-
used as a slur in rap music. It's used as a
yeah, but they
Oh, it could definitely be used as a slur in rap music.
Did they
You can use
yeah.
know
a
Usually it's
slur or
not.
a-
It's used
to
as
find
an
a-
endearment.
It's used in
almost, or-
both ways. It's used in
Yeah.
both ways.
used in any way? What I mean
An
is,
exclamation
did people know
sometimes.
that it was a word that had that was specifically used in a certain way? Like, did people know?
people weren't like aware of the fact that it wasn't a slur because people didn't say that word because it
Okay,
wasn't in
so
our
people didn't
language
know
like
it was
that.
a slur.
Hmm?
People didn't know it was a slur, you're saying? They didn't realize it was a slur?
Because the Dutch word wasn't a slur for it.
Okay.
The Dutch
I think-
translation, just like in Spanish, how it's not a slur.
Okay. Okay. I think
So
I
it
see what you're
it basically it became because people like rap music over here, and it became like a weapon to say to against like black people,
Oh, it
which is
started being used as a slur over
yeah.
there? Okay, so wasn't it always a slur then? Wait, sorry. I really don't.
No, because
Wait,
we are being influenced by American culture in that sense, right? So
Let me
it's
ask.
like
wait, you just
Yeah,
right. So
I-
you adopted this slur because you found out about the slur because it was used over here.
But I would think we would argue then that the context that the N-word
Yeah,
was
let me
used in
ask
rap
this.
music wasn't as a slur.
Aiko, do you
So-
recognize?
You're saying
Wait,
it
really quick.
against black people.
think
I
that
just want
I-
to I just want to clarify.
Mhm.
Do you mean that people are calling black people that now because of being introduced to like rap music and stuff, whatever you were
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
Okay, so people are calling.
Hold on, wait, but
people
Chinchilla, okay, you would
N-word.
also have other people who are not black be called the N-word as well.
But it's two black people.
Right?
I would
No,
say
that's
in the Netherlands
primarily,
it's
right?
like it's
In the Netherlands, okay, I want to say there's not a lot of black people there. Okay, the chances to use the N-word against a person who is black there is probably pretty low. And like your answer, hold on, your answer to Aiko is come on. Your answer to Aiko is correct, but I need you to answer
sorry,
this
how can you
clarifying
tell
question.
how many
I need
black
to
people are
come
there?
on, holy fucking shit. Okay, I need to answer this clarifying question. Would people in the Netherlands also refer to other people who are not black with the N-word?
so people from Suriname descent are like black people considered black in our country, and against those people it's mostly used, and that makes up like 300,000 people or something. I'm not quite sure.
This is a
and
yes or a no question, okay? Do people in the Netherlands use the N-word to refer to people who are not black?
No.
Really? Because
Okay, never mind. All right, that's fucked.
I've seen the same thing here in France, and I have like a white friend who will call me the N-word, like when we see each other in private and stuff like that.
Know that it's a slur
Yeah, I'll admit that
So-
to that as well. I have a friend who calls his friends in the endearing way the N-word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
I
agree
don't
with that one.
care about your friends. What I'm saying is, do they, the people that do this, that use it in general, against black people, like they, or even your friend in France, everyone knows that it's a slur specifically against black people, right?
Mhm.
This is okay. I think the
everyone
disconnect
knows
is
it, right? Like
okay.
that is
Here
using
in
it.
this call. Yes, this is the question that I
No,
think
not in
where
this
our
call. I mean, people that are in those countries using those words.
they don't know it's a slur. That's where I think the disconnect is
No,
here, right?
that's what oh, okay. Conchella.
Yeah, that's where I think the disconnect is
Love,
because
that's what you're saying, right? People in that country, in your country,
In
use
my
it against
country,
black people, and they know it's a slur against
and
black people.
yeah, in my country that's the case, but I think
they
it's
know
also
it is.
fair
Right,
to say
that-
that in other countries within Europe, they might be less aware, and that's where Sanso is coming from. So
Yeah,
I would, so
like
yeah.
what the other things are, except for the things that we're actually saying right now. We could say every possible aspect of anything, but it doesn't
Mhm.
clarify what like
But-
Chinchilla was saying at the time, which was that it was being used against black people, and people knew it was a slur against black people.
Yeah, because the term was like popularized by people that are saying like we are reclaiming the slur. So
So they
that's
thought
like
they were under the impression that the negative connotations were being taken off of it, so it's okay to say. Basically, there was a different cultural connotation or understanding in that culture of what the word meant or what
Well,
the
that's
connotation
not.
was.
I
I'm
don't
trying
think
to
that was
I'm trying to
clear.
understand.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to
I'm
understand.
also trying to understand as well. I don't think that was clear. So Chinchilla, usually most of the time, okay, maybe in your experience or maybe you know more, okay. When the N-word is being used, is it in an endearing way or is it being used as an insult?
it started off as like it being edgy to call it like your friends and or whatever.
Okay.
But then people got like aware that it's like actually like probably not good to say that stuff.
Okay.
And now it's just straight up like just a slur.
Okay.
It's
And so if it sounds to me, okay, if I could just boil it down, summarize it, that
Mhm.
people were ignorant of the actual meaning, and when they found out, they stopped.
What?
Would you-
No,
No.
that's what he
Would-
said. That's the opposite. Jesus
What does
Christ.
actual meaning mean?
Listen. Oh my God. Okay, let me tell me if I'm wrong, Chinchilla. What you are saying is that once people were introduced to rap music and became familiar with it and started using like the language that was in there, they knew it was a slur against Black people, and then they started using it as, like you said, an edgy way, and also as a slur against Black people. So there
Yeah.
was never any like golden era in between where everyone was like peace and love and N-word, right? Like it was just it migrated into the place that you live, and now it's just a slur, right? The way that it would be anywhere else, or at least over here,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay,
Yes.
there you
So
go.
yeah. So that brings up the question, like
Are we all clear
for
on
me.
that though? Console, Chow, are we good on
I
that?
think I understand now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so this is my
like the
question.
retaking, is that like let me ask that to you, Sansa. Like, would you say that then in that case the retaking can have some negative like consequences as well? Like
I think that. So I think that if we continue to assign the negative attributes to it, then yes. But it seems like if everyone was just using it like chill, right? Everyone was like, it had a completely different cultural understanding in this place. I wouldn't say that's like nearly as bad to say it there, like in the exact same
That's
way
not
that in the.
real. That's not the place though. Why are you making a hypothetical place up?
I'm talking about Denmark.
No,
the
he's saying
Netherlands,
that's not
the
the case.
Netherlands.
He's saying
Sorry,
it's
whatever.
not the case. That's not the case. So
Okay,
why-
but
Okay, he said at
Sansa-
first it was the case.
what?
It was
No,
the case at first.
No.
Okay,
He
maybe I
didn't.
misunderstood. This is my understanding of what he
Literally
said.
just
Really quick.
repeated it
Okay.
and asked if
Okay.
you understood.
Okay, my understanding of what he said is that when they first were introduced in the rap music and they heard the N word, right, they thought that it was an endearing word and they started using it, but now they understand that it isn't, but they're
Probably
still
an
using
edgy-
it.
Right?
it was
They thought it was an edgy word to call your friends, right, Chinchilla? Is that what you
it was
said?
it was like basically the edgy thing to call your friend. It was
Yeah.
already edgy from the start, and then people were unaware, and when they became aware, it became actually used as a slur. It's like actual towards like Black people.
So, yeah, what I said was kind of the thing that happened, right? So it didn't have the same connotation.
Oh my God, it was an edgy thing to call your friends, right? Which is like, you know how people will call.
So is
it's a
fuckhead.
private thing. Oh my God, was it like fuckhead, Chinchilla? Was it
Well,
racial?
that in the at first it was fuckhead, but because people didn't know like that, their understanding was that it was the same as fuckhead.
And
That's what
So
I'm saying.
but
and
did
then
they
So-
know that it was racial?
they thought it was like okay because it was in rap music or something. Like I don't know, but it's
That
like
it was okay because it was in rap music, but did they always know that it was like a slur against Black people? But they thought that
well,
it was
it's quite easy to find that out like pretty easily.
Okay.
But
Well,
but to be
nowadays
fair,
it is.
they
Never
thought it was
thought
okay to say they thought it was okay to say in American language or English language, and therefore it was okay because we don't use like we don't use terms like C word or N word. We don't have that. Even like slurs on our televisions doesn't get like censored at all. So if you want to say that word on national television, you can actually.
Okay. So then
So y'all have like a completely different like
Yeah.
culture around slurs completely.
yeah.
Yeah.
it's
I
hard
think
to-
that that's probably more healthy than what we have, to be honest.
No, I don't think so at all. I think
No.
what Chinchilla's story kind of represents us is a
No, I'm
case
talking
in
about
which,
like no,
in which
hold
a
on.
slur,
Very
in which a
specifically
slur-
like what he said
holy
at the end
shit,
there.
I can't say anything at all without getting interrupted.
Okay. Ciao,
Holy
go
moly.
ahead, and then-
Okay,
Just the
I
last
think
part
what
is why I think
Chinchilla,
it's
I think
healthy.
what Chinchilla said in his story, okay, and Chinchilla's okay. The point that I kind of get from that is a term was being used in an endearing way, but then all of a sudden, it leads to people using in the derogatory way.
It wasn't
And
when
this
that
is
has a
kind of, and I
derogatory
think, and I think this is one of the unintended consequences of communities trying to reclaim slurs. They normalize it, and then this gives the signal to other people who may not really be in the loop of like, hey, this word seems to be okay. Let me now use it. And then all of a sudden people get butthurt.
Okay, I want to move on from my example, but Sonso want to respond to Chao?
Sure. So like this is like the difference in like how we see these things. I don't see slurs as magic spells that hurt people's feelings. I know that they can hurt people's feelings, and I understand why they can hurt people's feelings. I understand why they're bad, right? But that's why I would rather, instead of like have an ever expanding list of words or phrases that are too derogatory to say, I would rather take away the meaning of those words and either replace them or like completely like remove them and make them such an archaic term that nobody talks about them. Right?
Okay.
Wait,
In
you
that
make an archaic term by not using them. That's how something becomes archaic.
Right. Those are the two options, right? But y'all treat them like magic spells.
That people as a society agree not to ever use. That's not
Okay. Do you think that black people can say the N-word?
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Do you think that black people can say the N-word?
I think yeah, sure.
So
should they be allowed to? Hold on, let me go down this further. Do you think that they should be allowed to?
Allowed to by who?
Society at large. Do you think that society? So it's acceptable. So if they're going to use that slur, then that means that slur isn't going to be used isn't going to be made archaic. It's not going to be out of society. It's not going to be out of our language. It's going to be used by a certain segment of society, which means that it's going to bleed over to other people. You have to be. You are literally doing that by saying that some groups can say it and some groups can't say it, right? I think that either nobody.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you literally did say that just now.
Oh, I said that some groups can't say it. I said that you asked.
Yes, so you're policing those groups' language.
I never said that other people can't. You asked me if black people can, in my opinion, and I said yes. I don't
think white people?
We can't police anyone's language. I think that we all just need to like kind of be on the same page about the or not on the same page. We're never going to be on the same page, but I think that it's good to have accurate information so that you can choose if you want to be the person that says words or not.
Do you think it's good if white people choose to say the N-word?
Okay. Also, I don't like good or bad because someone doesn't have. You don't have to be a good person. It's not like
you just say
the action. Okay, we're not subscribing whether a person is good or bad or evil or an angel. Okay, it's like the actual action in itself.
Action, good or bad. That's not really like in my opinion, I think that's arbitrary. Different people.
Okay,
It feels like you're really struggling, fighting hard not to give a prescription, though.
Oh
yes, because what I'm trying to say is,
I would do. I can tell you what I would do, but again, like I think that people saying slurs, is not high on my priority of policing people.
Okay,
like,
I wanna move on to the next.
It's okay for white people to say the N-word then.
I wanna go to the next topic because that is actually what it is about. So I wanna go on to the next topic because it's actually about that. So
wait 1 second. I'm sorry, Council. If you want to say the N-word, that is your choice, and I'm
So I'm gonna go to the next topic, and I think it's fair for everybody to have opening statements on this one, because so you can go on for 2 minutes, and then we closed off. But it's basically the topic of like, when are racially slurs justified to say in a educational docu, in private, in context, or in like comedy. So I'll send you the topics also in the DM. So if you don't familiarize yourself with the topic, just read it from there. So let's start off with Ilisium. Also, no interruptions. Again.
In what context is stuff justified to say? I mean, it's going to be like heavily contextual.
Racial slurs.
Yeah, racial slurs. Okay, so we have a contextual with how your barrier of risk for these things, your judgment of your friends and how they feel about these things, and then I think in like historical and educational contexts or just in discussion contexts, I think it'd make a lot more sense if we didn't have a taboo around them. So those seem to be the ways that I would think it's relevant.
Okay, then let's go to name.
I think what are the categories again? Comedy, privacy,
Context.
private, and what?
Context, educational, Doki.
Yeah. I think in educational contexts like academics or whatnot, I obviously if it's used as a slur then it's really fucked up. But if you're actually say studying the actual word, then it's kind of weird to Voldemort it. You'd expect academia texts to be, they're usually pretty unemotional, pretty detached from the subject. That should, I don't know. In any case, that's a context where I'm okay with it. I think art, comedy, I'm putting comedy in the same context as art. You can probably find ways to use different words in responsibly in the context of art. There are plenty of examples of that of things that would be completely unacceptable in society, but being done in art, in comedy, in ways that subverted them, that created positive discourse around them, etc., etc. So I think I wouldn't make any blanket prescription against it for that either. In private, I would say it depends really on your individual relations. You shouldn't use it if it makes anyone around you uncomfortable. That's like pretty simple, and that's just like a good principle. If you want to just be a good person, don't make people cringe around you.
Yeah. Then next up, Sonso. By the way, don't call me Danish because I consider that a slur to me as a Dutch person. So next up, Sonso.
Yeah, so I think that it's difficult to say when like a certain word is or isn't acceptable to say, because like I wouldn't say that it's acceptable for a white person to walk around and say the N-word just like blasé. I think that in educational context, like if you're reading Huckleberry Finn, I think that reading the words on the page, I think that that's fine, or explaining like parts of like the civil rights movement and like shit that happened there, or if you're reading out a speech by Martin Luther King, are people going to consider like NEGRO, or like is that going to be something that is police? I genuinely don't know the answer to that, but like if you're like, it would feel weird to quote Dr. like
Yeah, it's an Ilisium. No, this is a chinchilla topic.
Luther King and say
Not an Ilisium topic.
N-word in place of the word I spelled out, right? Because I don't know if that's like considered.
Don't do that. Don't do that, please.
It would feel like super fucking weird, right? To quote him while he's talking about civil rights for Black people in that way. So in educational settings, I think that it's okay because it's not being directed at anybody. But yeah, I think it's weird when like the Travis Scott concert where he had the girl come up on stage to sing a verse of his song, and she said the N-word because it was one of the words.
Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, Kendrick Lamar, sorry.
Interesting. I'm just kidding.
Okay, and yeah, and then everyone like got fucking mad at her when like they were telling her to fucking sing the words of the song, and it wasn't like at the end of a phrase, it was in the middle of a phrase, so it had the actual like beat and rhythm and the flow to it, so it's hard to just like not say it in that context. And so like it's weird the rules that we have around it, which is why I'm more of like a all or nothing. I'm fine with either side of that. I like if we got rid of all of them and like nobody said them tomorrow, I'd be like totally fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Aiko next.
Okay. I think that what you stated as the two options are the only options that are literally impossible, because you can't get everyone to not say things or to say things. That's impossible. All you would be doing is putting pressure on people to do something without really even being able to justify why. I said, I think that people should have the most information on the impacts that words that they use can have, and then make their own decisions. I think that uh, there isn't one answer. Um, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things are very removed from reality. I think what Ilisium, right? Is that your name?
The VTuber.
Oh yeah. I think that I from what I recall of what you said, sorry, I didn't sleep. I think that sounded like fairly reasonable. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of like, are we talking about like what we care about as far as impact or ability to say what you want? Like, I guess you would have to say, maybe, uh, if we were more clear about what each of us thinks is more important, at least to us, or what we prioritize. Like, I personally prioritize, impact. I don't I mean, obviously, I'm not going to agree with everyone about every word, but I think that, I try to be more I try to personally challenge myself to be more creative in my language, and not be, like, chained to any words. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. And then, Chow, go ahead.
Gonna unmute myself. Okay. I'm in the camp that all slurs are bad, but there are tiers to when is it more appropriate than others. So education, I'm gonna disagree with Naaman. I don't think using slurs in at least like not in a derogatory way. Like I would, if you could find me an academic paper, DOI number, give that to me, in which like an author is using a slur in a derogatory way, referring to a group of people, then that'll be pretty shocking. But I'm pretty sure like when it comes to the study of language, or even like how it is just like being used overall, I think it's pretty important to just refer to the word as the actual word. Especially because there's just like way too many there's just way too many slurs that start with the same letter, or even like the same first two letters or whatnot. Private, I think, is a lot more appropriate than public, because at least like you're in an insular group of people that understand that like there's not going to be any harm done. It's being used in a certain way. It's being used in an endearing way and whatnot. And so long as the people in that group have an understanding that like just overall the word is bad to use. We can't use it in public, or we can't use it for other people. We can't apply the same standards of our insular group to everybody else. Then they're like, I think that's pretty okay. Comedy, entertainment, songs, that's a bit blurry, because you could popularize it. That's a risk. I guess like that's I'm bringing up a slippery slope. I realize this.
I don't think that's slippery slope.
I mean, it kind of sounded like a slippery slope to me when it came to Chinchilla's case, in which there was American songs using the N-word, and people in other countries
like a
didn't know
direct
the
line of-
context of those. There's not a direct connection, but I think it would be really difficult to argue against that. Like there was no effect of like a rap song popularizing the use of a word.
Okay, so now we
Can I just respond since
no,
I got called
you
out?
cannot.
No.
You cannot,
Okay.
because Chow was still having his opening statement. But Chow, are you finished, or do you have anything more to say?
I'm pretty finished when it comes to entertainment. Like I'm still on the fence. I think it's like it's a super depends. And I think, how about this, especially in comedy, okay? If your comedy is just insulting a group of people and that's it, find a different way. That's just cringe. But people who are in the comedy business could certainly use slurs, but not solely use the slur for comedic effect. It's like it's kind of like supplemented into other parts of the comedy.
Okay, name, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I
and
just
then
want to
go.
clarify because maybe I wasn't clear earlier. What I was talking about was exactly what you said, Chao. I wasn't talking. I think I said it. Like I'm not talking about using it derogatorily in a paper, but if a paper is studying the consequences of a specific slur or a specific slur, like linguistically, or like what Sansel said, studying older literature, which is using that word, just fucking use it. Like you got to know what you're talking about.
I see.
Historical
I think I
documents, things
misunderstood.
like that. Yeah.
You said something along the lines of we should Voldemort it. And,
No. I was saying we shouldn't Voldemort it. And then I elaborated or I tried to elaborate in the kind of in the same sense that of what you said.
All right,
Okay,
then I misunderstood. I misheard. I agree with
No
you.
problem.
I go.
I forgot the I forgot the art comedy aspect of it. I think when it comes to art is art. Whatever kind of thing that you create in any context. I mean, art shouldn't. I mean, yeah, no. If something goes over poorly, then that's the risk that you take when you make art. I don't know.
Okay, but is the whole conversation not about like the consequences of these words? That's the thing that I'm trying to like get across, is that like when I say all, I mean I believe so. Like everyone recognizes that you like a white person literally can say the N-word, right? It's whether they should be able to without repercussions from society, right?
There are always repercussions for everything that we do.
Negative repercussions.
There's always positive and negative ones, because people that agree with you will be positive about it. People that don't will be negative about it.
I feel like you're being intentionally obtuse when I'm saying this.
I don't.
There's no
think
way you
so.
don't understand. There's no way you don't understand what I'm saying.
What is your main point exactly?
Okay. Would you say that a white person saying the N-word is probably like a bad person, or they're doing something that is bad, that they ought not say that word?
That is or rather it is causing damage to that person.
Okay, so I would wait to the, if they're calling someone an N-word, or if they're using the word, I would agree. Like that, you can make the argument that there is a damage to society or damage to a group of people there, right? And I don't disagree. So what I'm saying is, I think the conversation is not whether we can literally make the guttural noises with our mouths and shape the breath into the N-word, right? It's whether or not there should be any kind of negative repercussions towards some people and not others, right? And that's why I say like either all or nothing, because if we perpetuate it in some groups, especially in like popular culture, in songs, in movies, in art and shit like that, then people that consume that art are more likely to say that word. And if we have like one set of rules for one group and one set of rules for another, I feel like that's it's difficult to explain to the group that gets the negative repercussions, like why. Yeah.
Who is explaining this? How are we disseminating these new rules? I'm not really sure what the use is. The practical application, I really don't. I don't.
Everything is going to have to come down to some cultural context of a conversation between people, and over time, one group becomes more prominent than the other group. That's how anything culturally is going to be decided, right?
One group's. Wait, I'm sorry. One group
So,
becomes
like,
prominent
yeah.
than the other group.
Yeah,
In
so
what
one
way?
of those favoring one of those sides is going to become more prominent over time than the other one, and that'll eventually be what
racially?
culture moves to. No, just a decision amongst a group of people. If society is deciding whether white people can say the N-word or not, eventually enough people are going to decide one way or another that there is a standard within society of whether white people can say the N-word or not, right?
I think we have that already.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
That's what we're
Right,
saying.
we already have that. So
Okay.
But
So
should it
that's
be that
how
way?
that's how like culture decides things, right? It's never going to be like everyone sitting down and agreeing. It's going to be over time a majority opinion becoming more and more prominent.
it's about, well, white people calling black people the N-word is how it's always been from the beginning. So it's I
Sure.
don't think that there's any evolution to that, and it's like a up to
Okay, yeah. Let me hit up Sansa with that because that's what I was curious about.
Wait, there's
Sansel,
been
so
no
saying
evolution to that. There's absolutely been evolution. That
Yep.
that's
What do
totally
you mean?
stigmatized. Yeah, white people
Yeah,
don't
I
call
mean,
black
like,
people the N word anymore.
there isn't right. No, but when white people call black people the N-word, that is still in the same vein of black people being subhuman, basically.
They say it with a
Okay.
soft A.
So let's go to Ilisium. Ilisium
Okay.
wanted to address
Of
something.
course.
So
Yeah,
Um,
Sansel, so you're saying like it should be all or nothing. Given like
Yeah.
the current world, which would you advocate for a lot of our sources, specifically
I would
since
probably
everyone only
say
cares about the
I would
N-word?
probably say nothing. I would probably say that we should probably if there's like a especially egregious word that that
Okay.
we all accept as like a damaging word, except for one group saying it. I don't think that that group should say it either because it leads to yes.
Oh, so you're
I'm
saying
not
black
advoc-
people shouldn't? That's what you mean?
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
saying that like I want to say
That was
the
a lot
N
of
word like
words.
your chat like your chat wants to assume. I'm saying that if we actually want to like stop doing harm to groups, either everybody has to do it so that there is no harm because everybody's using the word and it has a completely different connotation, or we just stop saying the fucking word.
Sure.
Well,
I
the
was curious.
first part I don't think is a thing. The second part
Why does your
is
chat
what
hate black people
decided.
so much that they think that like
I'm not
I'm
even
so
reading my
curious.
chat. Why are
Jeez.
you obsessing over my chat, dude?
I
I'm
just
not
want to
even
know.
reading it.
I think you can just ignore her chat. Yeah.
Why are
Okay,
you
okay,
saying
well-
that my chat hates black people?
Answer
You're
the
the
question
one who
first.
wants
Why
to
do you
restrict
think
their
that some groups should say it and perpetuate
do
the
you
use
think
of
that-
a damaging word?
Okay, do you think that's up to you? Do you think that it's up to you how
I'm not saying it's up to me. I'm saying an ought statement. This is like what ought
an
happen.
ought statement, right, which is that
Not me
you
telling
think it
what
should
this is the way
happen.
that I
You-
think things ought to be. This is a prescription for like broad society. I'm not saying that I have the control over everyone. Otherwise, I would Thanos snap the word out of existence.
Right. Oh, I'm sure all of us would do that. If we could get rid of all the slurs and hey, get rid of all the racism and all the other things that are attached to whatever kind of slurs that would be used. That is not what I'm saying is like what is the practical application of this? What you are saying? How could we
I mean, anything, a
get
practical
this-
application,
Yeah, yeah.
anything culturally is going to be advocating for that to the circle that you're in. So your in-group acts more
Right.
in that way. So it'd be
Right.
advocating to your chat and to whatever position you have. That would be the obvious application that anyone, like that's the farthest application anyone's ever going to be able to make in practicality.
Or it would
yeah?
be using cancel culture in order to weed out all the people who are not going to be following the social customs. They're going to be
no
facing
such
the
thing as cancel
consequences.
culture.
Across
That's-
everybody.
Never mind. I think this is getting
You
really
have-
What?
Let me
I
tell
don't
you.
wanna
let me
debate
tell
on
you
that.
Chow
what
is
Whoa.
right. Wait.
cancel culture
Chow is
Let me
right.
tell you-
Chow
let
is
me
1
tell
million
you-
percent right.
Let me tell you what cancel culture is, okay?
Mhm.
Cancel culture.
So
is
cancel culture does
something
exist.
That people.
So let
Okay,
Aiko
okay, sure,
speak.
Sure.
So,
You do what you want. Okay. So the thing that people call cancel culture, that specific what they say it is not the thing. Cancel culture is not like a monolithic thing. It is people
Sure.
giving critiques, and some people are harassing you. Like, but overall, no one actually, or rather, just a very, very, very few people get actually run out of town. You know what I mean? Like they
Sure.
people might go away for a few months, but they come back. It's I think that the concept of there being a cancel culture allows people to hide behind that concept instead of having to address like their actual position on it and just can write it off as people are just doing cancel culture
Mm.
and not explore what the actual thing is that they are doing and how they feel about it and how they want to move forward.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think like Jay Chow, when he talks about like cancel culture, it's like actually trying to like improve things in a positive way. Like I think we all agree on what you said, that cancel culture is not this like monolithic thing. It's not this thing that would like carry people for life away, because generally at some point people come back, and yeah, I think we
And
all
people
agree on
have
that.
to leave. Yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
If it's
just the
cool,
concept of cancel culture, I think is I think we should probably I think that maybe instead of telling people that we're going to cancel them or
mhm.
trying to cancel people, we talk about, the thing itself. Like see
Yeah,
it through instead of just trying to get people to shut up. Let's just talk about it instead of being like, "Oh, white people have to deal with being called like, the new C slur." We should talk about, "Hey, what does it mean? Like what is the position of that like experience um of like what are the dynamics of like race and power and slurs and so on and
some
not
of the
just
stuff.
like cutting it off right
Never mind.
away."
mhm.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
All right, Michael, I
Il-
agree with you, but we could walk and chew gum at the same time. We could both have the actual intellectual debate on whether or not something is good or
It's
bad
not
for
about
us to
an
use, or
intellectual
no,
debate.
or okay, we're maybe okay. Then it's not about the debate. Then it's about education or whatnot. Whatever word that you're using, okay,
Oh
it's
my
gonna fit with you.
god.
Okay, I agree with you. Holy moly, okay. But I think what a society should do is also kind of like how they vote for their dollar is also consume products or support people in which like kind of espouses I guess like their morality or whatnot. So like if there's gonna be an artist in which is using a slur in a derogatory way against a group of people, and I don't like that happening, then I'm not going to support that artist. Or if there's going to be a product that like who's their CEO is like pretty racist, then I'm probably not going to be buying their products, right? So then that's kind of like what I was referring to as cancel culture.
Right. I think just like because I mean I have often in the past been referred to as someone who tries to cancel people. Um
oh,
as the leader of canceling, I would like to try to separate those things into people who are being fucked up to a person and also addressing the actual criticisms. I
yeah. It's like you feel it's like a sometimes it's like felt as like some sort of like a dog whistle that right wing people use to say like, oh, you're just canceling people, that
Yes,
kind of stuff.
exactly.
I want to bring it back on topic, because Elysium wanted to say something on topic. So go ahead,
Yeah.
Elysium.
We brought up like historical quotes and stuff and looking at people in history. And I think Sansa was saying that like it'd be weird if we censored a lot of that stuff. I was wondering if anyone does anyone think that that's not cool? Would anyone be in favor of censoring like our historical accounts based off of slurs?
I think if we gonna do that,
Wait,
we gonna
Or-
move towards like the next topic. If
wait,
you
I'm
guys
sorry,
have
what did
Okay,
you
we
say?
don't have to go that far. Then we can do that in the
so
next one.
so in that case, we're gonna go to the next
Why
topic because
advanced
you're basically
intelligence
addressing
can
like
be used like an
Voldemorting, right?
octopus to
That's
suffocate.
Yeah, we can say
Yeah,
that because
that
there's
follows
more.
some dummy
Or
So,
can we do one
yeah.
thing in this one
How are you
first then,
doing?
and then jump? Is that okay?
I just
Okay, cool. That definitely means yes.
So,
I guess
yeah.
we'll do the historical one next. But the other thing that that was interesting that people brought up is like
Okay.
I think everyone seems to be okay with within an insular group that you feel comfortable with, having restricted bounds of language. Is that agreeable to everyone?
For me personally, like I don't feel comfortable saying like stuff like the N-word or being called the N-word by other people when it comes to private settings or whatsoever. Or and generally, I don't use slurs that I use in public. That I don't use them in private either. So
Okay.
so for me, it's a
You
little bit
okay?
different. But I think maybe Sonso would be like agreeing with me on this one, but I don't know.
Like private versus public usage.
Yeah.
I mean, like currently as it is right now, I think that private usage amongst people that you know is totally fine. But like I think that there ought be a societal shift away from using the words altogether. And if that's not acceptable to everyone, then we just gotta stop like assigning the societal damage to people for using those words. So that's what I mean by all or nothing. Either nobody says it because we all recognize the damage it does to different communities, or everybody says it to like lessen the damage to those groups like completely and like remove the context from them. Yeah, that's what I mean by that, because
So you want to
otherwise
make
there's
Chinchilla say slurs?
yeah, I want Chinchilla to say a slur all the time. Every like one slur every hour on the hour.
I'm not gonna
I think
say
Sansa
Danish.
already clarified.
No.
I think Sansa already clarified that if you had to pick one or the other, he would want to just eliminate the usage of all
No, no.
slurs.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other thing is
But
still an
if
option.
there, but okay,
Still
yes,
an option. Chow,
it's
fucking
it's
chill, dude. I'm saying, I'm clarifying that he gave two options. So that he's fine with either one, and that he would choose more likely the not using slurs side,
That's right.
right? But that still leaves the other side. So if you can accept the other side, then yeah, I think what
If
I
we-
said
if
is
we-
legitimate. But one other thing about that is if you're using the language in private, you're still keeping it alive. So that would still be on the side of using all the words, right?
Okay.
Because
Mhm.
like what
So-
you say in private, it's still like it stays in your mind, and the likelihood of you saying it in public is, you know how many gamers get in trouble, or not just gamers, but people get in trouble all the fucking time because they
Yeah.
accidentally
So is that not
say
worth it?
something.
Should we strive to not use stuff privately because it'll perpetuate it in society?
I think that would be the better thing to do if you are, as I also don't use slurs publicly or privately. My language is pretty much the same.
So like
Um,
we get back to like I guess that's just going to lead us back to disagreements, or if people have disagreements over what is a slur, that's going to be their core
Mhm.
conflict, right?
Right. And it also, but like I said, there is no such thing as getting everyone on the same page. We can't get people on the same page about like, not
Yeah.
not hating a group of people. People who specifically do not like have vitriol against a group of people are not going to give a fuck about the rules. And I have no idea how you would enforce any of these rules. I don't
Yeah.
You think
so
it's
we're-
easier to get rid of racism than it would be to get rid of certain words?
Excuse me? What? You can't make a blanket rule
Yeah, I
for
think she was just saying,
everything.
yeah, you can't like, yeah. I don't think she was saying that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
You-
I
I
guess
mean, like
it's easier
those
to make
rules,
them-
those rules aren't solid rules. They're cultural rules. Okay, it's just like kind of
Yeah.
good mannerisms. Okay, like how like holding the door for somebody or saying thank you or please. Like there's not like a rule in law that says, hey, you have to do this, but we're taught in a certain way that's it's normal to do. That's a good thing to do. Like this is a discussion on culture, and there's not really any hard rules on culture. And yes, like what you say about like it being impossible to achieve one or the other, well, again, in the same point applies in that we should strive to get as close to it as much as possible in our advocacy, in our own behavior, in like our education or whatnot. And I think that's a pretty good thing to strive for. Just like anything better than what it is now is going to be better.
So, Chow, can I ask you a question? I know,
Me.
like the whole private and public debate, right? I know you have like friends that say that word in private against you. Like, what's your general take on this one? Like, do you?
I personally, I'm fine with it. I don't feel hurt. And like I have the expectation, and
I
I've
could
also expressed that,
masturbate,
like,
and I could
yeah, you're
be
not
in
gonna use
pain
this
and,
outside. They're
like,
like, yes,
breathing,
yes, you're
like,
right.
spitting my
I
lungs
personally
out.
don't use that even in my Insta friend groups because I don't want to run the risk of me slipping up and saying it in public or on stream or on Twitter, or like this has also, funny enough, has caused me to not stream with my friends because of this kind of language, and I don't want to get in trouble and whatnot.
Your friends.
Does that answer your question?
Mhm.
I'm just
Yeah, it does. So then let's
Well-
go. Yeah, Elysium.
I'm curious,
Okay.
Sansol, what would you say is bad about Senpai Cha's situation? Or like, because you seem to
Holy
express it to be
shit,
nothing.
Elysium, motherfuck.
Do you really want to
So-
talk about Voldemort? We can move on if you want to. That's fine.
Jay
No.
Chow.
Wait, so
Oh.
like I don't think that anything that
Never mind.
Chow said was wrong, right?
Well, no, because he's saying he's okay with it in his insular group, and I thought you were expressing that you.
Like what I'm saying is like what ought society do? We ought like not normalize it like in our pop culture so that fewer people say it, and like we ought move away
Okay.
from these sorts of things, right? But I'm not gonna like sit there and shit on someone like incessantly because I found out that like them and their friends will like share edgy jokes together, right? In like a
how are
very
you gonna get
insular
them to
joke.
stop?
Would you share edgy jokes with your friends?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I'm a little confused, but that's fine.
Okay, what I'm saying is I think that there are different prescriptions for like individuals and society as a whole. Do you recognize that?
Sure.
I agree.
So where's the line? Okay, I would love to know how would you what is a way that you think that we could get people to as a whole stop using slurs?
Everyone agreeing that like no group should use a racial slur, even as like some sort of like especially in public, especially in pop culture, like Black people can't say the N-word anymore because like we recognize that it's too much of a problem in society, right? We can't like be like making different rules for different groups of people, right? That's
Who's we,
basically like the
though?
what?
Who is we? Because like we
I'm talking about
we understand-
society.
Oh my
That's
god,
what we
you
is, the royal we,
understand that
everyone.
society is like bigoted, right? Like society is extremely bigoted and in different ways.
That's
Different
so
people
deep.
in different
So,
ways, right?
so should we just
Sorry,
axe
what?
society? Should we nuke society?
No, I think
So-
she's saying
No,
the
what I'm saying
expectation that
is-
everyone in society is going to agree on any of these things is kind of silly.
We've all
Okay.
agreed. Listen. We have to a like pretty substantial degree moved from people calling Black people the N-word just as like a matter of fact. That's just what the word for a Black person was to us now using African American or Black people, right? Because using the N-word is a racial slur. I think that we can move to the next step in that and just like stop using the N-word at all across all stratas of society.
Hey,
Okay.
Right?
name. You live in
Yep.
France, you said?
Yes.
So, do you refer to Black people there as African Americans?
No.
Americans.
In France, Black people are referred to as Black people, Noir, or in slang, Renoir, which is there's like this thing in French
Whoa.
of slang words
Okay.
being reverting like the last syllable and the first syllable.
Okay.
It's not a slur. It's just like a different way of saying the same word.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so how would you advocate for Black people not using the N-word anymore, Sansel?
Are you telling me like what
why did she ask
policy
me that?
prescription?
I mean,
Why?
like,
No, it's how would you
say-
advocate for that? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to like
Just
control
by-
the
just by
government.
Why
doing-
did she ask me
right,
that?
just like societally saying exactly what I'm saying. Either everybody says it or nobody says it. If we think that it
I
is
don't
an
know.
acceptable word to say, then we
Sansol,
shouldn't get mad
Sansol,
at
those
white
are
people.
ends. Those are ends. They're asking for the means.
No, because all you can
No,
say
that is the means. That's
ends.
absolutely
That's
the
all.
means.
That's all the means.
Oh,
As someone in my
no,
chat,
no.
everyone in my
Okay.
someone in my chat right now said expectations are emergent. There is no need for agreement. You don't have to fucking sit here and like lay out a list of like
At
fucking like
least-
step by
at
step
least
things.
mention. Hold on. At least mention. You can even mention this vaguely, like I have advocacy or education.
Is that not
I
like
think we're all agreeing.
Or it would be, or it wouldn't be like, okay, so you can have your expectations, but then what's more important after that is spreading those expectations. So
okay, I'm
it's
spreading
about,
those
like,
expectations by talking about it on stream.
awesome. Oh, and
Okay.
this is this is not about, we're not judging your character on
No,
this.
I
We're
know, it's just
asking-
frustrating 'cause
we're
it feels like
okay, no, it's not.
intuitive.
Okay, they're asking for how, okay, like how would you want society to achieve this? And this is kind of like closer home to policy in the same way of like when we're advocating for legislative policy, we're not congressmen, we're not lawmakers, but we still ask people about, well, what kind
But
of a
with
policy?
yes.
Okay,
Right, but
exactly.
with
So in the
policy, I
same
understand what you're saying, I understand what you're saying.
vein,
I
awesome.
understand what you're saying. Okay, so but like the difference is with policy prescriptions, you can explain like a like comprehensive like plan, even if you're not a congressperson. You can say this is what we should advocate for, and then like the next step would be going to fucking Congress people and giving them that bill and say advocate for this, or I'm not going to vote for you anymore. You can't do that with like cultural expectations, right? You kind of just have to like tell people like this is something that is damaging to society. We should tell our kids not to say this word. We should also like hold like the black community to the same standards and say you guys shouldn't be using this word either.
How? First of all, how?
So I can give an example if that makes sense. Like if the
Wait, secondary thing. I just want to throw out there before I forget. Shouldn't we start like trying to get the people around us to be more on the side of like systemic change material, like not having black people get
Literally,
murdered all the time.
That
like,
literally has
kind of
nothing to
thing
do
versus
with
just-
this.
Okay,
It has
so
nothing to do with this?
What
do you
is this
mean?
derailing? Like, okay.
okay, I wanna
Yeah,
I
it's
wanna
slur debate.
I
What is
wanna
the
just
point if not getting moving away from racism in general?
Because talking about the N word in a Kanye West song isn't going like saying that is a bad thing isn't going to get rid of systemic racism, and getting rid of systemic racism isn't going to stop Kanye from using the N word in one of his songs.
I'm talking about you advocating to the people around you to not like teach your kids to not
say
use
the N word
slurs and stuff, right?
That's
But
literally what I
also, as a
said.
part of that, no, I know I'm repeating what you said, but telling you said tell your kids that this is bad, blah blah blah, including like the black community and so on, right?
Yes, because
Right.
no one should be saying it.
Before we start policing the language of black people, maybe we should try to get them to be more on equal footing when it comes to like safety, their lives.
I'm still in the debate, okay?
Right.
Okay, all right. Who disagrees with Aiko?
So only people.
Who disagrees with
just
Aiko? You disagree actually?
Yeah.
Because I think this is very easy for all of us to agree.
Wait, hold on. What
You're not
part of that
disagreeing
is
then.
going to get rid of? What part of that is going to get rid of the usage of the slur in society?
Who do
You could do both at the same time.
Because
about
no.
or about-
Sanso, you're
You
not
don't have to
getting it,
only
okay?
do one.
Sanso, you're not getting it.
Ciao.
Aiko is not
Ciao.
operating
Ciao.
on that level, okay?
Okay, so
Ciao.
what is she saying then? Chow, explain it,
Talking
translate
about
it into English.
material change, because who the fuck cares about what some
I'm
random white
okay.
kid thinks
Aiko
about
is just
the N-word?
Aiko is just simply saying that, hey, here, if we want to prioritize something, we probably should prioritize this. Okay, it's kind of like thinking in a zero sum. But okay, I also agree with you. We could walk and chew gum at the same time. It's not like you disagreed. It's not like you said otherwise. Hold on, Aiko. It's not like Sanso said otherwise. Okay, it's not like Sanso
That's
said.
why I'm saying, yeah.
First thing we have to
What I'm
do
saying
is get
do
rid of the
not
slurs and
tell
not think about
other
other things.
people.
Okay, like you're.
No,
I
I'm
feel
saying
like you're
don't
just bringing out
go
a
police.
red herring.
I gotta
Okay?
ask Aiko. I gotta
Hold
ask
on,
Aiko.
hold on.
I gotta ask
Do not
Aiko.
go
Do you
police
think that I would?
black
Hold on,
communities and tell them
Do
that
you
they
think?
cannot say and reclaim whatever slurs that are against them?
Hold on, Aiko. I gotta ask you. Do you
until-
think that I'm going to tell tell black people they can't say they get to say
That's
the black,
exactly what you
or they
just
get to
said.
only. Okay, so you're telling me that I
literally
said
just said
that black
that.
people can say the N-word until they're rich, and then they can't
What?
use the N-word anymore. Is that
they're
what you're telling me? I said no.
What the
That's not
fuck
what
are
I
you
said at
saying,
all. I'm
rich?
saying
I
that
didn't
this is
say
something that we should
anything
do in
about rich.
society.
I was
We should
talking
get rid of the
about
slurs,
living.
and we can also do, guess what, other fucking things at the
Those
same
it out
time.
from the actual world. Do you care about people being more okay?
Of
Honestly.
course he cares about that.
No, shut up, Chow. I'm asking Santo if you actually
Why
care.
are you
think,
questioning
Aiko?
that?
What do
Why are
you think,
questioning
Aiko?
that?
You
Aiko,
think
what do you think?
what I'm saying?
What do you think I'm going to answer? What is the answer I'm going to get to that question, Aiko?
I want to say that do you understand like that there is like trying to police everyone, including black people, about hey, you cannot say the N-word. Like we're like I know that everything's the way it is. You think that it's really
So you do
appropriate?
disagree with me that we shouldn't get rid of it?
I think
Because we
that
can't police
have no
anyone's.
right to tell anyone what they can and can't say, especially not when it comes to,
But you believe there are negative repercussions, and there should be negative repercussions for a white person saying the N-word.
systemically? What do you mean?
Societal.
I mean, in the beginning, I couldn't say some words, and Aiko, you told me not to say those words. So, who's doing the policing now?
In the beginning of
It's
what?
a bit weird. The beginning of
the
this
panel.
podcast.
I think
No,
that's
like,
Aiko, answer the question. Hold on. I
Maybe
want her
shouldn't
to.
police
I need her to
people, but
answer the
now
question.
then, like that's already an
I
example.
wanna-
Like,
I
policing.
wanna-
Like, I feel like
I want her to answer the question. Wait. I want her to answer this question really quick.
No,
Please, she has to answer. What does she think that I want to do? Does she think that I want black people to stop saying the N-word and then we give them systemic help?
Stonsel. Okay, Gingerella, just mute him.
Yeah,
Fucking mute him. You're a moderator.
I'm gonna mute people if they're gonna talk over each other. But also after that, you can ask a question. When it comes to policing this panel, when it comes to slurs and that kind of stuff, it's probably being policed by Twitch TOS, not by Aiko. It could be by me to a certain extra extent. That being said, I don't think that's a fair characteristic when it comes to having these debates online on platforms. So I want to give it to Sanso. To be fair, listen up, guys. Let each other speak. So I will just give now. I will give Sanso the time to speak, and then I will give Aiko the time to speak. And then if any of you guys interrupt each other, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. So Sanso, go ahead.
I really want to just have like a very quick back and forth with Aiko. When you imply that I want to police black people's language before giving them systemic help, right? The implication there is that I don't give a fuck about black people's material conditions. Do you recognize that?
Can I say? Yeah.
Aiko, go ahead.
Just back and
Okay.
forth.
Yeah.
Okay. I am not trying to insinuate anything. I'm trying to lead you. What I think is
But
happening
I'm saying,
right
do
now.
you understand
the
how
way-
the implication
No.
is
It's
there?
Sanso. No. Sanso.
She's
Just
not
let
answering the
Aiko-
question.
but fair enough. Aiko can
answering
can
the
talk.
question.
So Aiko, you can answer, and then we can go back to Sanso.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I think that you are detached from, I guess, like a pragmatic application in the real world. I think that maybe you're not. There are a lot of factors you're not considering, because I don't think that you don't care about like the rights of black people or anyone. I don't think that you don't care. I think that this is just a bit detached from reality.
So I'm going to ask the same question again. Do you think that I'm going to say that black people can say the N-word, or they get systemic help, but they only get one of those at a time?
No, you said that we would police them as well as everyone else.
Okay. And am I insinuating in any way, shape, or form that I don't think that they should get systemic help until then?
I didn't say that either.
You did. You insinuated that
No, I
we have
didn't.
to first. Yes, you
I said
insinuated.
that
Hold
you
on.
said
You
it was
well,
an
I let you ramble on about like some like inane bullshit earlier, right? So when I ask you a question,
you
whether
learned a new
about
word. Great.
rambling, which one?
Okay,
Which one was too big of a word
Sonso
for
can
you?
talk.
So when
Sonso can talk,
when
and then I
yes.
go. So Sonso, you can talk now, and then I go. Can
Okay.
speak.
So when you like put out the insinuation that we should first do the systemic change and then we can start talking about the slurs, you're insinuating that
No,
I care more about.
my point.
Sonso,
I didn't say that.
Okay, Sonso, you can still
It's
go.
literally
So-
exactly what you said a second ago. We can like go back into the VOD and see it, but
Okay.
all right.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna move, because if we disagree on what Aiko said or didn't
I don't know.
say,
Does anyone
then
else
we
remember?
then we need to go back into the VOD. So for any watchers of the Lipraxis panel right now, come to my stream and watch my VOD. So that being said, we're going to move on to the next topic, because I don't think we're gonna have like a productive conversation anymore.
Just want to know if
because
anyone else.
I don't think
being
it's like
any-
it. I don't think it makes sense to just ask this to the panel. I think we actually need to go
We're
into
all
the VOD.
here, though, and I just feel like I don't know. It's not like it either happened or is that, like, am I wrong? Please tell me if I am wrong.
Well, it could be. So it could be, and it could also
I
be
mean,
that Sonso is wrong. So that's why I wanna.
I'm not. No, as far as what I said, what Sansol said, that's all that I mean. I don't mean like.
I think we actually
Yep.
the reason why I wanna.
I have
move
the
on,
clip right here.
the
My
reason-
my chat clipped it, but okay, go ahead.
The reason why I want to move
send
on
it.
is because we actually agree on the things that
Sorry,
we wanna change, and we wanna already. So I think it's not productive to just go off to like just what people said or whatever. You can fight that out on your own time. So I want to go on. So I want to go on with the third topic, which is basically going to be around Voldemorting language. That being said, is like how and when should we Voldemort language? Is saying the N word or like the R word Voldemorting, since you
What
do
are you
not
talking about,
say the
Techno-Bedouin?
slur.
Most
So
of the
and
people
this
here
comes in the context
are
also
English first language.
what I talked about, like within my own culture, we don't use those kind of stuff, right? And we just don't say the word,
Chinchilla isn't. But
or if we were to say the N word, we would say the slur for black people. That's how we would say it instead of N word. So yeah. So first of all, let's go to my European friend name to give like his opinion on that. Do you guys want to do opening statements on this one as well, or you guys want to?
I'm a little bit confused about.
So yeah, it's a third topic. The third topic is how and when should we Voldemort language is saying the N word or like the R word Voldemorting, since you do not say the slur. So let's go to name first, and then let's just do opening statements in this case.
honestly, it doesn't hurt me to like not have those words in my vocabulary. As much as in principle, I acknowledge some of the arguments that like Sansol brought up, for example, about honestly, I don't fucking care if I can't say a word. Other people can't say a word, especially like the slurs we're talking about, the N word, the F slur, those are slurs that are exclusively negative, except for the reappropriation of the N word, but they're mostly exclusively negative. I'm okay with Voldemorting them. That being said, intellectually, it does feel strange to Voldemort words. There are arguments against it. I just think that what's most important when it comes to interactions with people is to not be a dick to them. or a cunt or whatever whatever word you want to use. Don't
Yeah.
you shouldn't
I'm
you
so
shouldn't hurt
confused
the
what your
people around
position
you.
is now.
Yeah,
Well,
because
no
you just
idea.
said a slur, so whatever.
Just those two
Let's yeah,
Yes.
whatever.
Not
Let's
slurs.
in that case,
True.
let's go to Elysium.
Oh shit. Okay. In general, I think Voldemorting words is pretty silly. I don't typically like it in pretty much any context, and I would say that like saying N-word is pretty much the same thing as Voldemorting. I don't see any difference in like the utility or how it's being used. I think a lot of these like colloquialisms come about out of just convenience, especially for like a platform like this, moderation. You don't have to look at context. You just say this isn't allowed, and stuff like that. But like in an ideal society, if we were able, or maybe just a mature society, if we were able to understand contextually how things are being used, we'd be able to decide if it's good or bad without Voldemorting.
Okay. Then next up, let's go to Chow. Jay Chow.
Yeah, on its surface, I think Voldemorting is pretty silly. Like either I would just much rather have people say the word or not say it at all. But I think there is sort of some circumstances in which Voldemorting is pretty useful. So say like if I'm gonna be streaming and somebody in my chat says a word that I don't like and I want to be really specific about the particular word that they said, well, a way for me to be specific without having to say the word and not also get in trouble and not be a participant in the negative activity that I think is negative, then I think saying something like the N word, the C word, and whatnot is useful in those circumstances. That's just one example. There's probably others that I'm not going to mention, but I think it has its uses.
Okay, and let's go to Aiko.
So, aren't those words already Voldemorted, or do I not understand exactly what that means?
So
I'm also slightly confused on what it means.
yeah, so when we talk about the R words, it's not exactly like Voldemorted, first of all. But second of all, just saying like things like, I can imagine that you can use saying just N word,
Oh,
not
you
the
say like
actual
you
N
know
word.
who is Voldemort?
Chinchilla, I think they either
Yeah.
don't know what Voldemorting actually means or they don't get the reference, which is a Harry Potter
No,
reference.
I understand the reference. I just don't know
It's
like
when
what's
they
the
use-
difference between like the N word. Like, is that
Someone
not
looks
already
like a Shrek.
Voldemorted?
Hold on.
Most
really
people
quick.
would probably
I think-
consider it so, but some people wouldn't. So that was like the
But,
first
like, you
qualification
can't say it
on it.
on TV, right? Like, I mean,
But you
like,
can say you know
places.
who. You can't say Voldemort in Harry Potter, but you can say you know who. So instead of saying the actual N word, you would say N word, right? Is that what Voldemorting is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so let's in that case let's go to Aiko. Is it clear?
wait, are you saying that we don't? I don't understand
Should
what
we?
the difference
Should
is
we?
between. But is it different than what we're doing right now?
Or should
What
we?
regarding
Is what we're
the
doing right now
N-word?
the best way to talk about slurs, or should we just not reference specific words by saying N word? Should we instead just either say the word or not say the word ever, and then just talk about slurs broadly? Is that a accurate rephrasing of the question?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I just don't know what I need. I still don't see how this is different from what we do now. Are you saying that we should change it so we're presently Voldemorting words?
We're presently
are you asking if
president.
we shouldn't?
Yes.
Aiko,
That's
do you
what the
like how
question
we
is.
do things now?
What do you? Oh, you mean by like replacing?
Do you like
things?
this? Do you like the status quo of how we treat slurs?
Okay, that's
This
a
isn't a
very broad
gotcha.
question.
It
No, this
isn't a
is a very
gotcha.
Literally the
broad-
question.
Sansol, fucking chill, dude.
I'm just trying to help you. Like, I'm not trying to be mean
Just
at all
trying
right
to
now.
help you. Fucking chill,
Okay.
dude. Like you,
I'm
like you.
trying to help the topic go forward. What do you
Mm,
want from me?
Yeah.
I
So
literally don't want anything from you. I just want you to like calm down and maybe like listen. I'm sorry. I
I am
apologize.
so
I'm being a
calm.
little.
I am
Listen,
so
I'm
calm right
being a
now.
little bit mean because I was a little annoyed that you didn't listen to me earlier. But I'm moving
Yeah,
on from that
I'm
with
hearing
peace and
every word
love.
you're saying right now. I just want us to
Let's
continue on the topic.
let's move on.
All right,
To be
I'm muting
fair,
Sonsol
so
for myself, so I'm moving forward. I'm not going to hear anything Sonsol says.
Oh
okay.
my god, she's so bitchy. What the
Anyway,
fuck?
so I'm saying that, yeah, I don't think that we should put people in jail for using slurs. I think we should encourage people to make better, I mean, more, I guess, behave in the world a
Drama.
little bit more, not create road bumps for other people. You know, it like if you call someone the N-word, that's gonna make their day a little bit fucked up, right? That's not gonna be like the best thing. So I think that it might be good.
Hey, that's the argument I made.
I don't
Don't
think
be a
that.
dick.
I think I'm concerned about like what just the I don't I just
Fuck,
want to
can't
know
hit that.
how we would go about any of these things, and if we can't actually do anything, then I don't really see like the point.
Okay.
That makes
Then,
sense.
Yeah.
yeah. So let's in that case let's go to Sonso. That being said, like Aiko, I hope you can unmute Sonso because otherwise this topic is going to
I'm unmuting.
is becoming like very hard to talk about unless if you guys want to both talk at the same time and then I can both mute you. So then it's like
No.
extra funny, you know.
All good.
I thought just funny. I thought what would be the most funny, you know. So let's also go ahead, and then
Sure.
we gonna try to have like a civil conversation, and like let's try to be all happy together, right? So Sonso, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Voldemorting is it seems silly the way that we do it. I would rather people just, you know, not say the word, like not even like reference it, because that if you keep on referencing it, then it's not going to become like a super archaic, like dead word in our language. So in that sense, I would rather us not do it. It's also like it makes every conversation that we have about this incredibly fucking juvenile, right? And we have to like we basically say the word without saying the word. When we're having to explain, like, especially if there's multiple slurs that all start with the same letter, then we have to like find other ways to say the word without saying the word so that people are all on the same page about which G slur we're talking about, right? So it makes the whole conversation really fucking weird and difficult. So, yeah,
We're
that's
gonna tell them
the
to not say those words then.
that's what I'm saying.
So were you finished with your opening
So we should
statement?
just say
That
them.
was it.
Wait. Are you
No,
finished?
don't
I
say
apologize.
them.
I apologize.
So Sonso, are you finished with your opening
Yeah,
statement?
that was my opening statement. I just like don't say them. That's probably the least damaging way.
So yeah, Aiko, you wanted to respond to that?
I really don't understand how this would work. Like, how do we, like, so we shouldn't refer to the slurs at all. Like, we
That's-
Just don't
shouldn't.
reference that. Like, so if it's like a newscast and someone said that they were like someone called someone the N-word, instead just say use racial slurs, which a lot of news publications do. In these conversations, we just talk about slurs generally instead of referencing like specific slurs as being better or worse than other ones. Just like say racial slurs are fucking bad and we shouldn't fucking say them.
Would
I
that
think
also
that's
apply
probably a better way.
historically? Would you take that historically? That
Fuck.
Sonso?
Like we run into a
Ilisium, what do you mean by
contradiction. Like yeah,
historically?
no, like in history lessons and stuff. Like I said earlier, I think that it's fine in that context. I do run into a contradiction there when I want it to become an archaic term, but I also think that if we were able to stop using it for like fuck,
Yes, that's enough.
because if it's an archaic term and then we use it in
This
history
is very
classes and we just say
productive.
the fucking word in a history class, no one's going to think it's a bad word to use because it's so archaic, right? So I don't know how we would like exactly reach that point except for just say like it's not okay to like use today, but referencing history would be okay. That's how I
well, I
would say
think
that.
there's some similarity to the reclaiming talk. If saying a word is not super special, then in some sense it's defanging its value. By having special words, you're giving more value to them.
Which would be the all version of the all or nothing. If you defang it and everybody just says it, then yeah.
Ilisium?
I think they actually go more hand in hand. Yeah, because if it's not a big deal, archaic or things will become archaic organically. If something's not a big deal and it doesn't have a common use, then it just won't matter.
Okay.
Hmm.
Does anybody feel different about that?
I still don't see how I still don't see how any of this is anything other than like hypothetical. Like, yes, if we could just make it so
Sure.
that words weren't slurs, or we didn't say those words, we forgot those words existed. I just all or nothing rules don't work. I want I want like a, I don't know, like some kind of way that we could do something to move in a positive direction IRL.
I
Like,
think
for instance, what Ilisium said,
Chinchilla,
like,
did you
yes, like
did you
a
tell Aiko the topic of this debate?
yeah, I did.
what
So
slurs?
Okay.
Yeah, they were slurs. I'm sorry, am I missing something?
I just feel like if if you knew that this debate was going to be on slurs, then the
Yeah.
expectation would be to talk about slurs and not
Oh,
like,
we
oh, I
are.
would rather do something else.
What? No. I'm
I
sorry.
think it's just like a huge derailing.
No, I'm saying slurs don't exist in a vacuum. There is a historical context. There is an embodied
I didn't
existence of
say you
being a
didn't say
certain.
that.
Oh my god. Okay. I feel like this is. I don't feel like I'm talking, having a real conversation right now. I don't even know what to say. Like,
I
you
agree.
can't separate these things from each other. You can't. Okay. What we can't break it down to a simple like algebraic equation and be like, oh, this equals this, so no. Like that doesn't fucking
Sure.
work.
And I think earlier we all kind of agreed on like when it gets down to the practical thing and for cultural elements, all we really can affect is like our friend groups or our like more in-group circle. And so I don't know that anyone would really have a prescription that goes beyond how they would advocate to their in-group.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But so like even when I'm saying like I would if something was like we used words without Voldemorting them, it would kind of like reduce their power, defang them a little bit. That's only ever going to be, it's never going to become global. It's only going to be with my insular group, and then maybe over time that expands and expands out. And I don't know, like even if I'm saying I would like that to happen, I'm never going to be able to apply that outside of my insular group.
Right.
I
And
wanna.
I appreciate that. And yeah, if we are all, that's what I meant when I said like having accurate information, having like discussions and stuff, and making your own choices based on that.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then yeah, like you said, advocating for whatever you think is the best thing within your group, and then hopefully if we all get to a more, I don't know, if we can have actual discussions about these things with positive intentions in mind, then yeah, hopefully we'll move in a positive direction, whether it is that uh words stop being used altogether, or I don't know, or if they lose enough power, which I don't really see happening, but is a possibility.
Ilisium.
I don't know that I will have a response. Sorry.
So I was just
Yeah.
agreeing.
Yeah.
I was agreeing. Yeah.
Okay,
I think
well,
it's
I kind of want to disagree with what
Go ahead.
Elysium said.
Go.
I don't know if I don't know how comfortable I feel about like taking a word that like is egregious, but then over time it's been defanged and all of a sudden it becomes like normal to use. I think like people pointing out that like I think it was Naaman that said that dumb has kind of been defanged from its original meaning and we kind of use it colloquially. I don't know if if the same could be, or like if it's, I don't know if it will be healthy for that to occur for, say, like the N word. Nor do I think it will be something that like I would want to advocate for. How about this? Like this
here.
is kind of where I'll break bread. If it
Okay.
happens naturally, or like when I mean by naturally, I mean like it just occurs without despite my like my interventions or whatnot, then I would at some point have to accept it, right? That like there's that now the colloquial meaning has been changed. But given the situation now and what I know about the word and what it means and how it affects people, I still wouldn't say like, yeah, the best thing to do would be to defang it.
Yeah,
Can
because
I-
that would mean that you would say it like in your own personal group because of the fact that you say like, oh, I want to defang it, and therefore we should say all the words. That's basically where you're coming from, Chow, right?
Wait,
That-
are you pointing out a contradiction because I'm okay with other people in like my? Is that what you're pointing out, or I don't follow?
no. I'm kind of agreeing with you, but
He was just restating your argument, I believe.
yeah,
to see if
yeah.
he was understanding correctly.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just I don't know if like I'm just being like on edge about it, but I want to reiterate what Sanso said before, in that there's like a societal prescription that I want to achieve, but there's also a personal prescription or like a more in reality kind of application to what I'm saying. And if you
Yeah.
put the two together, like just on its surface, the logic towards it, in some ways it is contradictory, right? Because like if I want to eliminate all slurs, but I'm okay with people in insular groups using them, then that is by effect going to maybe influence the line one way or the other. They kind of contradict each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that I think that contradiction would be like a bit extreme to point out.
Okay, let's go to name and then
Yeah,
to Ilisium.
there's something that I feel like we've been tiptoeing around in this discussion in the sense that it hasn't been brought up, but it's kind of central. The N-word and the F-slur are kind of unique in that the reappropriation. Now, I can't speak for people of color, but my impression from reading about it is that for a lot of people, the reappropriation of those words and the continued use of them is an empowering statement, and part of that empowerment is also the fact that it is when it is used by the people that it was used against. That is part of that phenomenon.
Okay. Yeah.
Stardust, hi.
So
Hey, Stardust.
hello, Stardust. Welcome. Little bit late, but
I'm so
welcome.
sorry.
Nonetheless, I hope you are well rested. And all.
Yes.
So I do know that sometimes debates it can be very tiresome, and that's why you need to be well rested, right? So
Yeah.
I
You
understand the
don't have to make
sleeping.
excuses for me. You don't have to make excuses for me. I'm a douchebag. I overslept. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Whoa, that's a slur.
So
It sure is.
so it happened twice already. Like Mythic overslept, Mythic Politics, and now you started. So
Oh.
welcome to the club. That being said, I want to give Ilisium, because I already first said that the Ilisium could respond. Want to give Ilisium time to respond, and then
sure.
I would assume that you joined the call because you wanted to say something, started. So I will allow you to do that.
Okay, I guess there's two things to respond to. One, I don't think that like defanging and using something in our insular groups necessarily has to be like promoting using every slur ever, or like even promoting using slurs more often or anything. I think like because this is gonna come down very much to how these are being used within our groups, and like if we're promoting its use outside of like whatever contextual meaning it has, to like expand the meaning more and more and apply it to more and more things, then maybe I could see that could be a little weird. But I don't really see that happening with language. And like, so Jay Chow brought up that we have like maybe, defanging the N-word wouldn't be like maybe a good thing. And I can sympathize with that a lot, but like that's like the most extreme example. Like that is the most extreme slur. That's why everyone always fucking talks about it. But like I think my counter example would be like growing up as a gamer, and hopefully a lot of people can relate because we're all fucking gamers here. Like the F slur lost almost all of its homophobic value and meaning in all the contexts that I was familiar with it in. And like that, I don't know. The other phrase that used Chow was like if it happens or naturally, and I don't really know how. I would love to hear more about that because I don't like. Yeah, everything is going to be people interacting
I'm
with
gonna
each other. So I don't know
counter
what
Aiko's
naturally means. But
eating
like,
debate
do you think
tactics.
the F slur losing homophobic meaning happened naturally,
So
or do you think it happened at all?
It's
I-
still
I-
TOS, by the way.
Hmm?
It's
Yeah.
still TOS, by the way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's directed at Chow. So Chow, you can respond.
Yeah,
But, that being said,
I
like,
used a bad
wanna-
word. I used a bad word. That word being naturally, because it kind of means that like it just happens. There's no intervention, but literally everything in nature there's an intervention and there's like a mechanism, right?
Yeah.
How about this? Okay, if I was born into a society in which like the F word used to mean a pretty bad thing in the past, but it no longer means anything, then I kind of in a way have no choice but to accept the new colloquial definition of things.
Well, in the very
Um,
beginning of our conversation, weren't you opposed to the idea of Australia using cunt?
That's right.
Okay. Does that how do those two ideas work with you?
In that one is a personal prescription, and the other and the prescription is to an ideal.
Okay. In that
So
case,
then
yeah?
so then I guess like but then that's another thing is that maybe there's when it comes to the usage of language, a lot of it has to do with what is the status quo and what is in a lot of ways like already post hoc. Like what is already after the fact. So like if there's already a time period of decades in which it took this amount of time and this amount of effort in order to defame the use of the F word, so that in maybe a century later, another person was born and they could use the word in a different meaning and without having that sort of a baggage, then I think it would be really difficult to argue against that and to say that like, oh, it's bad because that's kind of like been the status quo. But I think that's what's so important about this kind of discussion is that we want to argue against the status quo, or we want to change the status quo into something different.
Okay. With that being said, I want to give Stardust the opportunity to give her a statement on this.
Okay. So I think at a certain point, every word is going to be seen as a slur, right? Like the word dumb used to mean like it used to be very ableist, right? Same thing with like whenever you say to somebody, are you blind, are you deaf, you know, these are kind of ableist. I mean, they are ableist, that's what they are. And I don't know, at a certain point we're not gonna have I don't know, I get it, like you shouldn't like insult people, but sometimes when you're with friends, insulting people is funny, you know, like when you're insulting your friends, it's just funny. It just is.
The true brings out
But-
the most interesting examples in her friends. Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, like, if I want to call one of my friends comatose, if there's an actual person in a coma, they're not going to wake up and, like, tell me, like, you know, oh, you can't say that, you know? Like, I don't know. I think at a certain point...
I brought it up, Musnov. I brought up the dumb thing.
My stance has always been on language that either everybody can say something or nobody can say something.
Hold
That's
on,
why
don't
we
say
left.
that. Don't say that, Stardust, because that's not in reality. If you say that, then it's not in reality, and we can't say that. So careful
Okay.
with
There's some
words like
past-
Would you
Oh.
go to
Careful
the
with
Black
words
community
like
and
that.
tell them that they can't use
Like what
the
word?
N-word? Like the N-word. Do you think that you should that anyone should go to Black people and be like, you can't use the N-word? Like
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, with the N word, it's like either everybody can say it or nobody can say it, right? I don't know, because otherwise it becomes arbitrary. It becomes the line becomes very arbitrary. What about somebody who presents
that's
as
fine.
white but has black lineage, right? Or what about somebody who's majority white who presents as non-white? Like who has the ability, who has the right to say that word?
Right. I mean more like policing people about it. Like in like
Yeah, do the same thing.
practical application of it. Like obviously we know there are words that are slurs that you shouldn't use, but there's never going to be a situation in which everyone agrees on that, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So,
And that's like my main issue is that like we're gonna have to draw these lines that are already gonna be very arbitrary, and then it's gonna be hard to tell like who do you tell who can say what? Like can you know? And then I don't know. It just feels like when it comes to all of these insults, either everybody says them or nobody says them. You know? So yeah.
I kind of liked what Ilisium said before about like, you know, we can only really engage in our general like circles, the people that we engage with, no matter how many people we talk to, you know, as streamers, as whatever. Like it's still going to be a very, very small amount of people. So yeah, it's like it's more like we can only say what we think and advocate for that to the people we engage with. We can never get to a point where it's like we can actually enforce all or nothing. You know what I mean? And I think that is what was my problem before, as like a prescription of we have to like, because how can we even do that? Is there a positive way to do that, or is
There's
it just
no way to
kind of
enforce
like
any language usage. Is impossible to enforce, and that's why I find it so hard. This navigating this is so hard because we either way, whether we choose the everybody can say it or nobody can say it, or we choose the okay, some people can say it and some people can't, it's still going to be arbitrary who we enforce it on. We shouldn't be enforcing language anyways, because that's like, it's weird. And I guess I just don't I'm sorry, my brain blinked. So
Yeah,
Okay,
I have a
Sanso?
question. Aiko, do you so you agree with that?
I agree with the fact that you can enforce that and we shouldn't be policing language in general.
Okay,
I don't
so
think we can ever get to a point where we can agree what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
No,
So
I think we.
Wait,
To
but
be
with
fair,
everything that Aiko said, do you agree with what she said, like in general?
Sorry.
I don't. What?
Wait, no, I was asking
Said the
Aiko
wrong
if she
name. It's fine,
agreed
never mind.
with everything. Yeah.
Oh,
I agree with. I respect Stardust's opinion, but she also understands that we can't police people's language and that it's our personal, like, you know, what we think the world ought to be like, or how society should be, but we can't. It's a very different thing than having a prescription for society. We can't, as a society, choose and enforce what words we do and don't use. Right, Stardust?
I agree with that.
So if
Hold on,
yeah,
hold on. A
yeah,
prescription
so if
has
you agree with
nothing
that,
to
why
do
did
with
you argue so
enforcement.
hard against it when I said it?
You didn't say that, dude.
That is literally
you
the
literally
exact
said,
word for word argument that I said
Can I say
earlier.
one
Yes.
thing? Can I say one thing?
Agus, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. Again, like my stance has always been like either everybody can say it or nobody can say it. But you know, obviously, I can't enforce that. I can't enforce who says it. I can't enforce if we all decide to not say something. I can't. But also, we can't enforce the world where some people say it and some people don't, based on like very arbitrary things. We can't enforce that either. You know what? If there's somebody who looks like white and blonde hair and blue eyed, and they start dropping the N-word, and they can present like they're, you know, are we going to go up to them and be like, oh, show us proof that you can say that? You know, like do you have the right lineage to say that? You know, we can't really do that. People, so like we can't really police any language, and I think that
I need to push back against this.
Wait a minute. I'm not finished. I'm not
Okay, go,
finished.
Finish.
Okay. All right. So I don't think we can police any language. I think the only thing that we can possibly see happen is like maybe there are social consequences And sure, there can be social consequences, but like,
War.
you know, if you're somebody who's like being really rude and yelling like, you know, just obscenities in the public square or something, like people are probably not going to like you. But I can't tell you, yo, you can't say this word, you know, and nobody can really say that. So
Like, as a
Ilisium, I'm
broad-
sorry. I'm sorry. I have to butt in. Okay, Stardust. What you just said, isn't that a form of policing?
no, it's not, because I'm saying I can't police anything. I literally just said I
Stardust,
can't
if
police
we're friends,
anything.
if we're friends, and all of a sudden you start saying a word that I don't like using, and then I say, okay, we're no longer going to be friends anymore, and then you're going to be like, oh shit, well, I kind of want to be friends with you, so I'm not going to say a new word.
I
Is that
mean,
in a way
it's a
policing?
social. No, it's not, because we're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about like in a metaphorical sense, maybe, but I'm talking about like.
Okay, so how about this? When Twitch all of a sudden has a list, they don't have a list of words, but they have certain conditions for words that can and can't be said, correct? And then when people when they're streaming, they
Right,
don't want to say the words. Okay, so
so here's
is that
the
policing
thing.
as well?
Here's the thing. When we talk about like it at a broader societal level, I don't think we can, like on a broader societal level, we can't really say as a society, we're not going to say these words.
Don't we
sure,
have
a private
don't we have
wait a
laws
minute,
against
wait a
hate
minute.
speech?
I'm not
No.
finished.
Let's
You're
start
stealing
this.
my.
Let's
Fuck you.
start this.
So,
Let's start this
what
speak,
I'm
and then
saying-
you can speak. Ciao.
Yeah, okay. So, like I said, on a broader societal level, we cannot police what people are allowed to say and what they're not allowed to say. However, when it comes to a private business and they have a specific standard for how they want to be seen, then yes, if you are contracted with that private business and you start saying words that make them look bad, they have their right to no longer have that contract with you. But on a broader societal level, to say that some people can say a word and some people can't, it's just not possible. These are all arbitrary lines, and it's just it's just not. It's not something that is remotely feasible.
How about
Then.
Sonso?
Let me ask you this
I
then.
kinda want
Do
a
you think that it would be
response.
just very, very quick question? All right, and then I'll throw it back to Chow. All right. Do you think that it would be better for us to either say like no into like the social damage is too much, and like in society we shouldn't be saying this, not like there's a law against it, but just like interpersonally we shouldn't be saying these words? Or do you think that we should try to defang and then everybody can say the words because it's too difficult to police one way or the other?
I think we can feasibly even try to defang. I think language is language, and it's just going to be shaped the way it is. You know, I know that like there's always reclamation that can be something for sure. But when it comes to like just basic language, like people won't be friends with me because I make some edgy jokes. It won't even be around like the words that I use. Right? We do it to each other all the time. There are social
saying, like,
consequences. Yeah, there's social consequences.
Societal
that's all.
Yeah, but like, ought there be those social consequences? I think is the question here.
How am I going to police
no.
somebody else's social consequences or what they feel like they want?
By your
who they-
actions.
Yeah.
Wait, aren't you absolutely admitting that there are, even just socially, like not even getting into, we can do the legal one in a second, like even just socially, there's plenty of ways to police our friends' languages, right? Even just
I guess we-
confronting people.
guess
Someone
we
says a mean slur, and you're
tribally,
like, what
yeah.
the fuck? Yeah.
Or
Okay.
whatever.
So I feel like culturally we see
Or
this on a bigger
local.
level. There's a bunch of language policing that or tools that we have to do exactly this. Like if
Yeah,
it was
but-
a value,
At the end of the day, it still feels like on a broad societal context, context, you still can't
I'll be right back,
really
so sorry.
police every single person who says whatever, right? It's
Yeah.
just within these smaller
Okay,
social groups. So-
People who are okay. Well, first of all, the smaller social groups do get influenced by the broader culture of whatever country or whatever
Yes,
culture
absolutely,
that we are
that too.
subscribing
Yeah.
to. Okay, so there's going to be a top-down dynamic that. And which makes like our prescriptions, which isn't going to be like, oh, we want to make sure this word is completely banned. Like if we just can't prove it, then we can't prove it, right? It's just like logistically impossible. But that's not what we're saying. That's not what we're prescribing when we say, oh, we don't want people to use this word.
Wait, what?
So like I really don't understand the point of oh, policing words is just impossible when nobody here really like I don't want to police people's words. but like I want there to be social consequences, and I'll argue that there ought to be social consequences for specific words because of
Okay, so it
arguments
sounds like
of
my
harm,
statement
or
wasn't directed at you then.
it's directed at nobody. That's the problem, Stardust.
I was
Okay.
actually picking up what she put down completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's not for you doesn't mean that other people aren't,
Well, no, Aiko, the
Okay.
reason why you're picking it up is because you agree.
No,
But this is
Alright,
not a
don't
retort
agree
to
with-
anybody's
Wait a minute.
position
Do
on
not
this.
Wait a
actually
minute. So
agree.
is it does
Actually,
it
I do.
need to be a retort to anybody's position? I thought I was just voicing my opinion here.
Yeah. To be fair,
How dare
that
you.
was,
I wasn't.
How
yeah,
dare you?
and I wasn't agreeing.
Sarah.
Yeah,
I
how
already
dare
said-
I voice my opinion on language
How
and
dare
the
you.
usage of words? Damn, dude. It's not a direct retort to anybody here, so how dare you, Stardust? Wow.
Okay, yes,
it's
and
not like
I
you
and
hear
I
a lot of
also
slurs.
and Stardust, I don't want there to be aliens invading the Earth.
Shut the
Okay?
fuck up, Cal. You
Okay,
are
well, that's not even related to our topic. That's not even related to the topic. At least my
Yeah,
opinion
that's-
was related to the topic.
But hold on, but it's my
Clarify.
opinion.
First
And
of
what,
all,
do
you're
you
wrong.
do you want
Wrong.
aliens
Is
to
your
invade the
opinion-
Earth?
Clearly,
Is your opinion
hello.
related to the topic? Is your
Moderator
opinion
here.
to
You're both off topic right now, so there you go.
Can I get us back
bless.
on, please?
So-
please.
I just want
I
to
w-
clarify that
Sure.
I don't agree with Stardust, everyone or no one, because I don't think that's like practical, and I also think that we shouldn't like tell like gay people or black people that like they can't call themselves or other people like the F word or the N word or something, especially considering
everyone then?
Hmm?
What if it's just
Wait.
everyone? What if everyone can just use everything?
I mean,
Based.
everyone can use everything. I'm just saying, like, I'm not
socially
trying to
acceptable that
enforce
everyone can.
anything. I'm just saying that, like, I wouldn't police any. Like, I wouldn't be like, hey, you shouldn't do this. I'm just like leaving. That's up to other people. Like, but it's not incongruent with what you said, Stardust, because I also like I personally just. I know that you're not going to go around and tell people what words they can and can't use. I mean, you hear like the most slurs that like most people probably do. Directed towards yourself, words that I've never heard before. So yeah,
It is
I
what
think,
it is, So
yeah. So it's like I think that the idea of being able to enforce something, it's just I only care about like, is someone gonna try to like spread the word of like, hey, gay people, you shouldn't be able to use the f word either, regardless, or black people, like you can't, like I know that you're getting like murdered a bit extra, but you also
Holy
shouldn't say the N word. Yeah.
Okay, if I can, I would like to pick a bone with Jay Chow. Jay Chow, your opinion piece on fucking aliens is so completely unrelated. At least when I was stating my opinion, it was related to the topic at hand. We're still talking about language. We're still talking about the usage of words. I'm sorry that you didn't feel like the attention. I gave you enough attention because I wasn't directly responding to your statement.
I'm
but
so sorry
it's-
that by comparison to what you were saying, but for a different topic, that point goes over your head. Okay.
the alien thing goes over
Stardust,
my head.
You're arguing against nobody.
Goes over my
Nobody
head.
has
It
this
doesn't
position.
need-
Nobody
I'm
in
not
this
arguing
fucking
with
world.
anybody. Then that's fine.
doesn't
That's
matter.
fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
as
It's
the-
my
as
It's fine that your
opinion.
opinion
as
I was
doesn't matter and it
asking
has
my
no weight at
opinion,
all.
and I
It's no
did.
value. It has no value at all to
You have no value.
anybody.
Your interjection has no value. Holy shit,
Okay,
dude.
I muted Chow. That being said, I think talking about this topic is going off topic. Overall, I agree with Stardust that Stardust was addressing the topic at hand. So
Wait, can I bring us back real quick?
I would just
Can't
want to
move past
say.
it. Fine, go.
So I just want to say, like, you can over here, you can voice your opinion on the topic. Going off topic, it is probably not a good thing. Chow, if you were still on topic, it also whooshed me. But yeah, that could be it. But I let's go to
Chinchilla, I
Ilisium
think
because
you also completely missed the point. Okay, I was going
The-
off topic
no.
in order to use it as a metaphor to show
Yeah,
how
I
it's
don't-
it's a dumb
bad
fucking
sort of
metaphor.
society
I'm
is.
sorry.
care.
It's
I
so
don't
I'm
care.
dumb.
sorry
It
that
I
was
don't
dumb.
care.
You think
Nobody
it's, you
cares,
think it's
Jay
dumb.
Chow.
You think
Nobody cares.
Okay,
It's
I
dumb.
wanna no. I wanna go to Ilisium.
All right, I'm going. Yeah. Okay, I need jumping this back. I don't like this framing that we can't police language. Like, if we want to, we absolutely have the tools to socially, and if we want to, we absolutely have the tools to legally. Like, we've talked about hate speech laws and like the cringe French hate speech laws that probably go really far, that don't get applied very much, that have been starting to be applied more recently, more and more, and stuff like that. So, like, if a society wants to police a group of language, we absolutely can. I don't understand the idea that we've thrown out a few times, just like really recently, like this is just impossible to do.
When we say police language, are we talking about like literally like a law, or are we talking about like,
Both,
yeah,
both
that's what I was
socially
talking-
and legally. We could if we want to,
Yeah.
absolutely. If
Yeah,
there was a
that's the way that-
social value to like add stuff to hate speech or to expand our context of hate speech or to get rid of the First Amendment, like European shitters, no, sorry,
Hey,
then we could. Then we
Hey,
could.
one day when we all get chips in our brains and we'll just have a slur detector, okay? Once anybody says any slur, it's prison time.
Okay,
That
and
we
let's-
ought
okay.
to make there be like legal repercussions against like
It was a joke, I'm
using
sorry.
words in general. Like it,
But we do have that. That you,
No,
if you are saying slurs and yelling at people in public, you can get in trouble for harassment. You can get in trouble for
Right,
hate
that's
speech, and these things
harassment,
are probably
though.
good. But
That's
it's harassment
harassment.
because you're yelling slurs at someone. It's policing language.
True.
It's an
policing
action. Wait a minute.
harassment.
That's more of an action, right?
Yeah.
If you're harassment, it more is describing like the fact that you are directing this language at a specific person over and over again, and it's unwanted,
Mhm.
right?
Sure.
So
Okay,
if
we can
you're
be more
just-
specific with
yeah.
hate speech because that's about
Yeah.
actual language. Sure, that's
it's
fine.
it's like the intersection of language with an action.
That's gonna be every time you speak. Then
Okay, sure. All right.
I wanna let Sonsol in because Sonsol wanted to say something earlier.
by
Also-
like policing because am I muted? No.
No,
It
it
I think
seems
there's
so.
just a little
Someone.
bit. Yeah, I think there's just a delay. Okay, so I don't think that anyone here is going to argue that there should be like legal ramifications for someone saying a certain thing. The harassment thing, I think, is not the same point. I think that Stardust is right on that. I think ultimately what the conversation boils down to is like, to what extent should like should slurs be allowed in society, right? Right now, it seems like we have mixed messaging on that, which is what I would like to try and resolve, not having mixed messaging. This group of people can say this this group of people can't say this. If
Sure.
you're part of the LGBT community, you can say the F slur. If you're not, then you can't say the F slur. Same goes with the N word. We have like mixed messaging on these things, and then people will like start questioning the validity of you being able to say that word because you don't look black enough. You don't like you're not visibly queer, right? Like you have like a very like average way of dressing, and you have like normal hair, what the fuck ever, like a typical LGBT person looks like. I don't know, but like if you don't like immediately fit into that box, people will get mad at you, and then we have all this like mixed messaging. So that's why I would say
yeah, and
it
then
would
they fight over
probably
it.
be-
Yeah.
yeah, and they fight over it. That's why I think that it would be better if we just. That's why, like, I agree with Stardust. The all or nothing thing is the only way to actually say like this is what the societal prescription should be, because like there can't be mixed messaging on it.
Okay, but then
Right?
how do we do that? Do we go through
Easy.
every slur and decide within my friend
No.
group, I want everyone to say this one, I'm okay with everyone saying this one, and with my friends, I'm not okay with anyone saying this one? Like, how do you do that?
It would have to just be a slow societal shift. Either we have to like go after people for saying slurs every single fucking time, or we have to like drop the like. I know Aiko has a different definition of cancel culture just for like ease of access. I'm just saying cancel culture because I don't know what else to call it. So either we go full cancel culture on everybody and we just like don't fucking say the words anymore, or we have to like drop going after people based on these things and instead like go after them if they are using those words in a directed at someone or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, I wanna wrap it up, but I wanna give Name the chance because Name hasn't been saying that much. So I will give Name last word, and I don't. Do you guys want to do closing statements on this one overall on the? So let's do that then as well. So Name, you can do the first closing statements. Closing statements means no interruptions. Otherwise, you will get a mute. So yeah, go ahead. Name.
Wait, how is that the last word if I'm the first doing the closing statement?
You get
Your final word.
Oh,
Yeah,
to be fair, do you want to have the last closing statement?
No, I don't care. Yeah, I think we've all learned very important things today. Slurs are bad.
Whoa, you're so woke. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Slurs are bad. They hurt people. But there are some ambiguities. But for the most part, it's not a very. I don't know. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, interesting.
I'm so dead on this topic. I can't.
Let's go to Jay Chow.
Sure. I just want to clarify one thing is that like whenever people are going to be giving the prescription to not say slurs, they don't literally mean to get the authority of the state to enact a law and to like put a brain chip in everybody with a detector, a slur detector, and then putting everybody in prison who says these slurs. It's more of a cultural prescription of what is like morally good and what is morally bad. And yes, in a lot of cases, the line is very blurry. In a lot of cases, we have to consider a lot of nuance. And in a lot of cases, we just don't agree. But I think that's why we're having this discourse in the first place, is to settle those disagreements so that we could live in a society in which there are set rules. In history, there has already been words that have been used a lot. Say the N-word. Back then was pretty much used normally. But now it has changed, and it is the slow shit that Sansa was talking about before. And I think that is really important. I think that is already a good case as to how we could move society towards using language in a way that we wanted to use.
Okay, then next up, let's go to Aiko.
Hello.
Hello.
So thank you for tolerating me, Chinchilla. I appreciate you inviting me, and I know I've been like yelling over people. So
yeah,
I'm sorry
that being
for
said,
making
I'm gonna kick you off right now. No, just kidding.
Oh shit.
No.
Okay, so I would like to say that there's no such thing as objective morality. That morality is a personal set of values that when we engage with each other, it's about ethics, which is pretty much like how free can a person be to have their moral to act their morals without crossing the boundary of other people's rights to have their own beliefs, right? Which is why there are people who are religious and we don't and like like some people will try to hold us to standards that we don't agree with, but that's why we engage in an ethical argument versus being like my like my belief system is better than yours, because we can even have the same values but just prioritize them differently. I think that I just I don't have a I don't typically if something doesn't like it's either if you say something, I think it's good to be clear if it's like your personal preference or if there is like a real I guess kind of like steps that you can see us taking to get closer to something, what and why. But I think it's important to understand that we will never be in a position where we're all on the same page. I'm not completely sure if like by we mean like every single person or if we mean like some kind of subsection of people that care about things. But either way, we have to just figure out how to engage with each other at like kind of like at least a bare minimum, like not infringing upon their autonomy.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's go to Ilisium.
Yeah, I think to a large extent we agree that these things are like super cultural, and it's not going to change overnight, and it's going to come down to a lot of like contextual stuff. I think I'd like to push things more and more contextual, even though that requires more fine tuning in how we decide what things are acceptable and not, instead of just making blanket bans on things. I guess in terms of like, or one of the things that we didn't quite get to, but like in terms of like relevant things, I think like the corporate pressure to be inclusive in PC is really high. And if you want to see like how many things are playing out in the real world, you can see that like HR departments don't have much room for nuance in any of these things. And I don't know if we think that should be good or bad, but it's definitely like real world relevant, and our tools to deal with these things I think are like quite vast, depending on what we want, depending on what we like view being inclusive as being. I think we can set up a lot of social pressures and a lot of social consequences, and even if I don't think anyone would argue for it, but like you absolutely could make legal ramifications for stuff too, and to some degree we have those, but mostly we don't.
Okay, then let's go to starters.
Yeah. I don't really. I guess all I can say is like the same thing. Like, sure, there can be social consequences for what your friends say and family say and all that, and that's probably the only thing that you can really enforce. I just don't see how it's possible a broader societal consequence for the usage of different language. It's just going to be shaped by the culture around it. And I think Sansel was onto something with either we decide we need to be very vigilant about language usage, or we decide we need to be very vigilant towards people who are trying to police other people's language. So.
Okay, and then Sansel.
Yeah. So I mean, I've enjoyed the conversation. I just don't know how else we can like operate in a society where like I said earlier, I'm basically just going to repeat what I said earlier about what Stardust just agreed with, where like we can't have multiple different groups in our society all having different rules as to the acceptability. I mean, some people argue that some people that are Hispanic can say the N-word, but like not everyone agrees on that. And then even then, there are people that say only subsets of Hispanic populations can say the N-word because they're from the Dominican Republic or something like that. So like I've heard a million different arguments for like what people should be allowed to say and what they shouldn't be allowed to say, or when they should be allowed to say it, which is why I arrive at this position. I don't know what kind of universal rule that we could have that would apply to everyone, like societally. If we don't have a society that equally enforces societal rules, then people are going to be like really frustrated when they get in trouble for something that other people don't. Yeah, so that's, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that being said, like, thank you all for coming on. We had 3 guests here, so I want to thank my guests first. Aiko, thank you for coming on. Sonsol, thank you for coming on. And Stardust, thank you for coming on. We do this podcast every week. It's called Lip Praxis. So if you are in somebody else's chat and you enjoyed the conversation, then please consider giving me a follow. That's called chinchilla __. That being said, all these people stream except Ilisium for some reason. Sometimes once a year. So besides Ilisium, give everybody a follow if you're watching from everybody other chat. So yeah, thank you very much for coming on. That being said, we are going to pick next week's topic with the panelists. This is not going to be like interesting for Igo, Sonsol, or Stardust, unless if you want to come back while not knowing the topic. I think that would be, yeah, I don't know, but yeah. So I want to thank you guys for coming. And
Thank you so
then
much for inviting
Thanks
me.
for having us.
yeah, it was a little bit spicy in the middle. So yeah,
That's right. That's the thing, right? It's good
Yeah.
to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, I've been here, but
It's just, sometimes you get into patterns and like then you remember like, oh, I remember
Yeah.
when like I used to hang out with like some people and it'd be like Pog. So
I want to say like personally, like I know that you have been away from doing a lot of panels and that kind of stuff, so that might be also why we didn't meet that much. So
yeah,
but then it's still brave to come on to a panel, and same goes for Sonsel and Stardust and my panelists JHO Live, Neyman and Ilisium. So yeah, thank you guys. So
thank you.
Thank you so
Good to
much.
see
Yeah.
everyone.
Good
Yeah.
And
Have a good one.
peace.
okay, bye bye.
Bye.
Have a good night, everyone.
No, are you leaving?
I was telling them good night.
Okay. So guys, what do you guys want to talk about next week? And please name.
I'm on
We have,
cooldown.
I do have somebody that's Indian that I know that talked a little bit about Indian politics, but I approached him and then he was like, I don't know that much about Indian politics. And he's like a SOCDEM. And I thought that might be an interesting topic as for a geopolitical topic. That being said, like, maybe you got like an interesting topic that you want to address. Because, yeah.
No, I don't have. I haven't thought of a good idea for their.
Come on, guys. All right, there's a boycott of the Winter Olympics in China going on. Is that something we might want to delve into?
True.
Is there that much to say about it?
Well,
Well,
should you?
I mean, okay. Depending on who could be coming on next week, there might be a disagreement on whether or not there is
Look-
actually something going on in China.
Oh,
I
that sounds a
That
lot
would be the
spicier.
praxis, though. I'm just like, I don't know.
As a far righty, I would say like it's just cancel culture, those boycotts. So
Yeah.
so yeah, no, just kidding. I'm just messing with you guys. But yeah, also thanks for the follows, guys. And make sure to follow JChow Live, Ilisium, and Neyman as well. So yeah. I think that might be a more interesting topic. Chow, I would actually agree with that, but I don't know if you guys agree with that.
But I think it would be pretty cool for other panelists to bring up topics, considering that I did bring one up 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and Elysium brought up the one from last week. I did this one, or 3 weeks ago. You were 3 weeks ago. Name need to step up. That's the only issue here.
True.
So I'm sorry, Name.
Of course, it's the Frenchman.
Yeah. Don't say that. That's a slur. You can. That's
Yeah, Frenchman is a slur. Okay.
Yeah. So no, but I generally think that it's probably so. Yeah. So could you restate that? What's next week topic is going to be?
The Winter Olympics are set to be held in China, the People's Republic of China.
Okay.
Some countries, however, are
China?
boycotting the Winter Olympics being held in China over human rights concerns. These include the United States, Canada, Australia, even India, and a number of other states. I think Japan. Yeah, there's a handful of them. China does not like this. I don't know. Like, this is the topic. I don't know what are the sub questions. Maybe
Yeah, but what is our primary question around it going to be?
Should we boycott?
That's so basic.
Okay.
But sure, that could be the central question.
Yeah. That being said, like, can you say China one more time?
China.
Yeah, nice.
China.
Okay.
So,
and then go.
Yeah. Do you wanna broaden the topic out?
No, I'd say we can agree that Neymanen has to come up with the next one.
Yeah, I think that's.
If anything, you should come up with the one today.
Well, you can't.
We
come up with something on the spot.
We have a whole week. Hold on, we have a whole week.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't
I'll-
have to happen. today.
we're gonna
Yeah, I'll
think
think
about
of
this.
something.
We will think about this for a whole week. How we're gonna coach name into final topics. I think
Ukraine
that's another
2.0.
topic.
I think he can
Ukraine
find a
secret-
topic by the weekend, and we'll have plenty of time.
Yeah, I'll think of something in the next couple days.
Yeah. That being said, if you are still watching, thank you for watching me. I'm gonna raid into somebody else. So it's Sleepy. Okay, I will look to that. So thank you, chatters. Thank you, Twitch viewers. Have fun. I assume, Chow, that you are going to keep on streaming, right?
Yeah, we have a debate.
A debate?
Actually, who are you debating?
I'm debating Chinchilla.
On what?
Are we going to on Ukraine?
Exactly.
Are we going to do that? I'm fucking sick. But
I don't fucking
that's-
care.
I care. So I'm fucking sick. I'm got
What?
fucking stomach ache.
All right. Okay.
And,
I won. I
it's
won.
like-
I won the
you
debate,
won-
guys.
True.
No, if you-
Weasel running
Worth
away,
it.
making up excuses.
Classic.
No.
Chinchilla, if you went through the stomach ache throughout this panel, I don't know why you can't debate me.
It didn't make it better. So, but yeah, I'm gonna rate you, Jay Chow.
Okay.
We can do that next week if that's all right with you. But I'm just not feeling well. So
Who wants to debate me now that Chinchilla has run away? To replace.
You can always
On Ukraine?
you can always debate Ilisium. That's pretty easy for you to do that.
I will
So,
eat you, Ilisium.
So maybe you can talk about Israel because you like to talk about that topic, Elysium. So maybe you can talk about that. That's an interesting topic, right? Or am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, it's great. It sounds so weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, maybe you want
French
to talk
elections?
about the Jews, huh?
Maybe.
Well,
Okay,
you
go
brought
on.
up,
I don't either.
remember you bringing up a topic
Well,
about
interesting.
globalism, and then you brought up like a topic about eugenics.
No, it's not America.
You
So it's
not
also like to
important.
talk about Israel. No, just
Oh
kidding.
shit, dude. Okay.
These things are jokes. That's obviously not true. Elysium isn't a bad dude, so he's a pretty nice dude. So I'm gonna raid into Chow, say hi to him, and then I'm gonna get offline. So thank you guys. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Good.
All right. So the plan now. God, my fucking any statement, dude. I couldn't. I don't know how to put in words. But it's not that like people's opinions were bad. It's the way the argumentation went. I couldn't. I mentally shut down. I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't, but I mentally shut down. Okay, let's change the title. Debateheim. But I shouldn't. I need to like fucking. I need to fucking destiny it up. You know, just start throwing in gamer words. That's not what he does. Just like go into the fray and piss some people off. Get some Twitch politics clout or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to do that. Okay, let me message Ilisium. Ilisium wanted to need to learn how to rant. Yeah, I was thinking that the podcast may should incorporate some breaks. I maybe I don't know. It's not something I would ask for. I'm okay with that. Yeah, with the rant stuff, I can do that sort of, but I definitely need to. I definitely need to like actually have opening and closing statements prepared, or some like ideas prepared. I think I just need to prepare more. Like I've thought about the subject and everything, but I didn't really have like a roadmap of stuff I wanted to say. Honestly, there's not much I wanted to say. That's also why I wasn't talking that much. But the like the directions the conversations went into. I don't know. Still want to play? Question mark. Let me hit up Ilisium. He wanted to continue our Valheim playthrough. What the fuck am I doing here? I don't think breaks are necessary though. All things considered. Simply because yes, okay. Then let me give me 1 minute. All right, we're waiting for Ilisium. Let's throw in a wheat field. This mountain in here. Whether or not you think breaks are necessary, your brain does take breaks. Oh yeah, absolutely. For sure. That is absolutely true. But I mean, that's also why there's like several panelists and everything. Several panelists. Like you're not expected to talk the whole time. But I know I dropped the ball on this one. I'll admit it. And yeah, I just fucking like mentally checked out at some point. Which is kind of lame. Like that's not good content, homie. I went on a walk around campus and saw a turtle by a pond. Aw, did you take a photo? I want to see a photo of a turtle. I don't know, there was a lot of also, like, in a certain way, the disagreement between Aiko and Sonsol, like, basically took over the debate. It was a weird one, because of that. Amazing real turtle. Yes. Beautiful. The one and only, the turtle NFT. Alright, let me close this. And this. I skipped back into VOD real quick. I didn't watch any of it, but seeing one panelist mute another, it's fucking over at that point. You basically need to throw that shit out there and then, or boot them off. Seen this happen before. I mean, you don't need to boot them off. There is... I actually disagree. There is... Oh my god, 52% evasion. This might be the build. The run. There is a... Aiko's obviously making up her position while she's on. The thing that was annoying, and I only pinned her on it once because I'm not a very combative like panelist, but she was avoiding really fucking hard to make a prescriptive statement. She was like weaseling out of like saying any like. So do you think it's good to do this? Oh, well, you know, I don't want to talk about whether people are good or not. I was like, oh, come on. Anyways. Jordan Petersoning, yeah. Like, it wasn't even like whether I agreed with her points or not. I actually agreed with a lot of them, but it's just the way she argued made it really hard to engage with. And then Sonsol was really, I don't know, it just like ended up being drama between them. Anytime I'm doing work, I actually find it disrespectful when people aren't prepared or are arguing around a point. I don't really know why this doesn't seem to be the attitude of streamers on panel shows, and I also don't know what you should do about it. It just kind of sucks. Yeah, I looked unprepared as fuck. I can't criticize them on that. But my fucking closing statement. Clumsy Paint. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Jordan Petersonin. You absolutely do. You cannot have a discussion where someone isn't participating with the group. You also end up with someone talking over others and shit. Yeah, he only got muted for like a second because he kept cutting off people and stuff. It wasn't like muting someone as a warning is fine. You can mute someone as a warning, and yeah, and then the discussion can continue and you can unmute them. She was just arguing against whatever he said because she didn't like him, even if she contradicts herself. I was reading her chat during a lot of the discussion. Her chat fucking hates so. There was a couple people who were just trolling, like that was what like pissed Sonsul off. Though, who were trolling, saying he just wants to say the N-word. Discussion culture is sometimes hard to keep up. Yeah, it is. I don't know. I was not. My ending statement was trash. I need to work on my ending statements. I need to prepare them like beforehand. I really do. That's why I'm honestly, that's the only thing I'm feeling bad about. I don't care like the other stuff, like me not talking during most of the panel.
My
fuck it. Hey, thanks for the follow, Clumsy Pants.
Like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Next time you do the same, but with the highest viewer person on there. I know, right? I like both Sonsul and Aiko are like 60, 80 viewer Andes. I should have fucking got in. That's not my style. Just start fights with them for no reason. I know, right? That's the Twitch meta. Hey, wait, I need to see if Ilisium answered. Kate in your Discord. Oh, okay. Oop. Oh, wait. That's not the... Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Good, and you?
Want to fight?
Yes. I want to... say something?
Hello?
Yeah.
One testing. 1, 2, 3. Can
okay,
you hear
yeah,
me?
that's fine.
Hi. Cool.
All right. Oh, for Chinchilla to do it, sure, but for individuals to do it, nah. Oh no, it's Chinchilla who did it. Chinchilla, when Chow got muted, it was Chinchilla muting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have our server. Do you remember what password we want for it, or how Heim even fucking works?
I don't fucking remember what password you set on it.
We have to think of a new one now. Rough.
As soon as Stardust came in, you just switch all your energy on her. Well, the problem is I actually agreed with most of what Stardust was saying. I didn't have much to say on that subject. For Chinchilla to do it, sure, but for individuals to do it, nah. But to be fair, that's something that very much needs to be spelled out in general as a rule. Otherwise, you end up with this dumb disruptive shit. The sign was talking about how once you like have to mute people, it's like the discussion's kind of over.
Something horrible has happened.
Yeah. But I was like mitigating it, like if you mute people to like as a warning, like stop cutting each other off, like it's okay. Like it can get better. Oh no, when Aiko muted Sonsul. Yeah. Wait, Aiko muted Sonsul at some point? Oh my god, I was so mentally checked out.
Just for her, you were. That's what I want to fight about.
Fair enough.
Okay, server's up.
Server's up? Okay. Let me change category and stuff.
Okay. I remember exactly 0 how I'm supposed to play this game, so this would be great.
Yeah, this is going to be great.
So why are you so mentally checked out?
Okay, so the like weird... I don't know, the conversation took like some weird turns.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a lot of just like back and forth between Aiko and Sonsul with like I didn't really know what to throw in, like, and I felt like it was very like they were talking past each other for a large part, and like also derailing each other. And yeah, I don't know. I just peaced out. I'm also like really tired right now because I'm like my brain's fucking mush. Is that
Have you
played a part in
recovered
it?
from COVID? Is that still
Yeah,
lingering?
I did. I'm not sick.
Okay.
Okay, let me...
dude, our base is amazing. I forgot about all of this. Oh shit! I just cracked our carrots. Oh fuck me. The sword hits underground now.
I mean, for sure. Like my closing statement was fucking trash. That was great. I'm really happy with
yeah,
that.
great. Yeah. uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking I need to like stuff like closing statements. I need to like be more prepared with them. Just have like notes on hand to not end up like in that situation.
Okay.
I don't know.
Open my inventory.
It felt hard for me to like button and actually contribute to the conversation at the end of the day.
True, yeah, I kept thinking they were going to move on from stuff, and then they would argue more on it. So that was definitely, I feel like I probably should have interjected more because we could have moved on a lot. Or like in certain situations, I could have interjected more for sure. Why I'm stuck.
Also, Clumsy Paints, you're I hope I'm not wrong here as a leftist. You mean you hope you're not in the wrong place? I'm a suck them. I like sucking dicks and democracy. There you go. I'm a social democrat. If that's a lefty for you, then you're in a lefty safe space. If not, then not.
We have a troll head with a plaque that I forgot about. I love it.
Since we're on the critique train, I feel like also if you don't know like what I'm responding to, there's like another chat that I don't put up on stream because it's like a oh, what's the password?
I sent it to you in Discord.
Oh. There's like another oh, okay. There's another chat room that with people who watch me, and that I don't put it on screen most of the time because they also watch other stuff. It's like it's not my community, it's a community.
Tab
so
is how you open your inventory, by the way.
Oh, cool. Wait. I feel like some shit disappeared from my inventory.
I have no idea.
I suck the juicy dick of democracy. Makes a great Twitter bio. Yes.
Poggers.
Did you see Aiko's sub goal? $250 out of $2,000. So I checked out her stream. She's gonna move. She has a donation goal for moving, for helping her move to a new apartment, or something like that. It's not like that's not like a daily donation goal of $2,000 or whatever. I'm moving too, true, but I somewhat doubt I can set a donation goal for that. I know I could. Since we're on the critique train, I feel like Chao needs a check on his conduct. He's being extremely condescending towards people at times, which feels weird for the listener. And both this time as well as with the panelists, both this time and in the Russian one, my impression was that it made the conversation very unproductive. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit with Ilisium. Ilisium doesn't mind it. I'm not a fan of the condescension in discussions in general.
How do I harvest turnips?
I stick your dick in them? I don't know.
True. Okay, wait. This is the cultivator for soil. I need a hoe, probably.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I keep breaking them.
I think I killed it. Yeah.
And your swords hit underground now too. I killed some other ones.
Also, yeah, I'm moving this month.
Yeah, where are you going?
Yeah, Moving back in with my mom, actually.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Or presumably fun.
No, it's
Hopefully.
it's good news.
Okay. Oh, wow. We have so much to...
No, not to Poland. My mom moved back
Organize.
moved back to Paris.
Oh, yeah, moving to Poland would be a big change.
True.
Okay. I have a bunch of just random stuff on me. Rude. Wait, is there no friendly fire?
I can't activate it. Oh, now it's activated. Never mind. It's in the tab menu.
Tab? Oh, right. And all these different things were different menus. Yes, I see it. Okay.
Is she cool with you streaming? I mean, I'm gonna have my own. Like, I'm moving back into like the same house, but I'm gonna have like my own apartment. She's not gonna. She doesn't have a say on whether I stream or not. What the fuck? what the fuck kind of relationship would that be? I have no clue like what we're doing or like where's like a crafting menu.
You have to have a hammer out. That's all I remember.
Because like I want to see what's new. That's what I care about.
I'm just familiarizing myself with everything again. So there's a lot.
I hate smugness a lot. It's almost never warranted except when I use it. I agree.
True.
But like unironically, I actually agree. I like smugness actually really triggers me in discussions.
So I feel like I should have interjected with stuff more. I just didn't expect them to keep fighting a lot. But like outside of that, I don't know. It went okay. Kind of. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot. I don't know.
Or what things did you want to talk about? What did you find interesting?
I would have liked to frame the. I don't know, maybe it wasn't relevant, but like frame things a bit more. Like it was very strange to hear people like towards the end constantly repeating this idea. I guess that should have been my closing statement. But like when Shilla asked me, I like flew out of my mind. I should have taken notes. The whole like we can't police this and that. Like we absolutely can. We can
Yeah.
we absolutely do that. Like you can't use slurs in the workplace. There are protected classes in like every single country that's concerned by this kind of discussion. Like what the fuck does it mean you can't do it? I don't know. I should have brought that up.
Okay.
Explains the bougie lift he takes. Yes, I am. My class consciousness is expanding. If I had class consciousness, shouldn't I be? I should be like a conservative?
What?
Because I'm from a privileged background, so. Like the class consciousness is the idea that you follow the politics that serve your socioeconomic class, which well if you talk to a communist, me being a soc dem is actually class consciousness, because I'm not actually for dismantling capitalism, so that's where the class consciousness comes in, and I'm just like virtue signaling about being conscious of social inequalities.
Okay, we repair tools and stuff. How does any of this work?
I don't know. What are we even doing? I think okay. I think I know what we're doing. I'm going to I'm taking the portal. I'm taking the portal to the other base where we have all the like other crafting materials. See what if it like opens new new recipes when we pick up the red balls. I don't remember their names.
What makes the menu come up? The crafting menu even come up?
At the Sky Castle.
Okay. Because out back, I just penned in a deer and a boar, and I was trying to learn how to tame them. So that was definitely my last project, and we'll have to figure that out.
Ooh, that's gonna be rough.
Oh, there's more honey.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. You need to put things into your inventory and like take them out, and you'll get new recipes.
Do you think we lost all of our old recipes?
No, it's just the new recipes. They'll be added as soon as you put the stuff in your inventory. Oh god. Well, it's mostly cosmetics though. Is there like anything actually useful in here? There's an armor stand. And that's kind of cosmetics still. Oh yeah, I'm saying that because I picked up like troll hide, and it like updated all my shit.
Oh shit,
but it
okay.
also updated shit that didn't have to do with the troll hide. Okay, so you just need to like pick up one crafting material and it'll update for you.
I can't harvest these turnips. I'm going to assume that the turnips aren't done yet, and we had just planted them before we stopped.
I don't know, because like stuff that got smelted and whatnot is actually all done right now.
Oh boy. Well, we'll figure it out later, I guess. Okay, familiarizing myself.
Let me eat some shit, because I'm gonna die if I go out.
Okay, wait, so that we absolutely can police language if we want to, was something that was interesting.
I think you said that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine. Someone said it.
Cool. And was there any, what other, okay. Did you have anything else that you had interesting that you had wanted to talk about?
There are some other like things that bothered me earlier, but it's like the conversation moved past them pretty fast.
Okay. Anything you want to revisit, or doesn't matter?
Not really.
Okay, you said something.
Oh yes, actually something. I did want to revisit something. When you were talking about the F slur,
Sure.
only I knew what you were talking about. That you were talking about like the 4chan culture. Unless you were talking about something else, but like.
What do you think other people thought?
I was looking like at Aiko's chat when you were talking about that. They were really fucking confused. They thought you had this idea that which also is something I actually wanted to respond at that point, but I didn't. Like the F slur still like IRL is used and is harmful towards people in a lot of situations, but people understood you saying that the way the F slur is used in
pain.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Diversus.
Breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Basically, people understood you as saying that because of the way it's used in video games, not being consciously homophobic, it's okay. That basically when you get called the F slur by someone in League of Legends because you didn't save them, that's okay. That's like what people in Aiko's chat understood you as saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, with 4chan
weird.
culture thing too, it's like that's also the crux of the issue. Like in different cultures, the words have different meanings, etc. That being said, like this is typically the example of a word that is very well harmful to to this day to a lot of people
It
outside
can be,
of
yeah.
But it's also like reappropriated. It's I don't know. I also like the one time I did butt in. I did a bit late, I guess, since the topic kind of moved past that. But like, Aika and Sonsol are constantly are arguing about the merits of the like different of using or not using slurs without actually discussing the merits of how of say like reappropriation, etc. That's why at some point I butt in and I said, well, like, look, the actual argument is empowerment. It's not like that's what we're supposed to be talking about here. But yeah, then no one, I just fucking ignored it.
Ignored it.
Wait, how do you plant again? Hey, Diversus,
cultivator.
I found it. Diversus, I think I remember you watched me a long time ago now, right? I just harvested all the flax and I'm replanting it. I don't know what we should be doing. Like
we need to making linen, it looks like.
Yeah, that's why I harvested the flax and I'm replanting it.
Oh right, we made oh shit, I made a sick ass dragon bed for myself, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a cool bed, and then we made a portal room finally.
Yes, that's old news, dude.
Yeah.
You should take the portal that goes into yeah, I don't remember what's it called. Anyways. It seems like I don't know. I also remember noticing that in the patch notes. It seems like most of the new stuff is just cosmetic, which is a bit disappointing gameplay wise.
That does sound disappointing. Okay, coming to Sky Castle. Let's see, because we just what's the most advanced metal that we have?
Well, it's the fire area. But there's nothing we can do with it still, I think.
Right, okay.
I'm so wet right now.
Sky Peak. And then what is can we use the green ore for anything yet?
Yeah, we can. We've been using it for...
Right, we made swords. Ooh, something's fighting around here.
It's killing... Stupid ass.
Is it a goblin?
Parries.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's something new. It was for fucking killing my crops.
And there's the mosquitoes. Okay, I'm remembering things. Remembering things.
There's the mosquitoes. They're pretty dangerous.
There's a Lox saddle that I see, so presumably
oh yeah, you can tame the Loxes. Yep.
I don't even know how to tame a boar yet though, so I don't know how useful that's gonna be yet.
Taming the Lox would be pretty fucking cool.
Oh, but we're not gonna be able to do that at the other place. It's definitely gonna be here. Because
it warns you now when there's world saves. That's actually pretty cool.
Okay. Okay, we got a shit ton of iron here.
Breaking the wall again.
What is it? Dragon tears? How did we get dragon tears?
A skeleton. Probably by killing a dragon.
Oh boy.
Wait, what recipe is that?
I don't know. It's not a recipe. We just have them.
Oh, we have them.
Yeah.
I don't remember what that's from. Could it be from the like ice dragons in the mountains?
Maybe. Is the artisan table? Have you have any recipes here?
I haven't checked it yet.
But we got our spinning wheel to make
Yep.
We use the flax to make the yarn, and then we can make grain, right? Okay, let's see how our windmill is for grain. Oh, we got a lot of grain. Okay, we have too much grain. What do we do with or barley flour? Is there a...
Oh yeah, what do you think? That's kind of an easy topic, but it would be a topic. What do you think of the French elections as a topic? Would that be like actually interesting to?
Oh, as a topic.
Yeah, as a topic. Would that
Yeah.
actually like interest you guys?
It would, or it interests me for sure. Yeah, see how it goes because
Okay.
France is pretty cool.
Okay, we can. I'll send it in the Discord chat. I'll pose
Let's
it.
see. Okay. Okay, you had said something that I found interesting.
Yes. Yeah.
We were talking about using slurs in art.
Yes.
Or whatever. And you were pretty pro. From my understanding, that it was okay. Then you added like a caveat that it should be used for subversion.
Yes, ideally, but not as like a strict prescriptive statement, because art by definition is something that where you cannot you will never have objective truths about your art. It's more of it's more of an issue of how it will be judged. Your art, if your art is just racist, it will be judged as such. If your art is actually that was just like an example. If it's subverting the expectations around a slur, then it will be judged as such as well, and it will probably be rather appreciated.
Okay. Do you think like racist art should be allowed or promoted, or what would you say around that?
I think it should not be promoted. As for whether it should be allowed or not, I think I'm okay with laws against hate speech. But hate speech usually is pretty strictly defined as something that. Okay, let me nuance it.
Okay.
I would say, where the fuck do I repair a cultivator, by the way?
At the forge, probably. I guess.
It doesn't repair it.
Really?
Oh wait, it does. Okay, never mind. I had to click again.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Right. Art. Racist art.
Yeah?
Okay, the problem I have with going like full on free speech is that there is, you can then just call any like call to violence or racist propaganda art and think you'll get away with it, which is literally what like far right wing people will do if that argument becomes generally accepted. And that bothers me. That's not something I'm okay with. That being said, I think in general it's pretty, I don't know. It's rough. I also was talking about art because I think comedy is art and is like a subset of art, and I thought it was pretty, like, the same arguments should be able to be used on both, and I thought it was pretty important to like enlarge expand the subject to art in general rather than just comedy. But also, I don't know, it's actually something I wanted to talk about more because it also opens up like the thing Sansel brought up, the girl getting like hated on for saying the N-word when she was singing the lyrics at a concert.
Yeah.
It's a very weird thing when you think about how music evolves through through the repetition and the adaptation of other people's works, for the most part. It's a very weird thing to think like, oh, I cannot use the lyrics of this other person because I don't have the pass for the slur they're using. Not to mention also something I kind of wanted to bring up at are you familiar with the rapper called Logic?
Vaguely.
He is mixed. He has I think it was a black mother and a white father, if I recall correctly. But
Okay.
he is completely white passing. But he but so he uses the N-word a lot in his lyrics, which I don't have a problem with. But it's also one of those situations where it's like, okay, so now you need to fucking check like some people would, and so he has gotten hate for it. Like some people are gonna unironically argue that since he's passing, he shouldn't use it, or that he I don't know. It's a weird argument. I feel like art in general is a space where you should more so give the benefit of the doubt to people, if possible. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. You wanted to peg me on the not peg me, but you want to talk about the racist art stuff.
Or yeah, I mean it's fine. We're getting there. It just seems hard to decide if you're going to be or okay, I guess here's another example. So like in comedy, if the butt of a joke is just shock value of like haha racism at some point, or like, right? Does that sound, do you understand what I'm saying with this?
Mm-hmm.
Where nothing's really being subverted. Yeah, it's like nothing's really being subverted, but it's just like shock value, like, oh, you weren't expecting the point of this joke to be racist, essentially. Should comedians get like negative feedback for making jokes like that? Did we make a cauldron anywhere?
Yeah, there's one in the original main base, outside.
Outside?
So the weird thing with that is, what if someone, like, what if the butt of the joke is the racist people, and how like offensive they are? Wouldn't that joke look very similar?
I'm not following you. What if the joke was the racist people?
Yes, there's a lot of humor. There's a lot of edgy humor, where the idea is to make fun of the kind of people who would say this kind of stuff. Rather, the butt of the joke is not supposed to be the edgy racist humor. It's supposed to be laughing at how dumb it is that people would unironically make that kind of joke. You see what I'm talking about?
I mean, yeah, I think that could be funny too.
So that is like purely contextual at that point, right? It will be the same
if
joke.
Someone...
Like it's like when you look at Robert Downey Jr. playing in Tropical Thunder.
Yeah.
It did actually piss off a lot of people, but the thing that made it okay wasn't that he was funny. It was that he was making fun of the attitude in Hollywood that would make that would argue that blackface is okay. He was making fun of the whitewashing of actors' roles in Hollywood.
He's making. Was he? I mean, that depends on your interpretation of it, right?
That is generally the interpretation. Yes, and it's not a like controversial statement. It's like when he says, "I'm just a dude playing another dude." He's talking about the fact that he's talking about how nonsensical it is to have someone white play the role of a black person, to have a dude playing another dude. That's actually not the right example. That's just like meta humor, but because he's referencing the fact that he's in the movie. Actually, that's not a good example.
Okay.
But no, it's like when he talks about the Academy Awards, stuff like that. To me, it's clearly a reference to like Hollywood culture, to how he's an acclaimed actor in that story, and so he's selected to play this role over just having like a good black actor play that role, and that he's so good at it that it makes it acceptable to do blackface.
I mean, you get all that from just Robert Downey Jr. being in the movie and saying I'm a dude playing a dude?
No, not from the I'm a dude playing a dude, but in general from I don't know all the dialogue off the top of my head. Jamie Foxx has talked about Robert Downey Jr. and Tropic Thunder on the Joe Rogan Experience. If you want to use that as reference, well, I'm not gonna watch that right now, but I'll remember that.
The Joe Rogan Experience. Okay, we don't have a cauldron anywhere. This
There
seems to
is
be where
one
anything's been
outside
developed.
the main house. Okay, I'm coming to show you.
The main house?
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
way.
let me put away the. I told you.
I feel like we did make one, but I found it. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
I don't know that I haven't made like a literary analysis of like an analysis of the movie to belabor the point, but that is the consensus that on what the Robert Downey Jr.'s role was in the movie and why his blackface was considered acceptable.
Oh my goodness, we have to level up the cauldron now. There's new things we need to make.
Okay.
Oh no. What if we don't have some of the materials here? This will be a whole pain. Dude, this game is so hard to navigate. Okay. The cauldron has a rack, a spice rack, which requires turnips, a butcher's table, which requires silver and all of the woods, and pots and pans, which requires iron, copper, black metal, and fine wood. And there's a stone oven now too. Are you seeing all these under the
Wait, why is your
crafting
ADHD
section
getting
of the hammer
triggered?
menu?
This enough. Why is your ADHD getting triggered? Anyways, bye. Thanks for watching. What? Sorry.
If you take out the hammer and look in the crafting menu, the cauldron has 3 things to level it up. So we can have a level 4 cauldron now and a stone oven. So we need to decide where we want to put these. Actually, we probably want it at Sky Castle because
That would be
well,
good to
no,
have a cauldron there.
food can travel.
Well, food can travel. Yeah, that's true. It's not a big issue.
It's the question is gonna be if we have 5 black metal, and gets back here at this base, then it doesn't matter. But if we don't, then we'll have to do it at Sky Castle.
Yeah.
pretty much.
True. Anyways, what getting back to the subject. I was just saying, Robert. I don't remember what we were talking about earlier, but Robert Downey Jr.'s the general consensus is that Robert Downey Jr.'s role in as doing blackface in that movie was okay because it was supposed to be commentary on Hollywood's elitism and like weirdness about roles, it wasn't there was several levels to it rather than just being him doing blackface.
Okay.
Kind of like, okay, another good example is actually an even better example because it's played way less subtly. In Community, the episode where the crazy guy plays they play D&D and the crazy guy plays a drow, a dark elf, and he does blackface and everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? And the joke is not that he does blackface. The joke is that he's so insensitive that he doesn't even realize what's wrong with what he's doing. You can have that with slurs, right? That kind of humor where you're joking about someone being that insensitive. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that all jokes are okay. That's fine. Yep.
That's all I was saying.
Okay. Then if I ask you again, how do you feel about comics or comedians whose joke isn't this person is so dumb they don't understand racism, but is actually subtly racist, or just is like making fun of protected classes as the butt of the joke?
I don't like it. I would not be a patron personally of those comedians, and I would be disappointed in people being patrons of those.
So like Dave Chappelle's jokes that where trans people were the butt of them in his most recent thing, do you think like that should have been pushed back on by society? Or like when you're saying art is like subjective and I don't know, protected or whatever, how do these mix? Does that make sense?
I actually didn't follow that drama, so I don't actually know what did he say exactly?
We'd have to watch it. Do you remember how to fish?
I tried using a fishing rod.
I did. I'm just gonna click. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, that threw it very far.
Oh, interesting. Bukeberries. There's pukeberries now.
Pukeberries?
Well, they're called bukeberries. They allows the consumer to quickly evacuate any misplaced meal and start anew.
What?
But they cause you to feel sick. Health region minus 100%, stamina region minus 100%, movement speed minus 50%. I imagine it doesn't last too long. Here, you want them? I'll give them to you. I looted them off a mob of some sort.
Okay. Oh, whatever the new mob in
I dropped them into the water. Oh, you got him? Nice.
I don't know. It froze while I was saving. I'm assuming I got him.
Look into your inventory.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, there's a.
That's okay. I'll go to the plane soon. Okay. I'm fishing.
Got him.
What did you do?
There was feathers on the roof there. There's a difference between Robert Downey Jr. Wearing blackface and Robert Downey Jr. playing the character of an over-the-top method actor who thinks that blackface is okay. Yeah, that's...
Yes.
You put it better than I did. That show's funny. Cancel me. All right. someone ban magical. Don't. Another one was Gene Wilder's self-aware blackface in the movie Silver Streak. I'm not aware of that one. I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh my goodness, I've gotten 2 fish with this this one piece of bait. Because if you just walk up and pull it onto the ground, you can pick up the fish. And you keep the bait. Isn't that amazing?
You're so good.
Thank you.
Oh, and now we can destroy items as well. Is there something to do it? I don't remember what it was though. Okay. Let's see. What is the new stuff we can build? Cauldron
I lost the
improvements.
fish.
You lost the fish.
That's so sad. I didn't know I could lose the fish. I've just been holding right click to get it back the entire time. Oh, I probably ran out of stamina because I don't look at that. And I need to eat that stuff.
Hey, we do have black metal here.
Yeah.
I'll smelt it.
I don't remember any of the recipes. Do we just have to throw it in there and it's fine, or what?
What do you mean?
Do we just put it in the furnace thing and it turns into stuff or not? I don't remember any of our recipes
Oh shit.
for crafting.
Yeah. Can we talk about World War III? Oh no.
Is World War III coming?
I hope not. Okay, real talk. Do you think... Why can't I smelt it? Do you think...
It might need the blast furnace.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the blast furnace. Okay, never mind. We're just doing it in the Sky Castle then. Don't you think that the Ukrainians if it's actually going to get to war, if Putin actually invades, the Ukrainians are better off, probably on just like a purely human perspective. They're probably better off just getting invaded than it becoming a clusterfuck of a proxy war.
I would not agree with that at all.
You don't agree with that?
No, it's gonna be really depends on what we mean by better off. Because use raw fish. If all we mean by better off is like the least amount of lives will be lost, then yeah, sure, probably avoiding wars is probably always going to be better off. But I don't think long term, I don't think that equates, because now how do you decide like between the sovereignty of a country and like the severity of a war to defend that sovereignty? I think quite often people would say, you know, or like this is like the American like liberty meme. People would be willing to accept some level of death and sacrifice in order to defend sovereignty and liberties, right?
Sure, but like I feel like there's also a bit of what's the kick button? Oh, found it. There's a bit of
oh shit! I just blew up the stairs.
Oh, good job. There's a bit of a problem with that logic, which is that the reality is that's not why we go to war. That's just the moral excuse to justify it. No, it's true. That's the reality. Like, for the most part.
No, that's absolutely the reality for the Ukrainian people. You can say, yeah, sure, America's involvement doesn't care about the sovereignty of or like the future of the people of Ukraine to the degree, but if you're a Ukrainian,
oh yes. Okay, sorry. From that perspective,
around you,
yes. If you're a Ukrainian and you consider that your national sovereignty, that your that your freedoms are worth dying for, then absolutely, yeah. And that's I was thinking more about foreign intervention. Like foreign intervention in reality is pretty cynical, right?
No, it doesn't have to be at all. This is
it doesn't have to be, but in practice it is.
Okay, this is probably we're going to disagree, because in practice I think the established U.S. order of nations have sovereignty now, and we are going to police that to some degree, is like not a entirely cynical thing. How do you kick?
No,
Never mind.
the
No.
principle is not cynical, but the reality is that's not the principle that's applied. There are plenty of cases where the U.S. acts against the sovereignty of nations. There are plenty of cases where the sovereignty of nations is threatened and the U.S. does not act on it. So it's a bit weird to throw that argument around, I feel.
No, it's not at all. To say that America isn't perfectly consistent with this, I absolutely agree. And that's probably not good. But also, America doesn't have the means or the political capital to involve itself in every single thing in the entire world. So yes, it's going to be a lot harder than that, because the complications and the incentives and the players aren't all so uniform in what they want and what their goals are, that we can just say, you know, America is wholly good, wholly bad at enforcing this idea. But like, especially if we're going to be talking specifically about Ukraine, like this seems to, when we're at a pivotal moment between the idea of nations have sovereignty and should be able to act on their own and returning to a more autocratic spheres of influence style world, to say like, oh man, dude, the short-term war in Ukraine is going to be awful. It's totally not worth being involved in, especially if you're Ukrainian. Like, what are they thinking? Like, that still feels really weird. Does that make sense?
Sure. It's also one of the weird things where I don't know that Ukraine could, like, looking at the state of affairs, I don't know that Ukraine can actually can actually defend itself against the Russian invasion.
Well, probably not.
And I
absolutely not.
don't think it doesn't look like anyone's gonna intervene with enough force to actually change the balance of power.
Now maybe, I don't know, depending on war is unpredictable. I think we like to said a lot of these things. If Russia isn't able to sweep over Ukraine in a week, I don't think it's going to go well for them. And I don't even think, like, I don't even know if that would be their approach. I think they might start in very small steps. So who knows how it would actually like play out in the actual engagements and stuff. But like, the support for Ukraine could end in a very similar Persian Gulf War style thing, where even if Russia fully invades Ukraine, if Ukraine has political support from the rest of the world, you could get a ultimatum like Saddam got to leave Kuwait, and then depending on how all these things play out, it might not necessarily be that Ukraine has to defend itself militarily or cease to exist. Is all I'm sorry, what I was getting to.
Yeah, I was discussing in a theory where all diplomatic venues fail, and in hypothetical where all diplomatic venues fail.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, who's to say that the EU doesn't say that it's willing to start a war in Europe to defend?
Oh, that one's
the
easy. The EU just
order.
doesn't have a proper diplomatic front. Some EU countries might.
States. Yeah, some
member states might. Germany probably not. They're really waffling on the subject. France maybe. I'm not sure. The UK, if the US go in, the UK goes in as well. But they probably won't go in by themselves. They'll do whatever the US does.
Oh, UK and Poland virtue signaling is hella high right now. So who knows what will happen.
Polish people fucking hate Russia, and not necessarily Russians or Russia as a country, but they fucking hate Russia as an imperial power for obvious historical reasons.
Yeah.
So yeah, Polish people are hell ready to do whatever, and they like people in general in Eastern Europe and in Scandinavian countries feel threatened by Putin. So they definitely want to stop any kind of like slippery slope as soon as possible. They'd rather fight a proxy war in Ukraine than an actual war in their own countries. Mm-hmm. That's for sure. That's like in their own interest.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't think Ukraine's position is actually like that awful. Even if they get overrun, the idea that the rest of the world is going to de facto accept that Russia gets to control Ukraine now, I don't know if that falls. I still can't kick.
Yeah, stop being a shitter.
Dang it. Okay, it was like the special
it's
attack.
middle mouse.
Yes.
But click.
Okay.
Oh, you're so good.
Oh.
Got him. Hey, where the fuck did that bird go? Was it like a bird that just flew through us?
Or you can roll while you're kicked. Okay. So what? The cauldron gives us some new foods.
Yeah, I think that's like the only new thing, really. Though we
There
could
was,
like go explore some areas, see if there's anything new in those areas.
There's the stone oven. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, we need to build that.
But that needs an artisan table.
That
Ooh.
our artisan table is easy. We have artisan tables everywhere now.
No, that's the wood table. The artisan table is the one that we have by the spinning wheel in the fancy place. What
Oh,
does it
well,
take to make
we're gonna build that in the Sky Castle anyways. Doesn't matter.
Oh, artisan table takes teardrops, dragon tears.
But we're
Okay.
we're building that in the Sky Castle anyways.
Okay, yeah, let's go build everything in Sky Castle.
I'm more.
Okay.
This entire Ukraine invasion is psyops. I'm more worried about the U.S. escalating. I hope that's the case because that means we don't go to war. That's the ideal case. If it's just a game of chicken for Putin and the U.S. is just doing some like weirdo warmongering shit with their communication on it, that's actually the ideal case for everyone, right?
What do you mean?
I mean,
how are you framing a buildup of 100,000 troops on another nation's border as like America doing weird psyop shit?
No, I'm not framing that. I just the way I framed that was how I said possibly playing a game of chicken.
Okay.
That's how I described that. What I meant by psyops, not by psyops, I meant like weirdo whatever. What I meant by that is the whole thing where the U.S. Media collectively decided to tell everyone that Russia's going to war, and the U.S. intelligence. It's U.S. intelligence that decided to tell everyone Russia's going to war, and then media repeated that, which is normal. But the weird part in that is that it is not a consensus among other intelligence agencies, or so. I'm a bit mitigated on that front, and that's why I'm saying, like, if the reality is that Putin is just playing a game of chicken, then that does make in that hypothetical that does make the whole U.S. communication of they're 100% going to go to war a bit weird. That's all I'm saying. Like in hindsight, it'll look sus. Okay. It'll look a bit. It'll look a bit like a sussy baka.
Oh no.
Based on a balance of probabilities, considering that Russia offered way more to dissuade Yanukovych from joining the EU than EU is willing to persuade them, is there any reason to believe EU would actually intervene enough in this kind of thing to stop any overrunning? I barely know anything about the situation, I'm asking. I do know that it's a different government now. There's like 15 billion compared to 800 euros and less restrictions on gas memes. I'm probably missing a lot. I don't even think the EU wants Ukraine. The fight is over Ukraine joining NATO, not over Ukraine joining the EU.
I mean, that's the future of it, though. The fight is over Ukraine leaving Russia's sphere of influence.
Yeah, in general, that is the question. Yes, I agree.
Okay, yeah. It's like the NATO thing only comes into play because that's makes them untouchable to Russia.
Yes, absolutely. And if you listen to Russian propaganda, then it's like a foothold to like attack Russia or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Have you listened to Hassan talk about it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, it's sad, but it's funny.
Oh wow, I have so many markers. And are these other markers? Okay, there was a thing someone posted that there was going to be a table where you could share maps with each other. Is that like a future
we need to build
update?
that. Yeah, no,
or does that exist?
Don't know, actually. Let's see. Miscellaneous. Oh, no, the cartography table. It's already there. Fine wood, bone fragments, bronze, leather scraps, and raspberries. We can build that in the... Oh, we should build it in the Sky Castle, though. Yeah,
Okay.
let's build a cartography table, too.
Sure, because that'd be great to be able to.
But I would say long term, I definitely think that the EU would definitely would take in Ukraine. Like if all this shit gets resolved, Ukraine joins NATO, so they're like Russia can't fuck with them anymore. Something could definitely be negotiated for
I've got a bunch of markers on my map that oh no, I deleted that one. I was gonna say I don't think I made. Oh yeah, okay, you can make your map. Oh no, that's just yourself. Never mind.
Be yourself.
You can make yourself visible to other players or not. Well, okay. Berries. There's a whole bunch of markers all over the place I don't remember making. Because they were probably from a long time ago. But I didn't put words next to them, so I don't know what they are.
How do you open the map? Oh, there you go. I opened the map.
Yeah.
I have a marker called something. That's a good one. But for the most part, I've been good with my markers.
I have been not very good. Stargate Command. Okay, cool. I remember these things.
Poop peak.
I can't harvest my turnips. I'm gonna Google this.
Why have a Cuban Missile Crisis when the next war will be fought bonking each other with sticks? What the fuck? Why are you saying that? I don't think Ukraine has anything that is worth the trouble. I've not even heard that being seriously discussed, I think. Oh, because I was saying Ukraine has lots of pure kind of coal. What Ukraine does have is, but like Russia already yoinked. Wait, no, Crimea wasn't really that. What Ukraine does have is it's kind of the granary of Europe in certain parts of it. They have a huge agricultural base. Like Ukraine and Poland probably I don't have like any exact numbers, but they're probably like two of the biggest food providers for the rest of Europe. Okay, let's build some shit. Where is the cauldron in all this? I was talking about Ukraine joining the EU, which I think is not something that was ever discussed and would not happen anytime soon.
No, they would join NATO before the EU. That's kind of like secondary.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're just first moving that direction. Okay, we don't have a cauldron at Skybase. We've got to make one from scratch there.
Yep, I know.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like long term, I could see the long term. I could see. Oh no, we only have one tin. Oh no.
Where's the boat at?
I have no fucking clue. Oh, it's probably in the fire area.
I feel like I would have left a boat marker, right? It's like the one point we would have done.
Isn't the failure to join the EU the whole reason for the riots in 2014? Oh yeah, I think they applied for joining the EU in at some point. I don't remember anymore. Let's look it up.
Wait, where did we build a bridge?
A bridge?
Yeah, we had some house somewhere where I built the bridge at. Was that a whole different map?
I don't know. Well, I have a boat marker. It's not sure how to get there though. This is gonna be very confusing. Okay, we anyways, I'm gonna start working on the cauldron for Sky Castle. We need some resources for that. Specifically tin. Where do we find tin? Oh yeah, we find tin by rivers and stuff like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, in the forest, in the dark forest by rivers.
Okay. By dark forest, you mean black forest, right?
Black forest, yes.
Okay, cool.
Huh. It must have been a different world. Did we start a separate world for playing multiplayer or something, and then never went back? Must have. This is definitely the right one. But there's definitely no bridge here anymore.
That'd be the most baller move, though. Ukraine joins the EU and gets money to build up its infrastructure so as not to be dependent on the gas money anymore, but doesn't join NATO. Best of both worlds. They would have to join NATO to join the EU. Like, with the way Putin's been behaving, I don't think that's up for... Like, you could have one without the other. Ow. Right, never mind.
Ooh, it's a big troll. Yeah, we actually have like good armor now and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I was AFK for 5 minutes. Unforgivable.
3?
Okay.
Oh no, all of our portals are named stuff. And I don't remember what they were for.
No, really?
Well, I mean, like, I don't remember where they correspond to very well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through the Ashland ones to see if the boat was left there.
Just call the bluff. He ain't gonna do shit anyway, so no need to join NATO as long as the EU plays ball with it. Ooh, I don't know about that.
We must have rebuilt the boat, right? We sailed one boat off the edge of the world.
I have a boat marker on my map, but I don't know which portal would go to it, and I'd have to try them out.
Where is the boat marker? Vaguely.
We are not equipped to communicate that kind of information to each other.
Yeah. Okay, fine. We can make the stone table first, or the cryptography table first, and then...
Yeah. That would... No, well, it depends if it, like, transfers markers or not as well.
We'll find out.
Is that tin?
It was under miscellaneous, you said? Yeah, okay.
I think that's tin. That's just stone. Fuck.
Raspberries,
There's a
leather.
cryptocurrency table in Valheim, yes. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think it's possible for Ukraine to negotiate a closer relationship with the EU without being protected from like the weird Russian bullshit. And the EU doesn't protect its members from like invasion. I truly can't see beyond Putin just flexing here. He's got Crimea for his navy base. He ain't gonna risk anything beyond that.
I mean,
I don't know.
It clearly would be.
That's what I'm hoping. Like I don't disagree. I don't necessarily disagree as much as I just don't know. I wouldn't be that confident. It's really hard to tell. It feels like it's really hard to tell what he's actually thinking.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. But I think if it was just flexing stuff, the diplomatic side would be going differently. Like the initial deals of like dictating to NATO that it can't expand more and stuff like that was just never, like, anyone knew that wasn't going to be successful. So it feels very deliberate of making sure that a diplomatic means doesn't come through.
Wait, what do you mean by? Can you repeat that?
if it was just flexing and posturing to look better inside Russia, I feel like
Oh no, flexing also means like no, here what I mean by flexing here, and what I think fate means as well is threatening. So like if they it means they're not, it means they're not necessarily willing to go to war all the way, but they do want to threaten war. What I mean is it's not just for internal politics. It can still be flexing if the goal is just to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, but it's flexing if they wouldn't be willing to go all the way to wage war.
Sure. What's the recipe?
Can't.
Oh, it's iron, not steel, and iron's just iron ore. Okay.
Cannot find any tin in here. Like, this is really annoying because we need to find tin near the Sky Castle because we can't transport it.
Yeah.
And I'm not finding any. This is not like a great island for those earlier resources. Oh, I'm in the meadows now, apparently. That's why there's none.
See if you can find a boat. If we lost our boat,
one.
It's gonna be a lot, right? Or not?
Okay, I'll go find the boat for you. Don't worry.
No, you can. It's fine. We got plenty of time. I'm gonna be sad. Okay, I need some raspberries. Ooh, we don't have very many raspberries.
I'm picking some up while I'm at it here. I'll be able. I got some 13 raspberries. I'll be able to bring back.
Ah.
It's just not a lot, but something.
Plenty.
It's not to look better inside Russia. It's diplomatic leverage. Yeah, exactly. Though it's also to look better inside Russia. He's like killing several birds with one stone with the whole situation.
Yeah, but okay. It is a very aggressive move forward for that, but possible. I mean, if you just wanted to have diplomatic posturing, I don't know. It's clear that it is clear to me that it's a very desperate move to try to reverse Ukraine from slipping away. I think Russia looks at this as the last chance of retaining Ukraine.
Yeah, probably.
Because we've had like what 2 or 3 whatever deals, over where Russia's been like trying to diplomatically dictate stuff over the Donbas, and those kind of all just like stalled. So I don't know, that hasn't seemed to be super successful. The turnips can be harvested now.
Nice. The highest-ranking German Navy officer said the same thing when on a visit in India, that he didn't know was filmed and had to retire because he contradicted the government's position. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. He got fucked.
I don't know. I think we give Putin too much credit as being like a smart, rational actor and not just like old and vindictive and stuck thinking about things in the Cold War still. Which I think to some larger degree he just is. And seeing Russia slip away and be less prominent. I don't know if he actually cares because he gets to be rich as fuck, but yeah.
And again, obviously NATO is projection of power, but this narrative that there is this narrative going around that like Ukraine joining NATO would be a threat to Russian borders. It's not in this narrative going around. It's mostly like Russian propaganda. I don't think that's a fair assessment of what it means for Ukraine to join NATO, Ukraine isn't. Ukraine doesn't want to go to war with Russia. In fact, this whole thing, like the weird part in all of this is like, if Russia wasn't so combative about those things, if it wasn't threatening Ukraine, then Ukraine wouldn't want to be in NATO. Ukraine would want to have good relations with Russia, and would be probably willing to go to quite a fair bit to compromise to be to have good relations with Russia and also good relations with the West. That's what would be in their best interest, actually. But since they've taken over Crimea, Ukraine kind of doesn't have a choice but to feel threatened, right?
No, yeah. I mean, they could be great trading partners, but Russia wants more than just having a trading partner. They want to have a sphere of influence and dictate.
He also described himself as a radical Christian and wants Russia on his side, despite Putin being atheist, as an ally against China. So not too mad about him getting Ducker's after all that, despite him confirming my opinion on the Ukraine matter. Well, sometimes.
Yeah?
Sometimes military people are pretty fucking weird.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to turn some of our turnips back into turnip seeds so we can plant more turnips.
Who is this military person? I'm missing something here. Fate was talking about a German general officer. I don't remember their rank.
He was like a commander of their navy.
Yeah, like a navy commander who basically contradicted the.
He said Russia deserves respect and stuff and shouldn't be an enemy.
Yeah, he like contradicted what the narrative, so they forced him to resign. Admiral. Oh, Mr. Girl is online. You should get him on the panel sometime. Okay, who the fuck is Mr. Girl? I haven't watched any of his stuff. All I know is he's like talked to everyone in the politics scene. I was gonna. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean he's just a YouTuber that jumped into Twitch discourse stuff with. He made a review of Cuties and talked about pedophilia in a pretty open and straightforward way, and then everyone freaked out and had a bunch of conversations.
He
seems to be like okay, yeah. He seems like, but like, I think his claim to fame is more that he's just willing to engage with anything, and he engages really straightforwardly, for the most part. So he's probably like a really good interlocutor, more than most panels. So that's like good, but like some of it's silly. He gets like stuck on really dumb parts of some conversations and like can't get past them, but for the most part he seems pretty good.
What was his opinion on Cuties?
I don't know, I actually watch it.
Okay.
I know about it. I mean, he said that like the thing that everyone freaks out about is that he said like the movie is intentionally trying to make like the 12-year-old girls seem hot, and it did a good job of it.
What do you mean? Can you repeat that?
The movie is trying to make the 12-year-old girls sexually attractive, and it did a good job of it.
Okay.
Is my paraphrasing of his review, or an element of his review. It was not the entire thing.
Yes, but that's not what I was saying, and also not why Russia objects to NATO, I think. They see NATO as a way for the US to project their power, which is fair in my opinion. And some of the objections of Russia against NATO, of course, stem from the way they like to project power.
Yeah, but these aren't equivalent projections of power. One is a projection of power of we have established a world where each country has sovereignty and independence and can do stuff for themselves as much as we're able, and one is a world of like we want to go back to spheres of influence. So like NATO's projection of power is a defensive voluntary alliance, and Russia's projection of power is not.
Like, imagine if Russia started some military alliance comparable to NATO and would have Mexico and all sorts of states around the US joining in, or other NATO states. The US would not feel cool about that.
Sure, I wouldn't feel cool about it.
Um,
But it's also not going to happen unless America's militaristically threatening its neighbors.
Yeah, this
We
is
don't really do that.
this is definitely like one of those where, like, if this happened in a vacuum, it would be a lot more of a nuanced discussion than it happening in response to the invasion of Crimea. Validate me and listen to the clip I posted. Okay.
It was 5 minutes. We can listen. Do you want to stream it?
Oh, on Discord, you mean? Sure.
Yeah.
Right, okay, screen. There you go.
The 5-minute casual clip. Yeah.
You got it?
Give me a second. I hear goblins.
Yeah, there's goblins around our base.
Great.
Got a problem with goblins?
Yeah. I'm going to kill them.
You're gonna call them slurs?
Greenbacks.
Oh god, no. Oh yeah, let's stop there. Oh god. So you are the guy at the panel who just
one-shot me.
That's what you deserve. So you are the guy at the panel who actually was fucking seething, wanting to yell some slurs. It wasn't Sansol.
What? Look.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean. Okay, we need real food to fight goblins, apparently. That feels
Yes.
good.
Okay, I'm playing the clip.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thanks. Okay, well, that's quite a mouthful there. So you said
wait,
actions
no.
such as these suggest otherwise. Suggest.
Why is it not?
meaning
It's
they-
not showing up
they
for me.
suggest they're-
Not showing up for
It's,
you?
it's showing Valheim and not the clip.
Oh, okay, sorry. Right, let me switch it up. Oh, I understand. Never mind. There you go. I picked the wrong thing.
Okay.
Fuck, the Twitter video player is so bad. Anyways.
It's true.
Thanks. Okay, well, that's quite a mouthful there. So you said actions such as these.
Okay, never mind. We should
suggest
probably both just watch
otherwise.
it on our own.
Suggest, meaning they suggest they're
But
not
you don't have
interested in talks and they're going to go ahead
Or
with some kind of
it's not
what
good.
action are you talking about?
One, the actions I've just pointed to.
What action? What?
The fact that Russia continues to engage in disinformation
Well,
campaigns.
you made an allegation that they might do that. Have they actually done it?
What we know, Matt, is what I have just said, that they have engaged in this activity,
Well,
in
engage
this
in what?
planning
Hold on a
activity.
second. What
But
activity?
let me
What
because
activity?
I just
obviously
listened to
this is not the first time we've made these reports public. You'll remember that just a few weeks ago.
Oh, fuck.
Thanks. Action. What?
The fact that Russia continues.
Is it
One,
only
the actions
left
I've
ear
just
audio?
pointed to.
Holy fuck.
Yes, it's
Meaning
cancer.
They suggest they're not interested in talks and they're going to go ahead with some kind of a. What action are you talking about?
One, the actions I've just pointed to.
What action? What?
The fact that Russia continues to engage in disinformation
Well, you
campaigns.
made an allegation that they might do that. Have they actually done it?
What we know, Matt, is what I have just said, that they have engaged in this activity,
Well,
in
engage
this
in what?
planning
Hold on a
activity.
second. What
But
activity?
let me
What
because
activity?
obviously this is not the first time we've made these reports public. You'll remember that just a few weeks ago.
I'm sorry.
You-
Made what report public?
If you'll let me finish, I will
Okay.
tell you what report we made
Okay.
public. We told you a few weeks ago that we have information indicating Russia also has already prepositioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine. So that, Matt, to your question, is an action that Russia has already taken.
It's an action that you say that they have taken, but you have shown no evidence to confirm that. And I'm going to
What
get to
is
the next
going
question
on in
here,
this
which
press
is,
conference?
what is the evidence that they? I mean, this is like crisis actors, really. This is like Alex Jones territory you're getting into now. What evidence do you have to support the idea that there is some propaganda film in the making?
Matt, this is derived from information known to the U.S. government, intelligence information that we have declassified. I think you know.
Okay, well, where is it? Where is this information?
It is intelligence information that we have declassified.
Well, where is it? Where's the declassified information?
I just delivered it.
No, you made a series of allegations and statements.
Would you like us to print out the topper? Because you will see a transcript of this briefing that you can print out for yourself.
That's not evidence, Ned. That's you saying it. That's not evidence. I'm sorry.
What would you like, Matt?
I would like to see some proof that you that you can show that
Matt, you have been
that shows that the Russians are doing this. Ned, I've been doing this for a long time.
I know, that was my point.
You
You have been doing this for quite a while. You know that when we declassify intelligence information,
right. And I
we do so in a means. We do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods.
Is not going to fall. I remember a lot of things. So where is the declassified information other than you coming out here and saying?
Matt, I'm sorry you don't like the format, but we have declassified.
It's not the format; it's the content.
I'm sorry you don't like the content. I'm sorry you. I'm sorry you
don't like the
doubting
content.
the information that is in the possession of the U.S. government. What I'm telling you is that this is information that's available to us. We are making it available to you in order for a couple reasons. One is to attempt to deter the Russians from going ahead with this activity. Two, in the event we're not able to do that, in the event the Russians do go ahead with this, to make it clear as day, to lay bare the fact that this has always been an attempt on the part of the Russian Federation to fabricate a pretext.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence to back it up other than what you're saying. It's like you're saying, we think we have information the Russians may do this, but you won't tell us what the information is. And then when you're asked,
that is the idea behind deterrence, Matt. That is the idea behind deterrence. It is our hope that the Russians don't go forward with this.
Is you say, I just gave it to you. But that's not what
you seem not to understand. You seem not to understand the idea of deterrence. We are trying to deter.
This is actually a Twitch debate.
Moving forward with this type of activity. That is why we're making it public today. If the Russians don't go forward with this, that is not ipso facto an indication that they never had plans to do so.
But then it's unprovable. My God, what is the evidence that you have that suggests that the Russians are even planning this?
Matt,
I'm not saying that they're not. But you just come out and say this and expect us just to believe it without you showing a shred of evidence that it's actually true. Other than when I ask, or when anyone else asks, what's the information? You said, well, I just gave it to you, which was just you making a statement.
Matt, you said yourself, you've been in this business for quite a long time. You know that when we make information, intelligence information public, we do so in a way that protects sensitive sources and methods. You also know that we declassify information only when we're confident in that information. If you doubt the credibility of the U.S. government, of the British government, of other governments, and want to, find solace in information that the Russians are putting out, that is for you to do.
I'm not asking what the Russian government is putting out, and what is it supposed to mean?
Okay, that's a weird interaction.
It's pretty, can you bring back some salter cord? Fuck, how do you say them?
No, I'm going to go get the boat and go get some tin.
Okay, when you interacted with the table, nothing happened for me.
No, there's another thing next to the table. That's to put down your Here, okay, let me show you.
I figured it out. Okay.
Yeah. I already put my shit in.
So now when I go to map,
I'm basically saying that everyone's reaction in this makes sense. Russia's concern regarding NATO makes sense. Ukraine wanting to join NATO makes sense. Often the discourse is very one-sided. That basically paints Russia as crazy, while we would react the exact same way if the worlds were reversed. Well, we wouldn't react the exact same way, but yes, there would be similarities. It's not about saying who is right or wrong in a moral sense, but rather fighting against the notion that this is a fight of good versus evil instead of a matter of a nation's interests being at odds. I'm okay with
So okay,
with considering Putin's reign more evil than the governments we have, to be honest. But sure, I agree.
Yeah, it gets hard because like, what else? If we don't consider like autocracy in the modern era to be evil, what do we consider to be evil? Like, I don't know.
But it's okay because if you and I agree with this idea that Russia is delusional. Russia is not delusional for sure. Russia has an idea about what it wants its relations to be and what it wants from Ukraine and from the West, and it's using the tools at its disposal to get just that. Okay, I copied your discoveries from the table. What does that do?
Yeah, it seems like it just gave the markers though.
Does that mean I have your no? Okay, no, I don't have your noted points. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, you can toggle it. No?
What, can you? I don't think so.
Photography table. No, because sometimes I have yours, or what I assume are yours, because there's extra points on my map now. Oh yeah, they just fade away. It takes like 2 seconds for them to fade away when you click cartography table, the button.
Oh.
There's
Wait
slow
a second.
fade. Oh yeah, and you did mark boat, and which would make sense because we went to fight the dragon boss over there. Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, let me mark boat.
Yeah, I'll go get the boat. Because if you keep track of the Russia's delusional with their fear of NATO, then you are not really getting anywhere, even if you don't agree with Russia's assessment. If you want to get some sort of agreement, you have to at least consider their point of view. Sure. That's fair enough.
So I don't think we have to view them as delusional, I agree, but like, I think we can have some condemnation or agreement with countries' points of view. So like Russia's point of view of like, we want to maintain a Slavic or Russian sphere of influence and control that thing. We can understand that point of view, but that doesn't make it like, okay, certainly that is not going to make it a good or bad thing, but it's also not going to make it like a reasonable or unreasonable thing just because you understand. Like Saddam Hussein wanting to maintain being a dictator is understandable, but it doesn't justify or make it agreeable.
No, I mean, the main problem there isn't what we want. If we want to be like have the moral high ground, it's what Ukrainians want. Like
no,
that's what we should be talking about. No, we don't care. Okay.
I mean, yeah, we should care. Never mind. Yes, we do care what Ukrainians want, but like even if Ukrainians like want to join Russia, they have ways of doing that. But like these seem independent of Russia wanting to circumvent the established post-Cold War order of spheres of influence being over and nations having sovereignty. Regardless of how like the individual countries involved are feeling about stuff, like that is the current. What is at stake is more than just Ukraine and Russia. It is a established world order. If that is going to be upheld and defended, or if countries aren't willing to accept risks on that and autocracies can come back. Yeah,
wait,
well,
sorry,
the US
can
flag
you repeat that?
should break through. What part? There's more at stake than just Ukraine and Russia's local politics. Pressuring of established national sovereignty versus spheres of influence is at stake as well.
Sure, but I would in general like it if the discourse about those kinds of situations went back to focusing on the people directly affected by it, rather than like what's in it for us. So that usually the framing really is like usually the framing just completely occults what the people might actually want, like in Ukraine or whatnot, and that's kind of what we were doing. That's why I was like, well, actually, what matters is like what if we're talking about like joining NATO. What matters first and foremost is what Ukrainians want, and then we can talk about whether NATO wants them to join as well, etc.
Yeah, okay. It's fine.
I gotta virtue signal
All
a
right.
bit, okay? I'm
That's
learning
that's
from
that's a good thing. Okay, yeah.
I'm learning from the bigger streamers out there. Just
Okay.
virtue signal the whole panel, okay?
We need more fine wood. Oh, right. Growing and chopping down trees was a huge thing. Holy shit. How do we do that? Can we grow fine wood trees, or is that
Yes.
impossible?
I'm pretty sure we
Which-
can grow all trees.
Okay, I gotta go run over to our tree grove and figure out what's there. Cause yeah. Oh, all right. And then I have a boar and a deer penned in, but I don't know how to tame them. I threw a bunch of mushrooms at the boar and it still didn't love me. Or maybe it did love me. I don't remember. Hang on. If I sneak up on it.
The boar doesn't love him. Feels bad, man.
Boar? No, it's not a tamed boar, and there's still mushrooms on the ground. I don't know. We really need 2 boars. I need to get a second boar in here in order to make them mate.
But yeah, Gehenhyog, I understand what you're saying about the disconnecting the discussion from any idea of like morality or good or evil. Just like this is their perspective, that's our perspective, etc.
Yeah, I think we've kind of moved away from like there is a strict inherent good or evil in the world for a lot of stuff too. It's like yeah, if that makes sense. I agree. Calling like Russia evil is probably silly, or is silly.
We just did it, so I just did it. So are you calling me silly?
Yeah.
Okay.
In an evil sense of like Russia is inherently evil, we can say like, you know, this form of government seems to be negative to its populace, and we'd view that as bad. I mean, we can say that's different than evil, sure, if we want to be like super nuanced in our language instead of just saying good and evil. Okay, this is normal wood. This isn't even fine wood. Fucking dumbass trees.
Wow. Are you calling trees slurs?
No, then I'd call the the birches bitches.
Birch bitches.
Yeah. Call them log heads. Okay. Okay, so birch gives us the fine wood. I need to find birch
I should kill some lox, right? We need some more lox meat, I think.
Yes, we always need lox meat. Or you can try to tame the lox and start to mate them. If you want to make a big pen.
I'm not at Sky Castle. This is not.
Oh
the right
yeah, then
place
go for it. Yeah. Did not give me any seeds. Is there something special you have to do to get seeds? I thought it was just random. Oh wait, no, I got shitter seeds. Just not the seeds we want.
Ow. Okay, I might die actually.
Yeah, locks are pretty mean. But if I remember correctly, there was like a good roll strategy on them where they couldn't get you. Oh, you know what we did do? Is we would go up on that like a big rock and they couldn't reach us.
Yeah, I can't do that where I am. That's fine. Got it.
Oh, okay.
I'm somewhere else, okay? Mate them.
Mate.
That would be pretty cool. To be able to like have more logs.
Yeah. Oh, I did get birch seeds. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be the best. Maybe to plant all the fine wood ever. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Dude, stuff weighs so much. It's cringe.
It does. I could masturbate,
And I could be in
Hey,
pain
Chow, thanks for the
and,
follow.
like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Uh-oh.
The follow?
The follow, the raid. Dude, my brain
Guys,
is
there's
fucking...
another Chow.
My brain is actually... What the fuck, Umaru? Hey, look, Umaru is fine. She complied with my demands. No Umarus were harmed in the making of that meme.
What is going on here? What does that even mean?
There is, like, it's nothing to be concerned about.
Okay. You know, when someone tells you not to be concerned, that typically means everything is fine.
Everything is perfectly fine. I'm totally not gonna die to 2 Loxes.
Sound pretty confident there.
Yeah, I'm very confident. God, if a mosquito
Did we
shows
make
up
a
here.
lox pie now? Or is it, I think it's gated behind the cauldron now. I think we're kind of fucked for making lox pie until we build all these things up.
Maybe.
Okay.
God, there's a fooling over there.
How do you feel about slurs in games? So,
What do you mean?
or
Like,
let me clarify. Yeah. So like in Warhammer 40k,
oh, like
there's
fictional racism?
essentially slurs. Yes, essentially fictional racism. Do you think that's like acceptable, or should we push back against something like that?
I think it would be really cringe to make it unacceptable in general, like as a general like prescriptive statement, because the whole point of it is to provide fictional commentary on real life things. So it would just be like hiding it. That being said, it would be very when you see like people, since you talk about Warhammer, when you see like people use that to build up their own like racist narratives, that should absolutely be shamed. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that, by the way?
No. Is there like comparing orcs to black people? Is that like a thing or something? I'm assuming, or like some minority that you don't like?
Yeah, in general, the racism and authoritarianism of the empire in
The God Emperor. You have a problem?
is something. Even though it's supposed to be a parody of and commentary on fascism, it's something that is actually very, very commonly picked up by actual like Nazis.
Okay.
Who think it's like one of those things where it's like they think they're in good company, so they're I forgot the whole quote, but do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, makes sense.
So, for example, recently there was quite a bit of drama in the Warhammer 40k community. Poe's Law, yeah, exactly. In Spain, there was a guy who showed up to a tournament in full like SS insignia, like actual Nazi symbols on his shirt, doing like Sieg Heils and all that shit between games. And people were disgusted by him, so they refused to face him, and since they refused to face him, the tournament organizers actually gave the basically considered them as giving up. They gave the wins to the Nazi dude.
Okay. How does that relate to the Warhammer stuff? Just because there's an authoritarian, he felt like he could.
So because the Empire of Man is extremely xenophobic, authoritarian.
But they're not Nazi.
It embraces a cult of personality. No, it actually totally is a commentary on fascism.
Yeah, but okay. At what point do we jump?
But the thing is, some people
fascism or authoritarianism.
Well, you asked about Warhammer 40k,
Nazis.
so
yeah. So how does that? But how does that get you to Nazis?
Because I'm saying that you can have something that is actually just a parody, and or that's supposed to be a satire, and people. And you can have Nazis look at it and be like, "Wait, I really like this aesthetic. I actually want this to be what represents me," instead of being like, "Oh, this is satire of me." And
okay, but organizers for an event, for a 40k event, can go, "Hey, this isn't cool. You're not allowed to have this per vanilla just because we're at like a.
So that's
40K
another
event.
problem. That's specific to Spain's legislation on the matter. Showing off a political opinion in like how you're dressed or your insignia is actually protected by law in Spain. So if the tournament rules did not have, say, like a dress code, they had no grounds to ban the guy. And he actually like threatened to call the cops on them if they tried to get rid of him. It was kind of a fucked up situation.
Okay. Well, this is just what Spain wants for their society then. That's kind of cringe, yeah?
Well, Spain was actually a fascist government until like, what was the 70s?
Well, they had a
like,
civil war over it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was Franco's government, right? That was in power until the 70s or 80s.
Thistle?
Do we have what?
I don't remember that. Do we have no thistle?
Probably not. It's been a while since we went into thistle territory. A business can't kick someone out for wearing Nazi paraphernalia in Spain. Nope. If you don't have a dress code, like a nightclub could kick them out because the nightclubs have dress codes. But if you don't have a dress code as part of your business, and your dress code obviously has to be, your dress code has to be written in a way where it doesn't discriminate against a political opinion, specifically, then yeah, you can't. What about Germany? Well, that guy would get arrested in Germany. Like I saw the photos of how he was dressed. That would not pass.
I'm a little confused as to like what point we're bringing up with this then.
Okay, because you brought up the point that there was about slurs in fictional contexts.
Yes.
And I just want to bring up the fact that there are cases of them being of fictional contexts wanting to be commentary on racism and xenophobia and that kind of stuff being misinterpreted willfully by the people that it's supposed to be satire of.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
And I'm bringing that up because it's a point where it becomes ineffective to have that. The American History X had that too, right? It's supposed to be a movie about how bad it is to be racist. But then,
do you think there's a lot of commentary in Warhammer 40K about how authoritarianism is bad? I see where everything happened now. I guess I don't think of Warhammer 40K as a satire of like racism or authoritarianism for the most part. No.
There are multiple elements that show that at the very least it's a political commentary / satire type of media. For example, okay, so we're agreed on that. Okay, then why? How is the Empire of Man not one huge satire of eugenics, fascism, xenophobia, authoritarianism? Because those are the things that the Empire of Man is built on. And also life sucks in the Empire of Man. It's a satire of it because it takes all those things, pushes them to the extreme, and shows how fucking grimdark that society is.
Oh no, I didn't unload these. Fuck, hang on, sorry.
Wow, he didn't actually listen to me.
How bad they are. I don't know. I think a lot of Warhammer, okay, on a very core level, a lot of Warhammer is just the tabletop game, yeah? And this is all built on top of the tabletop game. So a lot of some of our stories and our games and stuff is all just built on top of tabletop and gaming. And a lot of it, I would say, arguably just follows the rule of cool more than anything else. More than any satire, more than any commentary. And I'm sure we can find commentary in these things. I guess
There is kind of like the original writers explicitly like said that there's commentary in it. It's not like this isn't really something that's.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's absolutely commentary within the 40k world, but I don't know how I feel about saying like that's like the main point of a lot of it.
Okay. Obviously it's a game too, like it's supposed to be, but the in the world building, when I say it's the main point, I mean the main point of the world building. Obviously the game itself has to be fun, and the main point of it is to, well, enjoy playing a war game with your friends, etc. Like I'm not contesting that. But the world building is actually social commentary. That's not like very that's not a very controversial statement, but it's fine if you enjoy it just for, you know, the just because you like painting cool figurines and stuff like that. It's anyone will get mad at you.
Not worried about that. Okay, what social commentary do you see coming out of the expanded universe of 40k? Are we referring to like a specific book? I don't know very many of the books. I've only read a few of them. I know vaguely like the Horus Heresy story arc and stuff. So like I'm looking for like, what are you seeing in 40k that is more prominent than world building for a cool fantasy world? Or like what commentary is coming through that isn't just good world building itself? Because I don't see. Okay, where do you see the Emperor of Man being critiqued as like this is something that, you know, has failed?
The Empire of Man.
Or what critique do you see? Yeah, the Emperor specifically.
No, it's
like
not
the Emperor is the super authoritarian, right? Okay, never mind.
The Emperor is a fucking zombie on the Golden Throne. Like,
but he wasn't always, right?
Yeah, look, yeah, but that's not the part I'm talking about. The part I'm talking about is the.
How do we have Tholians over here? What the fuck is going
typically
on?
Eugenics. The Empire of Man is explicitly stated as applying eugenics in an outright like fascist way. Mutants, you have all those pieces of lore in the codexes. You shall not tolerate the mutant, the heretic. There's always this idea of mutants, and it's supposedly
but okay, for something to be commentary, it has to go more than just something existing in the world, right? Just because mutants exist in a world isn't necessarily meaning that work of fiction is saying anything positive, negative, or even about
because the
them
mutants
at all, right?
the eugenics are applied against the mutants. It's a dystopian world where in the grim darkness. Like, look, why really? How much? What point are we making here either? Because the original question was about fictional racism. If you don't accept that 40k is an example of a lore that makes commentary on fictional racism, we can just pick something else, because this is like not a really interesting conversation. If like I don't have the like analysis quotes of all the lore to throw at you, and you don't seem to want to accept like the points that I can bring up off the top of my head. So like, what are we doing?
Okay, because my point was about any like social commentary thing. It was just, this is an example of a work of fiction where racism is prominent, right? How do we feel about its influence on society or its existence in society? Should it be like a thing that we don't have nearly as much of? I'm about to die to 12 million wolves.
I can't find the portal. I'm lost. There was no marker on the portal here. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Whether Warhammer 40k has commentary or not is like an interesting discussion we can have. But the original thing that I was bringing up was just Warhammer 40k has prominent racism in it. Do you
Yes.
think that that's like an okay thing for works of fiction to have, or should that something that is not cool?
Yes, but like I said, but that's why I brought up the example of. That's why I thought of Warhammer 40k right away, and why I brought the example of the tournament. You can also look at the like God Emperor imagery around Trump, etc. Those symbols that are supposed to be satirical will be reappropriated by the people that are criticized by them, and that is something you need to be aware of when you create that kind of content.
So should people create that kind of content then, knowing that?
Yes, but the community needs to be the communication in the community. The community itself needs to be responsible for maintaining its own health after that. So like in Warhammer's case, after that scandal around the tournament, Games Workshop issued a very clear statement on what its stance was concerning racism or Nazism at tournaments and events, or in relation to its IP in general, as well as the like stating explicitly that's satire, by the way. So if we want to go back to that, so like that's an example of that. They're proactively looking at what's happening and being like, okay, well, this is a problem. We need to reframe the discussion, remind people of what this story is actually about, and that that this is not what it's supposed to be teaching people.
Okay. I don't disagree. I just
okay.
Yeah. I don't know that most people are like being taught anything from Warhammer. Do you think that's the case? Or I don't know why. I don't know that. What if Warhammer wasn't satire? Would that change anything to
you? Yeah, because look at what you like. Okay, look at the hypothetical we're thinking. Like to keep it to our discussion. We're talking about a hypothetical story that talks about racism.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't actually criticize it. Where like maybe racism will be portrayed as good.
Maybe.
So there is an example of a story like that in recent pop culture. In my opinion, is that our base? No, that's not our base. In my opinion, a Goblin Slayer, is a good example of a story that's. If you look at what the actual messaging is, it's pretty fucking bad. Like, all goblins are evil. You need to murder them.
Yeah.
And then, and it's still a cool story. Like, people can enjoy it and whatnot. But I feel like you kind of want to be. You do kind of want people who are gonna consume that media to be aware of the fact that the messaging is kind of off, really, compared to what we would want. But sure, like those stories can exist as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just like how, like, I'm gonna go back, keep like with the weeb references. Yeah, this game's pretty cool. The like isekai often have really incel type main characters.
True.
And like like the stories that are purely written from an incel perspective, where the like the main character is there to take revenge on a bunch of women and fucks up their lives. Without then, like the most extreme example of this is the Revenge of Healer, or Redo of Healer. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Vaguely.
Well, if you ever check it out, trigger warning. It's It's unironically a huge dose of just rape fantasy. It's just the main character raping all the enemies of his previous life.
Okay. So,
but so like that's a really fucking toxic main character, and the portrayal glorifies him, and that's obviously problematic. Now,
okay, so what do you?
Would I want to cancel
how do you feel
that
about that?
media?
Yeah. Okay.
I feel weird about it. Like I don't like it. I've watched a bit of it. And I've talked about the kink, like the rape kink on stream before. I don't kink shame that, and like it can be, it's fine. Like if you're into that, then you know what, that can actually be like a great. It's like borderline hentai. So like you can get your kicks off of reading that manga or watching the anime. I don't know how explicit the anime is. Like. Cool, good for you. I don't have anything against that, per se. God, those drakes are annoying. I think I have to kill them.
I can't fucking find Thistle. I'm running through the Black Forest. Zero fucking Thistle. I got some blueberries.
What is this? Yes, but what manga for science? Oh no.
Hey, who asked?
Oh no. A redo of Healer. Don't check it out if you're under 18. Like seriously, I don't know I don't know like what classification it's under, but it's really fucking bad. I'm 28, dog. All right, that's fine. Well, yeah, I know you're 28. I'm just saying that in general. Like you're not the only viewer here. God, I'm never gonna fucking find this portal, dude.
Wait, where are you?
I'm like you can check on the map. I'm at one of the boat symbols. It turns out there was no boat there.
Wait, I marked that, and there was no boat there?
There was no boat there, and now I can't find the portal again.
You show up on my map. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Portal...
If you're near portals, can you maybe like take the portal so I can find the way back?
I am not near portal, but it seems to be just directly south of you if you look on your map. Actually, you should have it's the dragon thing. If you
it's at the dragon thing, really?
Table,
I wasn't sure.
No, turn on the cartography table, and I have an actual dragon.
Yeah, I know. But I don't see the portal there. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Maybe this guy... Oh, no. There's a stone golem and a bunch of broken wood next to him. He might have broken the portal.
I don't know. Keep going a little bit more south and see it. But when you toggled your map on, I didn't see my marker on it.
Yeah, no, we don't share the markers.
But we do. That's the whole point of the table.
We share the discovered map, not the markers.
Both. I can see your markers.
Really? You're sure?
You have an egg marker next to northeast of Moder. You need to go directly to your left right now.
To my left. Wait.
Yeah,
my left is east.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. You need to go east and a tiny bit north is where I have your marker.
Oh, I see.
I found it.
Oh, okay, great. There's a blizzard too. The visibility is kind of terrible here.
Yeah, but I mean, just on the map, you should be able to see the marker.
Okay, I need to put a marker.
No, you should be able to see it. 100%. Open up your map.
No,
and
I
toggle.
Don't. I don't.
You never
I don't
did
have
the
your
table.
markers. I don't. I know. I have your stuff.
Right.
I don't have the markers.
Okay.
I
don't know how I got your
know
markers, but I've got yours, and I like it.
Yeah, I would like it too.
You're just not cool enough. I don't know. Maybe I probably didn't put mine in the table correctly the first time.
An item prevents you from teleporting. Oh, I have
you
a
must have
dragon
some
egg.
Or you got another dragon egg. Dude, we have so many fucking dragon eggs and nothing to do with them.
Yeah, well, we can just summon bosses with them, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So Mr. Gold is canceling Dr. K. I saw that. Yeah. What did he publish his video already?
I don't think so. I don't think he was planning on publishing it until like the weekend.
Okay.
Even so, okay. The one annoying thing that I do think is pretty negative around Dr. K, or not Dr. K, Mr. Curl, is he vague posts like a motherfucker on Twitter. Oh my goodness, dude.
Playing that social media game.
Yeah, it's so annoying, dude. Vague posters are the worst. If you got something to say, just say it. If you're like filing a criminal accusation against Dr. K or something, or you think someone else is, just fucking say it. Oh, look, there's a dead marker for you. Where I'm standing right now. Did you die here before?
Hey, where are you?
I'm by
Oh, I see you.
Stargate Command. Yeah.
Probably.
Must have been a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for posterity.
Do it.
I still found 0 thistle, by the way.
We're gonna need to build a boat,
the Black
you know.
Forest, right?
We're gonna need to like farm. We're gonna need to like farm ore at our main base, tin at our main base, and float it over to the Sky Castle.
Oh, okay. As the boat wasn't there. Do you
Yeah.
really think we didn't rebuild our boat since nuking it off the world?
Oh wait, I have another boat marker. It's in the lava lands.
I took the lava portal and I didn't see a boat. Hang on, let me turn on your markers.
That's just engagement farming. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You can criticize it though. It's cringe, but
Oh,
yeah,
I do see your boat marker. Yeah, that's much further away from where I was looking in the Ashlands. But I assume we would have moved it. I mean, you can check. Can't hurt. They need to add a toggle for other people's markers because we have so many markers that overlap on top of each other. Because we both like marked where camps are. It's a little silly. They would give you one option and not the other. But I do like it. It shows you what the map the other person's seen in like the smokiness still, and it looks cool. I don't know. Yeah, did you see anything of the Dr. K criticisms?
Nope. Do you know what
Okay.
he's being criticized for right now?
Yeah. I'm gonna be really biased because there used to
For
be
him or against him?
previous. Pretty against him.
Okay.
Oh, not like I don't think any criminal is, but like I don't really like him in general. Way back in the day, when he was just starting up, he gave off like a lot of like cringy evangelist vibes for like just different Hindu stuff, and it was like okay, is like enough that I didn't really like him. As I'm probably really biased here because I did a lot of former evangelism stuff. So like I felt like that's what he's subtly doing. And I think if you've done like evangelism, you like recognize it in other people. Anyway, I finally found some thistle. So I thought that was like pretty cringe. And he kind of like just like throws more than just throwing examples, like Hindu examples into stuff. He like emphasized Hindu spiritualism as like a way of doing things, essentially. And more recently, it gets way further into that of like pseudoscience tier stuff that even around COVID, of like, you know, being able to tell the severity of COVID based off of your different, I don't know, whatever it is. It's not just chakra stuff, it's whatever internal energy or whatever. I don't know Hindu religion very well.
Are you sure?
Anyway.
'Cause everything I've heard, everything I've seen of him talking about that stuff was pretty reasonable for the most part.
There's definitely some unreasonable moments to it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not reasonable. So like those criticisms seem very valid. And then where it gets into like the ethics criticisms, and this is where people like definitely I feel like can go more back and forth. Those ones feel pretty rock solid across the board. But like the idea of talking to someone publicly for therapy like the idea of open
Oh, yeah,
therapy
yeah,
in front of an
that's-
audience and stuff is has like some weird ethical boundaries to it, depending on how you feel about those situations.
Okay,
Or
I
if
mean,
you think
group therapy is a real thing, but the
if you think that
therapy in
counts
front
as
of
group
an
therapy or not,
audience,
yeah.
like on stream, is really fucking weird. That's something
Yeah.
I've always thought was like the whole performative, like it shouldn't be called therapy. It feels like for my limited understanding of psychology, it's a
No,
very strange thing.
And that's one of the like Dr. K probably walks the line of like, technically, legally, he's definitely not considering it therapy, because he's skirting any of that liability and responsibility, and he's like not a valid what therapist, we can just say, anymore, or licensed or anything. So yeah, I don't know. Depending on how you feel about like those things ethically, it gets weirder. But I feel like that conversation has a lot more back and forth, and is probably like, I don't know, much more arbitrary. I don't know who's going to decide like how you can ethically practice therapy or not, or what counts as therapy or what counts as just conversations. But in general, I think I'd fall on like, if you have been licensed or are a licensed doctor, you probably have like a much higher bar of responsibility to people taking what you're saying as therapy or as like very important, than like any average person having a conversation, for sure. I don't know. What do you think?
Man.
Yeah, it can't actually legally be called therapy, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not licensed. Oh, I think he's licensed.
He used to be, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
But
before he even
didn't
started
renew it,
Twitch,
or...
I have no idea about the details, but yeah, it lapsed in some way. But like since Twitch stuff, he hasn't been.
Yeah, there's no boat here. Fuck, I need to remove all those boat markers.
Well, because I feel like the Ashlands boat would be for sure, or is 100% the one that died. So.
Oh, wait a second. I think I know where it is. Did you check the usual place where we parked the boat near Sky Castle?
No. Where's the usual place?
I just remembered it. It's straight north from Sky Castle on the coast.
Oh, you think up on the coast we have one?
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
gonna
When
be
I
up
was
there.
back at home base, in my other map, I had a dock where I'd always park the boat, and it was north of the home. And then it's not this one, and I don't remember because I had a bridge there and stuff. And yeah, so I don't remember this build at all.
Mr. Girl claims that if you have an MD, you can't have these kinds of conversations, or it counts as practicing psychiatry, which comes down to a legal question. Yeah.
Even if it doesn't legally, because yeah, it's gonna be hard, and that's gonna be up to, I don't know, the actual licensors and shit.
That's
but,
also
like, if you
weird.
can do that ethically is a whole different question.
Sure, that's also weird. A weird thing to get into from the perspective of, has Dr. Like, who would sue? Who would file a complaint against Dr. K? Someone who would have been hurt by what's happening, what he does. Has he hurt people with what he does? I'm not aware of it. If he has, then sure, then they would have grounds to like file a complaint.
So a lot of these conversations depend if you feel that Dr. K is harmful to Recfuls committing suicide or not.
Oh yeah, they're true. There was that discussion around that too.
Yeah.
Also, even if he's licensed, he's not licensed in all states, so he'd be practicing without license with Recful, for example, because he wasn't in Texas at the time. Sure, yeah. I don't think that's gonna really hold, legally speaking, because then you would get into a very weird situation where anyone who's a licensed practitioner can no longer have heartfelt conversations with people, because then they can sue them for giving them therapy. Like you could
I don't
get
know about
into
that.
weird.
You could have but this isn't like a casual conversation. This isn't like a conversation that started up between something. This is bringing someone on to a platform to have an intentional discussion about mental health. Like, if that doesn't qualify as like pseudo-therapy, at least,
you can't talk about mental health outside of the context of your practice. That's weird. like maybe there need to be more disclaimers. Like I could see that happening, especially in the way U.S. law works. It could very well end up being that like he would be supposed to have like a disclaimer between every interview or whatever. But yeah, you get what I mean. Like it's a bit of a weird precedent. Like you can't talk about therapy if outside of therapy.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I do think there's a difference between talking about therapy and like bringing people on to a platform to talk about their mental health. Or like because the distinguishing factor would be, does the individual involved believe it is therapy at the time? So like
Yes.
I think it's pretty inarguable that Reckful believed his conversations with Dr. K were therapy.
You think so?
Right? Would you agree with that?
Didn't
Yeah,
really
he said
actually
as
watch
much.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. He referred to it as therapy when he would talk about it. And I feel like you can distinguish pretty easily between that and just like someone having a conversation about mental health with someone that they know. Or, I don't know. Yeah. I would feel comfortable with that.
If anything, it seems like initially putting therapy on a pedestal. I don't know.
Oh no. Okay, why are random fucking goblins spawning throughout the world and attacking me when I'm in the fucking snow?
It's because you're goblin these nuts.
It's really rude. It's only nighttime. We need to sleep. I'm tired of these shitters.
It's not a medicine you take manufactured by a pharmacy. Oh, I actually disagree with that take then. The therapy is therapeutic. It's even the fucking root of the word. It's a
Yeah,
therapeutic
good one.
practice.
Very good. Yeah.
Ow.
Okay, how close are you to a portal to go to sleep to make it day again?
Near the Sky Castle, but I'm
Okay,
gonna
never
be
mind.
checking for the boat. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Oh, dang it. I was about to say I ran away from him successfully, but they just caught up to me. Oh, shit.
Shit, the visibility is trash,
Drag.
though. Oh! Wait, no, that's not a boat. Oh, no.
Oh, that would be so pog.
We should just build a boat. Like, this is dumb. We have we have everything we need to build it too, right?
Wait, do we?
I think so.
Okay, I mean, I guess presumably we do. I can't imagine it required very much. It's probably just a bunch of fine wood. Is probably the most
Fine wood and
limited
iron
factor.
nails, if I recall correctly.
Oh, we have plenty of iron.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a cart here.
In the Stargate
no,
command,
never
yeah.
mind. Yeah, okay.
I agree it's therapeutic, but my point is that if you're prescribed an anti-seizure medication and you're given the wrong drug, that is a very clear case of medical malpractice. You can have the same with therapy, though. You can absolutely have medical malpractice with therapy. That's also what I mean when I say it's therapeutic. You can do therapy wrong. You can actively harm someone by doing it wrong. It's actually an important deal.
Why are there so many of these guys?
But when you're having a okay, never mind. I found tin, by the way, so.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'm heading back to Stargate.
But when you're simply having a voluntary conversation about lifestyle and healthy practices, it sounds incredibly subjective to call one conversation wrong without strong evidence. Yeah, I haven't. I haven't listened to the whole Rekful and Dr. K discussion. I did watch a bit of the video from I think it was his brother who did like well, not him, but like he participated in like a hit piece against Dr. K, like basically accusing Dr. K of being responsible for the suicide.
Okay.
But it wasn't very convincing to me personally, at least. I did not find a lot of tin. We're gonna need more. I think. How much I have?
Okay.
7. It's like I'll double check.
Which one do you need more of? Tin or
What you doing for Valentine's Day? Wait, is Valentine's Day soon? Are you saving my life right now?
I don't know.
Oh my god, there's mosquitoes everywhere.
Oh no, I forgot about them.
Fuck. I need to run. I have a Lox and like 4 mosquitoes on me.
Oh no.
Shit.
They were vicious too.
I got 9 HP.
Does not sound like you're long for this world.
I got it. I fucking got it.
Yeah?
I'm safe.
Yeah? Oh wow, what a bowmaster.
I don't know, some foolings. Just need to run away.
It seems they made deer meat different and stuff. Seems like it's distinct from before.
Yes, it is. It's a new meat.
Okay. We'll have to cookie that. See what happens.
Okay. Cauldron needs 10 tin. And we already have... how much? 1. Never mind. I need 2 more. Okay, I'm actually gonna need the boat. Yeah, I only found 7 on the coast here.
We're so close.
Yeah.
Okay. I think tin is actually the only ingredient we'll need before we make all of the cauldron levels and stuff. Because I've got thistle, and that was the only ingredient besides the metals that we needed to bring over. And I can't imagine besides the tin we would need another metal. I suppose it is possible.
It is absolutely possible.
Oh my goodness, there's so many of these fucking dwarves that keep coming. I'm gonna call them antler faces.
Oh, fuck. I was slipped. Wait, why is it not smelting? Why isn't it smelting?
What
The
did you put
smelter's
in it?
bugged. It's frozen.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's got...
The smelters
oh, no,
need
now it's
coal
working.
and ore thing. Okay. What was wrong?
Nothing. It was just glitched out.
Feels good. Oh my goodness. How long does night last?
Forever.
These guys will not give me peace.
Yeah, I'm displaying a bunch of trash here. Okay, where are we going? Back home. That's where we're going. Back home and then boat.
Okay. Whoa. Day 199. Gone so far. Why is Strim's chat messing up?
Well,
It's making me angry.
I don't know.
How dare they? When is Valentine's Day? 14th? Oh, that's like a half a month away. Okay.
Yeah, we got time. All right. Ooh. Otherwise, what you know what we could do? We could break
What?
the cauldron. And now we don't need to. We can just,
Well,
just
we'd have to
bring
boat
10.
it over.
I'll just bring like 2 stacks of tin over. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we need to build a boat. Fuck.
What is that? Oh no, I didn't have room in my inventory, so all these times I've been chopping the fine wood trees, I haven't had a possibility of getting seeds.
10 deer hide, 40 fine wood, 40 ancient bark.
Oh,
Okay, deer
chat's back.
hide. Oh no. Go back
What's
to
wrong?
There's only 2 deer hide at home. Unless it's in some other chest.
There's definitely more than 2 deer hide. You should probably check all the chests. I'd be very surprised. Item prevents me. Oh shit, I got black metal on me.
Oh yeah, there's more. Okay, so 10 deer hide.
Oh, we have a shit ton of iron nails.
Where?
At the in-between place. We have 100.
Oh, can we carry them through?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's where the boat is. 100 iron nails is necessary for the boat. Let me guess. 100 iron nails, 10 deer hide, 40 fine wood, and 40.
Yeah.
Ancient
Okay.
bark. Okay, that's where the boat is.
Yep,
There you go.
the boat's in this chest. The very first chest when you go downstairs.
All right, I'll bring it over here and sail it to the sky castle. There we go.
Wait, we deconstructed the boat somewhere? Oh, because it's probably
that makes
faster to get
sense.
home if we portal
that
it
makes sense. You
through.
portal through. You always boat with a portal if you're exploring,
Holy
and you just
shit.
portal through. Yep. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's way better.
Wait, there's only 30 fine wood.
I just chopped a bunch. How much more do you need?
10. Wait, that's okay. Never mind. I'll put 30 back in.
Sure. Or actually, I'm gonna move it to the other place. Actually, then, if you're not gonna take it.
Yep. You want to go on a boat with me?
Yeah, actually,
It's not going to be that interesting, but I know the sailing is pretty comfy.
It is. Where are we sailing? Wait, where are we sailing?
We're
We just need to
transporting
bring
tin
Okay.
over to the Sky Castle.
I see. Should I bring the harpoon?
Sure.
Whoa, fire.
How do you rotate? Oh, oh, the workbench is dead outside. Okay. Also, can you bring some basic wood to build a workbench outside?
Yes.
Workbench, 10 wood. Okay.
Okay. I got the bulk berries. Oh,
Yeah,
I
they're
see. It's
not
how
that
you get
useful.
rid of your food.
Yeah. You know what else we should do?
What? Oh no, I'm putting stuff on. Fucked
We
this
should
up.
probably carry like carry portal components, just in case we want to
Oh,
explore.
with us?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
case we wanna
What do portals even make? Or what do we need to make portals anymore?
Let's see. We need a workbench, 2 circling cores, 20 fine wood, and 10 grey dwarf eyes.
Okay, I can do that.
What are you cooking? Oh, the deer meat?
The deer and stuff. Yeah, you can have
Yeah,
some if you want.
Should I cook the locksmith? Can we like do anything better with the locksmith?
Yeah, we can make lox pies whenever we.
Oh, right. We need to. Okay, we'll do that after then. Yeah, I'll grab this then. Okay, what are you bringing?
I've got portal components. I was trying to find where the other deer is. We really only have 9 deer hide here.
Why do you
Wow.
need deer
Okay,
head?
maybe. What?
Why do you need deer head?
Deer hide.
Oh, deer hide. No, there's more deer hide at the right.
Oh yeah.
right
Okay. Here.
most.
Yeah. There's 50 of you. Okay. I was just saying. I was just surprised that we had so little. If we did. Okay. I'm gonna leave some of the thistle behind because we normally cook stuff here. Wow, we have so much stuff here. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
All right, let's go.
Ouch, that hurt. Okay, and we need a workbench.
Yeah, put one down here.
Got it.
Okay, we got a boat.
Okay.
And break the workbench probably.
I think we can leave that one. Or doesn't matter.
I'll grab it.
Oh, so we
So
always have
want
the wood.
We
Yeah.
always have the wood.
That's fine. Save us chopping a tree.
Yep. How do we sail this thing again?
Wherever the rudder is.
Yep, there we go.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we have the storage. You sure there's nothing that we need to bring?
Oh yeah, there's the tin. Fuck, I forgot about it.
Where is the tin at?
It's next to the cauldron. Jeez, I almost forgot the reason why we're doing this.
That would have been silly. There's nothing else that we had here that we're gonna have to boat over at any point.
That's a good
Or I
question.
guess I could bring the black metal because that's where we do it, right?
Hey,
I see
Raptor.
silver here.
Yeah, actually, you know, we should check like
I
the
see
whole
tin.
crafting, like everything we're gonna craft around the cauldron, right?
I
Because the
should
cauldron is
have-
tin, the
Yeah, let
pots
me
and
look.
pans is iron, copper, and black metal.
So we have everything for the spice rack there.
Or like bring
And-
a bunch of iron over. Just in
There's
case.
definitely enough iron there.
You sure?
The question would be, yeah, there's like 2 stacks of iron, I think. More. Definitely more than yeah, there's definitely. So do we I don't know if we have silver there. I don't know if we have copper there. We definitely have iron there, yeah. So the silver, we definitely have black iron there. So yeah, it's copper and silver we need to make sure we have. I don't want to go check, so we'll just bring it. And tin. Copper, ooh, we only have 1 copper to bring with us. But if not, I'll go. And I'm going to bring some silver. Oh, that's a lot of weight.
Hey, Rapture Run, how are you
I'm
doing?
still way overweight. How
What's
much
up?
tin do we need?
Only 10, I think, but you should bring more just for like later or whatever. Because there's like 10's a pain in the ass to get there, but it'll be pretty easy to get here.
Okay. Actually, okay. I'm gonna go bring a bunch of tin over, but I'm gonna make a trip.
Yeah.
So I have enough weight to do it.
Okay, we just there's only one improvement for it, right? Oh, there's the butcher's table too. Ancient bark.
There's 3. Yeah.
Core wood. Can we bring core wood over? Oh, there's 3, and there's a spice rack too. Okay.
Yeah. Core wood.
Oh, and there's an iron cooking station. I don't know what
I
that
brought enough. I brought all of the non-metal materials to the Sky Castle already
is. Okay, cool.
that we need for the cauldron. I can check for core wood too. I mean, it can't hurt.
My advanced intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and
Hey,
pull
thanks for
apart
the
my
follow,
enemy's
Raptor Run.
arguments.
Okay, let's see how much core wood I can carry before it affects me. Actually, might not even have very much core wood. Because those were like the weird trees. Yeah, when you look through all the chests.
Those are like the endgame
organized
trees,
anymore.
if I recall correctly. Why is this boat drifting? I wish you could anchor it.
We only have 7 core wood in the chest, it looks like.
I
I'll
think
bring
that'll be
it.
enough.
Okay.
I think we only need 5. Let me double check.
Well, we definitely have whatever's required there. Yes, yeah. Actually, I think core wood was just the big trees in the Black Forest, so it might be super easy. Whatever. Okay. Cool. We are good.
All right. I'll never tire of that notification. Yeah, I like it too.
What's your notification? Oh, sorry.
It's a clip from You sure we have enough iron?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I remember we had stacks of iron there. 100% sure.
It's from a video called Sigma Male Affirmations.
Yeah.
And it's this guy who says my intelligence is like an octopus that will I don't remember anymore the entire line. It's like that'll its tentacles will like wrap around and strangle my enemies or something really cringe like that. It's fucking amazing. So
Sigma
I have
male affirmations.
Yes, I have it as a notification now. Okay, I'm just gonna eat and keep sailing. Oops.
Beautiful. We need more Sigma male affirmation in life.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, gotta catch the wind. There we go.
There is still a ton of this map to explore. The problem is just
It's all the same.
biomes
shit.
are all the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, there's some new stuff in some biomes. I don't remember. We should revise the patch notes, but it's okay.
Okay. Oh,
Let me
fuck.
double check.
Do you know
this
what?
This is a good right direction, roughly.
Do you remember what the name of the exploration portal was?
Nope.
We should have done that before we left. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh well.
It's okay. We're near like Sky Castle. This is not a problem. We're probably not going to explore. Tentacles,
Yeah.
hentai, discuss. What's there to discuss?
You know what? I'll discuss. I think tentacle hentai is some of the most boring hentai there is, because it's just
Why?
like, it's either just like weird rape fantasy or like boring rape fantasy because it's just using random tentacle monsters instead of having people interact. Yeah, and if you want to have like actual hentai, just have people interact with each other. It's so much more interesting.
Okay, first off, that's ignoring that a lot of the whole subgenre of tentacle hentai. As a connoisseur, I have to object. The
Okay,
whole
okay.
subgenre of tentacle hentai, where it's a human being that is cursed or transformed in some way into a tentacle monster.
Oh yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And secondly, the essence of the genre is obviously about the complete abandonment of the victim to the act of being penetrated by a bunch of tentacles. At its core, at its original, it's a very individual experience where the person succumbs to the pleasure of all those tentacles. It's not about the it's not an exchange. It's not like sex. It's not like making love. It's more like masturbation, but with a bunch of tentacles.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Oh
I'm just-
fuck! The wind's being annoying.
Stupid wind.
I'll turn it again. Yes. Go on. I know. I don't want. That's not the kind of interaction I want with chat. Okay. If you're
there was like
masturbating,
a
this. No, go ahead.
If there was like a new vibrator type that was just a huge tentacle mess, you think it'd be popular?
How would that even work? Like, if you want to reproduce that experience, what you would do is you would probably just like stick a bunch of dildos.
Yeah.
Wherever you can.
But they like if you had a bunch of tentacle dildos and they work together. Oh, it's the thing we're supposed to.
You want
do
to
we
do
need?
it? We
do we
don't
need any of
really
it?
need any of it. We have
Didn't
a bunch of
we have like
chitin.
2 boxes of it. Yeah.
We don't have 2 boxes, but we have like 2 stacks.
2 stacks. Sorry. Yeah.
It like doesn't actually build anything interesting, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Shot an arrow at that innocent wildlife. It's terrible.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn around.
The giant sea turtle.
This is gonna be a pain in the ass to sail because of the wind.
Just change the wind. Wasn't that a thing actually? Didn't they say there's like a new item for messing with the wind? I don't remember.
I would love that.
I feel like
that would help us a lot.
Because games always
perfect.
just like
The
add
wind's
more and more convenient
turning
things
now.
over time.
That's great.
Okay.
And that's actually turning the right way, so it actually is great.
Okay. So what is the hentai commentary that
the
humans,
social commentary of hentai?
Yeah.
Tentacle hentai is actually a very profound commentary on the human condition. Yes.
On our baser instincts. Yeah. Would we be
no, it's a deconstruction of the Cartesian duality of man, where where we always believe that in humanity as a separation of mind and body, whereas especially tentacle hentai really brings back the fact that we are not a separate, our body's not separate from us. Definitely a Futurama episode. I vaguely recall like a Futurama episode with some like tentacle memes, but I don't remember that. I don't know, there's a lot of Futurama episodes.
How much damage do Woxes do?
Like 40-50 they were doing to me with my armor.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Check it out.
There's upgraded armor, isn't there, actually?
Okay.
I think there are new armors that we never did because like we were done playing pretty much. But wasn't there like mail armor, like plate mail we could do?
Really?
If we wanted to have even more defense, yeah.
I don't think so. Maybe in the new stuff, but originally no.
Is there actually a Futurama episode? I've watched all of Futurama. I feel like I'd recognize it.
I vaguely recall a Futurama episode with like tentacle stuff in it, but I don't remember it.
I do not at all. Man, I remember one of the things I was most sad about is they've got the cool world tree, and I feel like you should be able to sail to its base or something, or to like a branch. That would have been like super cool, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's just an image.
Yeah, that's definitely like the first thing you think of when you start playing too. You like see this huge branch above your head, and you're like, wow, I wanna go to where it's originating from. Then you just sail off the edge of the world.
And it would be like such a good marker too, because you could always follow it. But like you didn't have any like, fuck, how do you? It's not it's not cryptography. Cryptography. Cartography. You don't have any cartography, so like it'd be a good thing for anyone to follow.
Yeah. You seem confused as well. In what way do I seem confused? I'm not confused. I'm fucking tired. That's what I am.
Yeah.
My sleep schedule is so bad. I've been. I like slept all day, then I ate, then I napped again, then I woke up for lib praxis, which also didn't help with like being constructive for the discussion. Like I just woke up. I should have made some tea. Really, caffeine helps.
You reminded me. You got off the hook. I forgot. Okay, there's been a trend. This is what we were gonna first fight about. Of you tuning out of lib praxises.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't like it. I want to argue more.
Sure.
Over things. Because otherwise we're left with two people that I keep thinking are going to move on, and then they just keep arguing about nothing.
No, today was really bad. I'm sorry about today. Like that's but in previous situations it happened during the like Russia discussion, because I have to say, like, well, not the Russia discussion, but it happened like recently, and it was like really fucking bad. Like the discourse between you and Chao. I think that's the one where I complained about like I complained to you about like Chao being like way too mad about the discussion.
Oh, Chao and Stardust got mad at each other. That was funny too.
Yeah.
Today.
I don't know. It doesn't fucking help discussions to be like super
combative about everything.
Yeah, it really doesn't help. And
I guess
it's annoying to me. It's not something I really enjoy.
I guess it's kind of like when we first started playing, like my original was like, what are like the interesting things you want to talk about at this? I feel like in like the slur debate, I feel like if we have like a few points of things that like we find interesting that we do want to talk about, if the conversation ever is like going off in other places or getting less interesting or something, we can just like switch it to those, and then it would be hopefully better.
Yeah,
or like at least something. I guess overall in panels, something I want to be able to better at is like directing the conversation back to the things that I find interesting, instead of just like waiting for people to be done talking about things that I think are like not as relevant or interesting or cool.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. That's something we should all like try to do for future discussions.
Yeah. Oh wait, are we already back? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
okay.
It's here. We got a good win towards the end there. The perfect one. I'm just gonna like park us correctly and.
Okay. Oh my goodness, and we didn't have a boat marker because the boat was deconstructed, but there's no way to like say that. That's so unfortunate. Wow, how did that miss? Okay, I want to mark it because I don't want to have to do this again. And actually, every time we portal, yeah, just carrying the boat materials is like so cool.
Yep. Absolutely. Oh, we need to grab materials from the boat, speaking of which.
Good call.
All right. How much can I carry here? Oh, that's like the limit for me.
Okay, I got everything else.
Cool. Let's go then. Should we deconstruct the boat? We probably should. I really don't want the pieces sinking though, but we probably can pick them up still. Okay, I'll deconstruct it.
It's in shallow water. Yeah.
Yeah. Remove. Oh, I can't. I need a workbench.
Oh, we need a workbench. Yeah.
That's fine. Got one.
Nice.
Oh, I still can't. That's
mean?
weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You can't.
Mouse 3 clicking.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! What's hitting me?
Oh my god! You got dunked on by a bunch of foolings. Uh-oh.
Well, that's rude.
Yeah, that's I bet you didn't eat right, knowing you.
Well, I was also not expecting to get hit, and it shook my screen, and then I got hit again. I didn't even see what's hitting me.
There's a lot of foolings here. Including a 1-star.
Oh, it's nighttime.
Oh my god. Okay. This is
Yeah, good luck.
bad.
It's night.
I'm gonna be fine. I'm just gonna run to the base. This is bad. Shit. That's bad.
Is it bad?
It's okay.
Where are your health potions?
They're at the base. I'm not
Yeah.
carrying any. I'm just carrying a couple antidote potions. I don't know why.
Why? I forgot health potions were a thing until I was looking at the chests again after I died once.
Yeah, the health potions are pretty good.
Yeah.
I wish I had some. That's fine. I'm just running away to the base. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Oh, we need coal. Do
Okay.
we have any coal?
We can build stuff. Well, I probably should help you get your body back, right?
I'll do it during the day.
Wait, where's the forge? Oh, yeah, it's here.
Oh, my body might have some of the materials that we need. In general, I put a chest next to the cartography table, and it had everything that was required for the new stuff in it.
Okay. I'll
Besides
build
the metals. Yeah.
the stuff then. Cartography table's here. And the
Yeah, so
chest
it's
is
not
here.
a
Okay.
metal, it's in that chest.
Yeah.
You should be able to build all the new stuff.
Boom, boom, boom.
I assume we're going to need to put a fire underneath the cauldron, too, so wherever you put it, leave space for that.
Wait, we need a stone too? Oh, for the furnace, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the iron furnace does, so I
Yeah.
just grabbed like a stack for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I still have no recipes from the artisan table, which is kind of sad.
Tried searching for a Japanese ingredient for a recipe, but it turns up more anime characters than the actual herb.
True. Oh, we use a charcoal kin. Oh my goodness, I forgot about all this shit. Yeah, we would burn trees into charcoal.
Yes,
'Cause
absolutely.
Getting charcoal from the ashlands is a very new thing.
And it's also like takes time.
Well,
Why can I? Oh, I'm missing thistle.
probably last time. Oh, the thistle's on my body.
Oh.
Yeah, we do need my body.
Okay. I'll just
We can
Oh,
either go to
this I need
sleep or we
iron
can
and
fight our way
copper.
for it.
We could fight our way for it. I need silver too.
That should be on my body. Or it was in the boat at least. I feel like we can just go sleep and then I can go run and get it. Unless you think it's going to become daytime soon.
I just want to get rid of all the crap I'm carrying, and for that I need to actually build at least one of the things.
Sure. Okay, go for it.
Sure, I'll just go help you kill the foolings. That's fine. I'm like full on food and everything. Oh, and I have bone mass buff, so that'll make it easy.
Oh, I forgot. What do the buffs even do?
Well, which buff do you have? Oh, this
That one.
That I don't remember what this one does.
Me neither. Oh shit. That was not very sneaky. We ran right into them.
Oh, that's a 2-star. Crap.
Good luck.
That's... Oh, it's glitching around. Nice. Ow. Ow. My god, he fucking hurts.
Okay. Well, don't die.
I
I'm running
parried
into my
and he
body.
still did 60.
60?
Yeah.
Well then.
Yeah. I'll just kite him around. Bring him to you. Fuck.
Oh
Why
no,
is my
I
aim
hate.
so bad?
I pick up things and then you go to your body and you can't grab it. Oh, and it freaks me out. Why can't I still grab it? Oh, because I don't have enough weight for it until I put on the belt. I need to get rid of this one fooling so I can grab my body. And you've got to kill the 2-star before you. Well, never mind. There's a mosquito.
You died?
Maybe.
Fuck. I don't understand how the AI is running around. Oh, the 2-star fooling's ignoring me now. He's running into the woods. I kind of want to kill him just to get the revenge. It's fine. I'll just go protect your body.
Revenge. Do it.
Revenge.
Oh, and I still need a tame. Right. How am I ever going to get a second boar into this stupid pen? It's hard enough just to pen off one boar over like 12 years.
Okay, there's no one on your body, by the way.
Great. I'm on my way.
Mister, I'm dying to nothing.
There was a mosquito. Oh, well, I brought one with me.
Nice.
So you can have it.
I'm coming.
Oh, and a mosquito. So they don't like me. The mosquitoes are too
not.
fast until I have armor. I might have died again.
Get good.
Yeah. I actually see it, dude. These things, they fly in, and if you're not looking for them, remember?
Yep.
Yeah. You'd actively be looking. I remember running
You
through the
do.
meadows for the
Yep.
first time. Oh, wow. It all comes back.
You need to be actively looking. Okay, I'll go escort you. My fair maiden.
Yeah? Okay.
I shall protect thee.
Okay. Coming out of the base.
Alright, I killed a couple of mosquitoes that are on the way, so should be fine. Unless they respawn really fast. Oh, I hear a fooling. We don't seem... Yeah, we haven't aggroed it.
Okay. I believe. Look at this. Just because you were here.
Exactly.
They're too afraid. They don't dare to bully me.
But yeah, as soon as you get your stuff back, you need to like right away Megan Yard and then do the other stuff.
It is annoying. Okay.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
And you needed the thistle?
Yes. Do you have it on you?
Yeah.
Cool. Wanna drop it?
No. Yeah, I'll drop it. Oh. Nice.
Oh, I killed a berry thingy.
Okay. The cloudberries.
The cloudberries, yes. I think they respawn, I'm not sure. Oh, our
they totally
crops
do.
are ready, by the way.
Yeah, we have so much of it though. We've got like 5 stacks of yarn and nothing to do with it. So I think it's
I know,
safe
we
to chill.
we can do upgrades on our wait, why
with
can't
just
I...
yarn, or does it take other stuff too?
And other stuff. We can like upgrade our armor and stuff like that.
I totally forgot
why
about
can't
upgrade.
I build the spice rack? Fuck.
Workbench?
There's a workbench right next to me here.
Yep, I don't know. Oh, I'll make the stone oven. Okay, that's just the stone and
Oh,
iron.
invalid placement.
Place it better. Mm.
Left shift toggle snapping options. I don't get it. It's supposed to go on the wall, right? Oh,
I have
maybe
no
from
idea.
the ceiling? No. Why is it needs to be placed near the appropriate crafting station? It is. I don't understand.
We can Google it. Maybe we need to do something special with it.
I mean, should be normal. I don't know.
Why can't it just be normal?
Oh, okay, never mind. I was dumb. There you go.
Oh, it has to be on a turned thing on the wall. Okay, interesting.
All right, pots and pans. For this one, I'm going to need 5 black metal, 5 copper, 5 iron. I need you to
Alright,
clean the chest. Okay, 5
There's
iron.
too much. I need to dump one more thing. You know what? We're
5
gonna take the
copper.
spindles somewhere else.
And 5 black metal. Where is the black metal? It's upstairs. isn't it?
Upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the Ilisium debate topic this time? Slavery, Pepe? No, it was
Very powerful.
or just continuing a bit the discussion from the panel, like talking about random stuff. We talked a bit about the Ukraine.
Look, Kartoffel's just trying to be a bully, okay?
That
He
is
was
true.
insinuating that I say slurs before, too. Kind of fucked up.
Okay. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. I have a bit of a weight problem. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, pots and pans. Let's put them up here. It's perfect. And now, pick this back up. Now for the last improvement. Oh, the butcher's table. I need silver.
There's 10 silver in this chest. I was just about to reorganize it too.
Okay, perfect. All right, I think that's all of the cauldron improvements, right? Spice rack, butcher's table, pots and pans, and then the stone oven. I need 15 iron for that one.
Oh, I was about to go make that.
That's fine. I'll make it here.
But the
Near
stone
the-
oven needs to. It can't. It has to be done near the artisan table.
It's in range. It's in range there.
Oh,
I'll do
okay.
it near the cauldron.
Poggers. Never mind then.
You can upgrade to an induction heating cauldron. Yes. How does this work? Bake item. Do we need access to the side here? No. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that would
Oh,
make
you
sense.
need to add
then.
wood. Okay, you add wood to the lower
Normal
part,
wood?
and then normal wood, and then you bake item on top.
And that is what we do with the flour, presumably, or what?
I need to light a fire under the cooking station. Oops.
Yes.
Where's the fire? Miscellaneous? Campfire, right?
I don't remember the different types of fire. I know it just needs to go on. Oh, nice.
There we go. Okay, got the cauldron. Muck
Oh, we can
shake
make a
wakes
drink.
you up stamina. Wolf jerky. All right, yeah, we got a bunch of new stuff we can make here.
Couple items. Dang it! I brought the flour to the other fucking place. Okay, and then I'll have to check out the cauldron. Hang on, I gotta go pick up
Unbaked
some flour.
lox pie, cloudberries,
From
lox meat,
upstairs.
barley flour. You can do fish wraps.
Yes, we should be able to make fish wraps now.
And make
From our
ice
barley.
cream. Oh, this is a really good stamina food. And uses
Ice
stuff
cream?
we wouldn't use otherwise. Yeah, 3 Greydorf eyes and 1 freeze gland.
Wait. This still isn't what we use with the barley flour.
What?
Oh, I've got to cauldron it first. Okay.
And we can make a barley wine base fire resistance. That'll probably be useful for the Ashlands boss whenever we finally find it.
Okay. And I've got bread dough. Oh, and it looks like you can make... Okay, so you make an uncooked pie, and then,
Yes, and then you bake
cook
it.
in the oven. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
put-
speedrun tactics. I sent you
I
to
put,
the oven.
I
Went
put
to the
some
oven.
dough in there, so we'll see what we get from it.
Oh, just dough? We'll probably just make
Yeah.
bread, right?
What? That would be a really easy thing to make. Like, that's something I'd be comfortable spamming out, because it just uses the grain stuff. God.
Oh no, you broke the campfire. Wow.
No,
Rude.
how did I? What? Fuck you. Why are you blaming me for this? You're the one being violent. You know what?
There you go.
Look, I made that for you.
Nice. That's empty.
I said I made it, not that I filled it with anything. I didn't know I could put stuff in it.
Where's my Valentine's Day gift? Do you have one planned for me?
Definitely.
Awesome.
Baked bread gives health of 20, stamina of 70. Okay, that's not bad. Actually,
Wait,
that's kinda
how
bad.
much? What was it?
Here. Bread.
Oh, that's a good stamina food.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cheap. It's good for like working on stuff.
Yeah,
Or
definitely.
running
Yeah, so
somewhere.
if
Yeah.
we just grind out a bunch of grain and then we can make bread and then we can do our construction projects.
Yep.
What are these? Man. Okay.
What the
So
fuck name
fish
is still awake?
wraps-
I know.
Fish wraps seem really easy.
Well, fishing is a bit annoying though. It's like time consuming. But yeah.
Okay, true. Oh, there's a drink. Oh, I need to go turn the turnips we have at home base into new plants again because it takes so long. We're just finally getting to a critical mass of turnips to be able to do stuff.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember that being a problem.
Kartoffel, it kind of died, yeah. New World.
Wait, there was supposed
Maybe
to be...
one
Oh,
day.
New World, the MMO?
Yeah.
Wait, the MMO died? Or your dream in the MMO died?
Both.
Both?
No, they're just too slow. They launched
Too slow
the game
with what?
too soon.
The updates?
Yeah. Or
Oh.
not necessarily actually. So they had like a bunch of problems, and then they tried to fix stuff really quickly because there's a bunch of bugs that were like really bad for the play. But then every time they would fix a bug, they would cause like 5 more. And so it did not end well.
I see.
Oh
right.
man, we have too much honey now. What?
I think I'm gonna peace out. It is pretty late.
Okay. Is there anything we really want to do in Valheim?
That's a good question. We should like go over the patch notes really.
Okay, we can try doing that.
It could be cool to like finish this, like actually finish the Sky Castle. Like the upper part is scuffed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
There's
never,
a bunch of cool
never
stuff
did it at all, yeah.
we could do here.
Okay. So yeah,
But
like, I'm
I
sure.
don't know. It's it would be a pretty long project, so I don't know if we actually want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, no, there's better armor for sure, or at least for me, because I'm like in the wolf stuff, and it is, armor of 20.
Wait, you're in the wolf stuff? You can have black iron armor.
I don't see that. Where is that?
Padded helmet, padded greaves, and
Yeah,
padded
it's
cuirass, the padded armor.
Yeah, those are iron, not black iron. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Those are iron. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. It looks like all the iron armor's more than what I have.
Really? Oh, maybe you never upgraded. Yeah.
Probably.
Because we were like upgrading other people, and it's possible you were like, whatever.
There's a crystal battle axe that looks fucking amazing. That's new for sure.
Oh my god, yeah. /90 spirit 30. That's really good.
That's like
two-handed.
so good.
It's two-handed, no shield.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why it's so good.
Where's the black metal sword? I need to compare that.
Oh yeah, I see. It's like iron but linen. I see. Yeah. Yeah, you should make those.
Yeah, they really haven't. Unless we see something on the patch notes, they really haven't had anything to do with any of the cooler new resources.
Doesn't look like it. No.
Yeah, black metal is definitely still the highest, and it's like black metal and linen is kind of the top. I guess there's new foods we can make with the cauldron. And stuff.
Yeah, there's bosses in this game, but we defeated all of the bosses that are in the game for now.
Yeah, we could run the bosses again. What was there's that big dragon guy at the end that did like the echoing blast behind us. He was pretty hard. Like we died a few times.
Undead, the giant guy, not dragon guy. That was the hardest boss. That's the hardest boss we have.
Oh, he was a giant?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to bed's fine. You bully.
Kick your ass.
Oh, hang on. Before I log out for sure, I'm gonna do the turnips. That's why I came back.
All right. Does Ilisium have AoE 4? That's a good question. Do you have AoE 4?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't? Oh.
Do
you ever plan on
it's
playing?
It's a full AAA cost for.
It is.
The game. Yeah.
True. Well, if you don't want it, you don't need it.
I'll have to think about it someday.
Okay.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I haven't played it in a while though. It's kind of a meme now with my chat. It's
I see. Yeah.
But I do want to play it again a bit.
I was really curious to see how like the competitive play for it would go.
Yeah, they're going to release rank soon, apparently. But yeah.
Okay. I really want to see if a lot of the old AoE 2 players move over to the new one. That'll kind of be like the deciding factor.
That seems to, for now, that seems to be no. Like most of the AoE 2 players went back to AoE 2, but the people who have stayed are the other RTS players. Like like SC2 players play it from play it still. Grubby still plays it. Like
but Grubby moved on.
Yeah, he's like he does like variety and stuff. But like, what I mean is the AoE 2 people went back to AoE 2. What they like is AoE 2, but the other RTS players they seem to still enjoy it.
Okay.
Grubby moved back to Warcraft. I mean, he plays Warcraft.
No, he
still plays
playing...
Warcraft, but he still plays AoE 4. Like I've seen him play AoE 4.
I mean,
like,
Grubby moved on from but he moved on from StarCraft. Is what I meant. Sorry.
Oh.
Grubby used to be a big StarCraft 2 person.
Yeah.
But then he moved on from that a long time ago, back to Warcraft, back to
right. Yeah.
What was Blizzard's attempt at making a MOBA called? Fuck, what was that?
Heroes of the Storm. He still plays that. It's good. It's a good game.
Oh no.
Good game. It's the MOBA I have the most fun playing, honestly.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I like it a lot.
How much did they pay you to say that?
I wish they paid me to say that. All right.
Okay. That's good. I like talking with you. Have fun.
See ya. Bye-bye. All right. When are we getting up Bloodborne PSX content? Yeah, I need to finish the Bloodborne PSX meme. I don't. I'm sorry. I was like really tired. This whole week's been fucked for me. I need to get back to some more normal sleep schedule. As more than 2 bosses also, I was wrong. Oh, okay. That's a lot of gameplay. Though there is a problem too, though. Elden Ring's coming out soon, right? If I don't finish before Elden Ring comes out, I'm just going to be playing Elden Ring. I'm not going to be playing Bloodborne PSX. And then maybe I'll go back to it at some point or something. I don't know. Probably not. Elden Ring PSX. Oh god. People still think Elden Ring will come out, Pepilav? Okay. Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye bye. I'm tired. I'm gonna pass out.